Chapter 875. In the moonlit night, a cool breeze blew past. The sound of leaves rustling could be heard everywhere. In the fallen soul abyss, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked forward. His expression was calm and peaceful. In the past 100 years, he had gone through countless life and death situations. His knowing destiny heart was as calm as still water. The quiet autumn night gradually cooled down. His thin clothes danced in the wind. However, the figure walking forward did not seem to feel the chill of the night. After walking for more than an hour, the bright moon rose higher and higher in the east. The crescent moon curved and illuminated the mountain stream. Ayo! In the distance, a wolf's howl could be heard, echoing in the mountain stream. However, there were no traces of life in the mountain stream. If it were not for the scattered ancient trees, the entire fallen soul abyss would seem like a land of death. It made people shudder. Ning Chen walked quietly in the abyss. There was not much change in his eyes. He had come to many unknown places like this before. He did not know when it started, but he had gradually forgotten his initial fear. Bang! 100 zhang away, an eagle's corpse fell down and smashed into a rock. Blood splashed several steps away. The night was so dazzling, as if it was reminding people where the fallen soul abyss came from. Ning Chen was silent. He flipped his right hand and the rocks in the distance rumbled, burying the eagle's corpse into the ground. Caw! Somewhere, the caw of a black crow reverberated in the air above the abyss. After a while, it disappeared into the distance, making the silent night seem even colder. After walking for another hour, the color of the rocks around him gradually darkened. In the mountain stream, the power of the laws of heaven and earth became heavier. As far as his eyes could see, there was less and less life. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the rocks around him. He waved his right hand and a sword light flashed past. Immediately, the mountain shook and rocks flew everywhere. A piece of rock flew in front of him. Ning Chen grabbed it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Then, he clenched his right hand and crushed the black rock in his hand. This place was indeed unusual. The special terrain and the power of the laws made the rocks here much stronger than normal rock. However, this was not the sick king stone that the city lord of Tianyue City had mentioned. After thinking for a while, Ning Chen continued forward. He released his spiritual sense and searched for the sick king stone. The cold moon moved west. In the fallen soul abyss, the temperature dropped lower and lower. After a while, the air condensed into frost. The path forward was covered in frost. Behind Ning Chen, on the mountain road, clear footprints appeared one after another. They got deeper and deeper, and gradually covered his ankles. After going more than 100 kilometers deep, the abyss had truly turned into a land of death. Everywhere was a ghastly hell. The heart-palpitating blackness had become the only visible sight. Ning Chen's eyes gradually became serious. The silver light around his body shone brightly. Amidst the falling snow, his body slowly rose. Beneath him, there were knee-deep footprints, making it difficult to advance. The terrifying laws of the world wiped out all possibility of survival, making it difficult for humans and ghosts to enter. The wind and snow danced, paving the way forward. Ning Chen walked forward step by step, the Zhen Qi in his body rapidly depleting as he constantly resisted the power of the world laws pressing down on him. With the three bodies gathered, his foundation was unparalleled. Under the fourth level, he was the true number one under the heavens, fighting against the heavens and earth once again. After another 100 miles, suddenly, a watery light entered Ning Chen's eyes. Ning Chen's pupils constricted as he strode forward. The 10-mile-long river was completely still. Not a single trace of life could be seen in the water. Although it was clear, it revealed an indescribable coldness. Yellow Spring's weak water. Ning Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at the end of the river. How could there be a weak water river in this place? After pondering for a long time, Ning Chen strode forward along the weak water river. 10 miles away, the river gradually dried up. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the former direction of the river could no longer be seen. At the end of the weak water river, Ning Chen stopped and looked into the distance. A serious expression flashed across his face. The ghost girl had said that the weak water river was something unique to the underworld. It couldn't appear in the mortal world. Why would it appear here? Could it be that this was once the territory of the underworld? Or was there another reason? Unable to find an answer, Ning Chen could only temporarily suppress his thoughts. He turned back to look at the weak water river behind him. With a flip of his right hand, the phantom of a phoenix appeared behind him. With a phoenix cry, a broken green cauldron flew out. The weak water churned and poured in from all directions. In a short while, the water in the weak water river gradually dried up and was absorbed into the green cauldron. The green cauldron returned, and the phantom of the phoenix disappeared. Ning Chen wanted to continue forward, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back to look at the dried-up weak water river behind him. Heh! Unable to find an answer to the question in his heart, Ning Chen shouted. His vigorous true essence circulated, and a snowstorm filled the sky. With a slash of his sword, the ground within 10 miles split open. The ground split open, and the power of laws suddenly increased by 100-fold. The mountains shook and the earth cracked, and a dim light spread out from the ground. With a thump, Ning Chen's feet landed on the ground. Below him, the ground shook again, and 100 miles split open. Ning Chen fell into the crack faster and faster. His eyes sank, and Genesis and astral souls appeared in his hands at the same time. He stabbed his sword into the broken wall, forcibly stopping his fall. The black broken wall was bottomless. Ning Chen looked down, and after a while, he pulled out his sword and quickly fell down again. Sword light streaked across the stone wall, and sparks flew everywhere. 10 miles, 50 miles, 200 miles. Ning Chen didn't know how deep he fell. The dim light in the crack grew brighter and brighter, and the temperature also rose. Descending another 50 miles, the heat wave soared into the sky. Ning Chen felt that it was increasingly difficult to breathe. The cold air around him spread rapidly, resisting the heat wave from below. At the same time, outside the crack, the bright moon moved west. The night gradually passed, and the sun rose from the east. Dawn arrived. Below the Ruo Shui River, Ning Chen stabbed his sword into the stone wall, and his body continued to fall. In the rising heat wave, the dim light spread out, making people feel an inexplicable fear. In the horizon, the sun rose higher and higher. Below the abyss, the dim light spread out from the ground, dyeing half of the fallen soul abyss dark and gloomy. It was like a ghost hell in the mortal world, and gods and Buddhas retreated. In the Sky Pass City, in the Sky Prison, Luo Xingqian was lying on the ground with nothing to do. She had a withered grass in her mouth, and was humming a tune out of boredom. At this moment, the gate of the Sky Prison rumbled open, and the 7th Godly General walked in. Seeing Luo Xingqian in a daze, the suppressed anger in his heart surged out again. Luo Xingqian, the 7th Godly General said. 7th Sister. Seeing who it was, Luo Xingqian jumped up with a joyful expression. Who is your 7th sister? Where did you hide the divine mark iron? Tell me the truth and avoid unnecessary pain. The 7th Godly General said with a cold face. Did the city lord agree to let me out? Luo Xingqian asked doubtfully. So what if I let you out? So what if I don't? The 7th Godly General's expression sank as she said angrily. 7th sister, don't be angry. I was just asking. Luo Xingqian smiled apologetically. Tell me the whereabouts of the divine mark iron, and the city lord might consider reducing your punishment. Otherwise, you can prepare to spend the rest of your life here. The 7th Godly General said angrily. The divine mark iron is in a place that only I can find. 7th sister, as long as the city lord agrees to let me out, I will bring 7th sister to get it. Luo Xingqian smiled shamelessly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hearing this, the seventh godly general's expression turned cold. She clenched her delicate hand, and a greenish-brown whip appeared. She poured her true chi into it and lashed out at the person in the prison. Pa! A loud whip sound rang out as the long whip lashed out. Luo Xingqian did not have time to react, and the clothes on his arm were torn apart. A bright red mark appeared, and the pain pierced his heart. Luo Xingqian sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He grimaced and said, "Seventh sister, why did you hit me?" "I'm hitting you, you ungrateful bastard." The seventh godly general's heart turned cold. She withdrew the whip, and immediately lashed out again. She avoided the vital parts of the former, but she did not show any mercy. Seeing this, Luo Xingqian hurriedly dodged. However, in the sky prison, there were layers of seals that suppressed his body, and his movements were restricted. Before he could dodge, he was hit by the whip again, and the pain pierced his heart. "Seventh sister, please spare me." Seeing that the seventh godly general was really angry, Luo Xingqian ran while begging for mercy. The seventh godly general's face was cold. She lashed out with the whip again and again, lashing out at the person in the prison. For a moment, the sky prison was filled with painful cries one after another. It made one's hair stand on end. Outside the sky prison, the second and sixth godly generals looked at each other as they saw the situation inside. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Women were really not to be trifled with. Mr. Ning had already negotiated with the city lord. As long as the sickly king's stone was found, he would release Luo Xingqian. Seventh sister was obviously here to vent her anger. This kid was really unlucky. However, the city lord also said that it was good to let this kid suffer a little. In thousands of years, this guy was the first person who dared to steal the holy city's sacred object. What's going on inside? At this moment, an old voice sounded behind the two of them. Hearing the voice behind them, the second and sixth godly generals were shocked. They immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, City Lord." The Sky Eclipse City Lord nodded. "Is little Seven inside?" The two godly generals looked at each other and nodded, reporting to City Lord, "Seventh sister is indeed inside. Do you need us to go in and inform her?" "No need. Open the door." The Sky Eclipse City Lord said indifferently. "Yes." The two of them bowed again and replied. As the three of them were talking, the cries of pain in the sky prison became more and more tragic. Each cry was louder than the previous. In the sky prison, Luo Xingqian was constantly dodging the long whips that were coming at him. The clothes on his body were torn apart and there were blood stains all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. "If you don't stop, I'll fight back." Ouch! After dodging the whip with great difficulty, Luo Xingqian turned around and shouted. The whip hit his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. "Fight back? You still dare to fight back? Try fighting back." The seventh godly general's whip did not stop as he shouted angrily. "Seventh sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Luo Xingqian ran while begging for mercy. "If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place." The seventh godly general's face darkened. He waved his whip and said angrily, "Luo Xingqian, do you know how much trouble you've caused for the holy city and your friends? In order to make up for your mistakes, Mr. Ning has entered the fallen soul abyss for nearly 2 days and has yet to return." "What?" Luo Xingqian heard this and his expression changed. He reached out and grabbed the whip. His eyes were gloomy as he said, "You said Ning Qin entered the fallen soul abyss?" Chapter 876. In the fallen soul abyss, under the yellow spring river, a dim light rose and a terrifying heat wave spread out, twisting the space around it. Under the ground, Bai held her sword as her figure continued to fall. 10 miles, 100 miles, there was no sign of her stopping. In the eerie hell, the dim light covered the eyes as the temperature continued to rise. It was getting more and more unbearable. Around Ningchen, snow swirled, resisting the corrosion of the dim light. However, as he fell deeper and deeper, he felt more and more tired. Phoenix body! With a shout, a red light rose and a phoenix appeared. It protected Ningchen's body as she flew down. Half an hour later, in the dark underground world, the phoenix dispersed and Bai Yi appeared. Looking at the shocking scene around her, her heart was in turmoil. All around, black magma surged and the temperature was terrifying. It had never been seen before and it was terrifying. Ningchen strode forward. Wind and snow gathered beneath him, paving a path in front of him and blocking the surging black lava. Be careful, the magma here is not normal. A red light rose and the phoenix body appeared. Looking at the earth fire below, it said. Yeah. Ningchen nodded. He glanced down and said, the fire elemental energy here is shocking. It will be useful to us in the future. Can we take it away? Let me try. The phoenix body replied. It turned its palm and condensed energy. The phoenix shadow behind it spread out its wings and phoenix fire spread out. Endless devouring power circulated and covered the entire underground world. Extreme Yang Phoenix fire and Yin Earth fire devoured each other. The two forces collided, causing the ground below to rumble. Waves of fire soared into the sky and formed a black pillar. With the laws of heaven and earth, Ningchen's body was restricted. When the phoenix body's aura was about to run out, Ningchen rushed forward and activated the 4 scrolls. His true yuan poured into the phoenix body. The two of them worked together and the phoenix roared. Phoenix fire filled the sky and forcefully suppressed the Yin Earth fire. After half an hour, the fire elemental energy in the underground world was gradually devoured. The flames were extinguished and huge black pillars stood up one after another, reaching hundreds of feet. The phoenix body dissipated and returned to its original body. Ningchen looked at the surrounding black rocks and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Maybe he knew what the Sick King Stone was. Ningchen brandished his astral soul, slashing apart the petrified lava with a single slash. His silhouette flickered as he continued diving downwards. 10 miles deep, the pressure increased exponentially, and the hardness of the black rocks became even more shocking. All of a sudden, on the deepest rock wall, a thumb-sized black crystal appeared. It contained a shocking amount of fire yuan power, which could be sensed clearly even from far away. Sick King sure? Ningchen's eyes narrowed. He dashed forward and slammed his palm on the wall. Instantly, cracks spread out and the black crystal flew into his hand. As he probed with his divine sense, he felt a burning pain. Ningchen retracted his divine sense, and a serious expression flashed across his face. It was indeed not an ordinary item. No wonder the Sky Pass City Lord had been looking for this item. A strange stone with such pure fire essence energy was a treasure that could only be found by chance, whether it was used to refine tools or to assist one's cultivation. Perhaps it could only appear in the fallen soul abyss, where the power of laws was peculiar. Thinking up to this point, Ningchen waved his hand to keep the Sick King Stone and plunged down again. An eerie light surrounded his body, and the terrifying gravity was even more unbearable. It was as if 1,000 mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. After another 100 miles, Ningchen stopped. With the power of laws on his body, his cultivation was severely hindered, making it difficult for him to move forward. You can't go any further. Demonic chi surged and the demonic body appeared. It looked at the surging light and said, "This power comes from underground. If we want to obtain enough Sick King Stones, we have to keep going," Ningchen said solemnly. "Haven't you guessed why Sky Pass City has only obtained a few Sick King Stones in the past 1,000 years? The power of laws here is so strong that even true boundary cultivators find it difficult to resist. If we go any further, it will be a truly dangerous place." The demonic body said, "We came here for the Sick King Stone, so we can't give up halfway. Otherwise, we won't be able to give the Sky Pass City Lord an explanation for the falling star matter, Ningchen said. Is falling stars matter more important, or is your own life more important? I don't want to listen to you anymore. I can only listen to your orders because we have the same goal at this stage. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for forcefully seizing control of this body. The demonic body said coldly. Ning Chen was silent for a moment, then he said, I will be careful. Just as you said, we have the same goal at this stage. Saving Falling Star is also part of it. In addition, this Sick King Stone is a rare treasure in the world. If we can obtain it, it will be of great benefit to us. The demonic body looked at the main body in front of it, and a cold light flashed in its deep eyes. After a long time it said, I will trust you one more time. However, once I find that there is danger, I will not cooperate with you anymore. Don't worry. Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, at this stage, it won't be that easy to take our lives. The demonic body looked at the former deeply, and without saying anything more, it disappeared and merged into the body. After reaching a temporary agreement, Ning Chen looked down. The wind and clouds on the Star Soul sword changed, and with a slash of the sword, the earth shook and the huge crack continued to spread. In the next moment, Bai Yi flashed and disappeared into the dark light again. Outside the abyss, day after day passed. On the third day, 3 figures appeared on the cliff. The one in the lead was Falling Star, who had just come out of the Sky Prison. Your friend will be fine. Behind them, the Sky Ascension City Lord calmly said, Mr. Ning's strength surpasses mine. Even if he can't find enough Sick King Stones, it shouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. On the cliff, Falling Star looked down, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. He said, City Lord, I know very well what kind of place the Fallen Soul Abyss is. I have already told the City Lord the whereabouts of the sacred mark iron. The City Lord can just send someone to get it. I am deeply sorry for bringing so much trouble to the Holy City. No matter what, I cannot let my friend bear this mistake. I will go find him and bring him back. The seal in your body has just been undone and your cultivation hasn't fully recovered. Once you encounter any danger, you will be in a very passive position. Why don't you wait a few more days? It won't be too late to go down after your cultivation recovers. The 7th Godly General said with a dignified expression. No need. Thank you for your kindness, 7th Sister. I will be careful. Falling Star nodded and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and rushed down. The 7th Godly General stepped forward and reached out to stop him, but he was already a step too late. Let him go. Although Mr. Ning is his best friend in life and death and is willing to make up for his mistakes, he still has to bear the consequences of his own mistake. No one can bear the consequences for him forever, the Skysore City Lord said. The 7th Godly General wanted to say something but hesitated. A moment later, he sighed and respectfully bowed. This subordinate understands. Let's go back. After the Sky Ascension City Lord said this, his figure dissipated and he left the cliff. The 7th Godly General looked at the purple-clothed figure that disappeared into the Fallen Soul Abyss with a complicated expression. He sighed again and also left. Within the Fallen Soul Abyss, a purple light flashed as he rushed towards the deepest part of the abyss. With this worry in his heart, Falling Star's speed became faster and faster. He fully released his middle corporeal realm cultivation to resist the power of laws that filled the world. After traveling for more than 2 hours, the power of laws suddenly increased several times over. A dim light spread out as heavy as a mountain. This is. Falling Star's eyes narrowed. He looked at the dim light in front of him and rushed forward without hesitation. Under the cold moon in the depths of the Fallen Soul Abyss, the earth was filled with crisscrossing fissures. At the ruins of the Ruoshui River, an astonishing sword mark cut through the earth. Dim light gushed out, shocking everyone. Falling Star arrived. He paused for a moment and then jumped down. In the underground abyss, the power of laws of the world reached its peak and became increasingly terrifying. With every mile he traveled, the pressure around him became heavier. Falling Star's body couldn't keep up and a trace of red overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He waved his left hand and the star mark appeared. A red arrow was placed on the bow and a crescent moon appeared, breaking through the sky. When martial arts reached the peak, it formed its own path. The divine arrow pierced through the air and formed a line between heaven and earth, forming a forbidden domain. Falling Star's figure rapidly descended once more, searching for the whereabouts of his close friend. Just as Falling Star rushed over, a dim light spread out from the depths of the earth. A white-robed figure rushed over, wind and snow swirling around him. Sword light opened up a path, not stopping for a moment. Ning Chen's calm eyes were filled with determination. His sword cut through all obstacles, not wavering in the slightest. Thousands of miles deep, the dim light was almost solid. A terrifying power that exceeded the limits of one's body pressed down from all directions. It was so heavy that it made it hard for one to breathe. And then? Suddenly, the dim light below surged, flourishing to the extreme. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and he stopped. His astral souls revolved and sword chi filled the air, breaking through the air. With a rumbling sound, the power of laws collided. The rumbling sound reverberated throughout the entire underground world. Wherever the aftershock passed, the earth collapsed and rocks cracked. Waves of dust rose up. "I've finally arrived." At the end of the underground world, Ning Chen's figure landed. The wind and snow around him blocked the dim light. His footsteps were extremely heavy. After the dust settled, a familiar scene entered his eyes. The Azura hell was dark and gloomy. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ning Chen could no longer conceal the shock on his face. Was this the underworld? In front of him, there was a dried-up river. There wasn't a single drop of water. On the riverbank, traces of the past could be seen on the bottomless wreckage of a wooden boat. The water was 3,000 meters deep, and the reed flowers sank to the bottom. This incomparably familiar scene caused the hearts of those who returned from hell to tremble. Taking a step forward, Ning Chen's figure sped forward. His heart that had been calm for 100 years could no longer remain calm at this moment. In the world beyond heavens there was indeed a legend of the underworld. However, he thought that it was just a coincidence. However, the scene in front of him clearly told him that this wasn't a coincidence. The underworld really did exist in the world beyond heavens. Crossing the Yellow Springs River, Ning Chen sped forward. Despite the increasingly terrifying power of laws surrounding him, he didn't stop for even a moment. 100 miles away, a majestic gate stood in front of the stone mansion. Above it there were 4 blurry words. Time was merciless, swallowing everything of the past. When Ning Chen saw the 4 words above the gate, he came to a halt. Netherworld, Underworld. Chapter 877. In front of the gate of hell in the underworld, the first person came after so many years. Ning Chen stopped and looked ahead. His heart was in turmoil. The familiar scene was exactly the same as in his memory. The memories that had been buried for a long time came back at this moment and attacked his mind. During the most painful time in the past, the beautiful figure in red was always by his side. It was hard to understand and unforgettable. He pushed the stone door with his trembling hand. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, he could not keep calm at this moment. A rumbling sound was heard. The history that had been buried for tens of thousands of years reappeared in the world. Behind the gate of hell, a huge space appeared. The familiar altar came into view. However, the demon blade and the divine sword were no longer there. Why? Even though Ning Chen was peerless in wisdom, even though he was the crown in both civil and military affairs, but when faced with these scenes that were difficult to explain, Ning Chen's eyes were unable to clear up any longer. Bewilderment, shock, and various other complicated emotions appeared in his eyes and in his heart. Walking forward step by step, Ning Chen looked at the altar in front of him. On the altar, the traces left by the sword were faintly visible. Apparently, countless years ago, this was indeed the place where the weapons were placed. Ning Chen. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind him. It was so familiar that it was unforgettable. Ning Chen's body trembled fiercely as he turned around in disbelief. What entered his eyes was a woman in a bright red wedding dress standing there silently. The red veil on her head had already been removed, and her gorgeous and dazzling appearance caused one to be unable to move their gazes away. Ghost woman. Ning Chen lost control of his mind and his body trembled. He raised his hand but could not help but retract it after a moment. An inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He feared that this was just his dream and would be shattered with a touch. "I'm back," she said softly. In front of him, a gentle smile appeared on the ghost woman's face. It was so bright and beautiful as if she was comforting the panicked young man in front of her. The young man who was not famous in the 9 heavens yet. Hearing this familiar voice again, Ning Chen reached out his trembling right hand. His palm touched his face. He felt a slight chill. It was so clear that it flowed into his heart and warmed his broken heart. Ghost woman. Ning Chen could not help but hug the woman in front of him. His trembling body still could not calm down. He hugged the warmth in his arms tightly and did not want to let go for a moment. "I'm back." As she comforted him softly, the gentleness on the ghostly woman's face became even more apparent. Her overly white and slender hands hugged the man in her embrace. She did not struggle or say anything as she waited for him to calm down. After an unknown period of time, the waves in Ning Chen's heart gradually calmed down. Taking half a step back, he looked at the woman in his arms and said softly, "Are you all right? I heard from Sister Qing Ning that when you were patrolling with the immortal corpse, there was something wrong with your condition. You didn't seem to have regained consciousness." "I'm fine." The ghost girl smiled warmly and said softly, "Can you tell me what happened?" Ning Chen said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you in the future. Why are you here? Where are Sister Qing Ning and the others?" Ghost girl asked gently. "Sister Qing Ning and the others have temporarily returned to the inner realm. I came here to find the sick King Stone in exchange for the falling star," Ning Chen replied honestly. "Sick King sure." Hearing this, the ghost girl's eyes flashed with a strange light, making it hard for others to understand. "What's wrong? Do you know where Wang Shi is?" Ning Chen was puzzled. "No idea." The ghost girl shook her head and said, "I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it before." Ning Chen had heard of it and nodded. He didn't think much about it. It was indeed difficult to find. He had almost turned the entire fallen soul abyss upside down, but he only found a thumb-sized piece. It was easy to imagine how precious it was. "I've been unconscious for too long. There are many things I don't know. Can you tell me about it?" Ghost Girl asked softly. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. His eyes were filled with gentleness. "When you were in trouble, it was during the chaos of the 4 extreme realms. That master of the 4 extreme realms, just as the two were talking about the past, falling star was rapidly moving down the abyss. He felt an inexplicable uneasiness, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Knowing destiny, the strong uneasiness lingered. Falling Star released all his cultivation and opened the path with a divine arrow. His figure flashed and rushed down. 10 miles, 100 miles. After an unknown amount of time, black pillars appeared in front of him. They were hundreds of feet tall, majestic, and shocking. The remaining fire essence could be vaguely felt. Falling Star released his divine sense and sensed the remaining aura of Phoenix fire in the void. He looked at the huge crack below and continued moving down without stopping. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. The farther he went from the ground, the stronger the power of laws between heaven and earth. The divine arrow that broke through the void was dazzling. It forcefully split the dim light and opened a path of life and death. After moving down 1,000 miles, Falling Star's body began to crack. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. However, he was still worried about his friend. Falling Star ignored his body that couldn't bear the power of laws between heaven and earth and continued to rush down. After another 100 miles, the dim light suddenly became more intense. The arrow light shattered and couldn't pass the heaven pass. Star Mark, lend me a hand. Feeling that his friend's aura was not far away, Falling Star whispered. Blood overflowed from his hands and dyed the bow red. The next moment, Star Mark filled the bow, and the blood-colored divine arrow shot into the sky. With a rumble, a gap appeared in the steaming dim light. Falling Star's figure flashed through and disappeared into it. In the underground world, the ghastly hell. Falling Star's figure flashed. Looking at the underground world, shock flashed across his face. What is this place? It was a scene that he had never seen before. It was so eerie that it sent chills down his spine. Falling Star didn't have time to think. He took a step forward and continued to follow the aura left by Knowing Destiny. On the Ruoshue River, the bottomless wooden boat flashed past with a purple light. After another 100 miles, a huge stone gate appeared in front of him. The aura of time was overwhelming. Feeling the aura of his friend inside, Falling Star heaved a sigh of relief. He came to the stone mansion and looked inside. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Inside the ghost gate, Ning Chen accompanied the ghost lady and softly told her about the past. From quelling the chaos of the Four Poles, to suppressing the Eternal Night sect, to the battle of gods, to the upheaval of the Central State, to the battle of the ancient battlefield. One after another, earth-shattering events filled in the long 100 years. On the side, the ghost lady listened quietly with a gentle smile on her beautiful face. At the end of the story, Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and said gently, "This is what happened in the 100 years when you were in a coma. There are some other small things that I will tell you in the future." "Okay." The ghost lady smiled and nodded. Looking at the person beside her gently, she said softly, "So many things happened in the 100 years. I really want to listen to you for a while more. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance." As soon as she finished speaking, the ghost lady's eyes suddenly turned red. A purple gold long sword appeared in her hand. Without any warning, the sword pierced into the heart of the person in front of her. Chapter 878. In the netherworld, behind the gates of hell, a shocking scene appeared. The divine sword in the ghost girl's hand pierced through her chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Arg!" A muffled groan could be heard. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Although it was only a momentary suspicion, the scene of a dream coming true made the Knowing Destiny state, who had been on guard for 100 years, no longer calm down. "Why?" Ning Chen lifted his hand and gently touched the face of the girl in front of him. Blood flowed from his mouth as he asked sadly, "Those who trespass into the netherworld shall be killed without mercy." The girl in red's eyes were bloodshot. She pulled out the divine sword in her hand and slammed her palm on Ning Chen's chest. "Arg!" Ning Chen was heavily injured again. His blood was dyed red as he retreated a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood which stained the ground. Knowing Destiny state. Outside the gates of hell, Luo Xingchen rushed over and supported Ning Chen. He looked at the girl in red with killing intent. "Friend." Ning Chen's consciousness gradually blurred. He could no longer see the person in front of him clearly. He fell into his friend's arms and fainted. Luo Xingchen lifted his hand and pressed on Ning Chen's chest a few times to seal his severely injured heart. He tore his clothes and tied his friend behind his back. His trembling hands were dyed red with blood. "Kill!" The girl in red shouted coldly. Behind her, 4 black illusions appeared with huge black scythes in their hand. They emitted a threatening cold light. "Good friend, you've been smart all your life. Can't you see that this is all an illusion? Or are you unwilling to believe the truth, and are willing to fall?" Luo Xingchen said softly. He picked up the sword that his friend dropped on the ground. His figure flashed as he slashed towards the girl in front of him. The two swords clashed and a violent tremor resounded through the gates of hell. Luo Xingchen's hand that was holding the sword was bleeding profusely. However, he was not willing to take half a step back. He released his true energy and forced the person in front of him to retreat. Swish! The black scythes of the 4 soul reapers swept across. The sound of clothes being torn could be heard. Luo Xingchen's shoulders and chest were heavily injured. His bones were exposed and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Are you so fascinated by manipulating other people's emotions? Luo Xingchen ignored his injuries and took a step forward. He grabbed the sword in the girl's hand and forcefully slashed it. With a loud bang, the black sickle blocked the sword edge. The woman in red took advantage of the opportunity to gather her palm energy and hit the former's chest. The fierce palm landed on his body, and the remaining force penetrated his body. Bloody mist gushed out in a glaring manner. You still haven't answered me. Is manipulating other people's emotions so fascinating to you? Not willing to take a single step back, Falling Star allowed the palm strike to land on his body. The astral soul in his hand repelled the black scythe as he slashed down with his sword. As the sword touched her body, black smoke filled the air. The red-clothed woman's figure flickered, showing signs of instability. Did I allow you to die? Answer me. Luo Xingchen's face darkened. The real qi around his body surged and fixed the dispersing phantom. The redness in the red-robed woman's eyes intensified. She gathered the power of heaven and earth in her palm and struck the man's chest again. Palm strike after palm strike, waterfall after waterfall of blood. However, Falling Star didn't seem to notice. He forcefully used his true essence to stabilize the illusory figure in front of him. The coldness in his eyes pierced the heart. The 4 soul gatherers waved their black scythes, taking lives with every move. However, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the power of the array had weakened to the extreme. It was difficult for it to display its former might. The astral soul blocked the black scythe and slashed down again and again. The 4 soul gatherers dispersed one after another, disappearing from the world. Inside the gates of hell, in front of the altar, blood had stained every inch of the ground. The red-clothed woman who was forced to stay in the mortal world became increasingly unstable. The black smoke dissipated, and the power of heaven and earth kept leaving her body. Answer me. Raising his hand to grab the woman's throat, Falling Star's eyes were filled with rage as he shouted. In an instant, the red-clothed woman's figure dissipated. She couldn't stay any longer and returned to the world. The woman's figure dissipated, and the illusion was instantly broken. Not far away, a pearl dimmed and cracks appeared. Soon after, it shattered with a bang. Falling Star stood quietly, looking at the shattered beast core not far away. He clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Rumble! At this moment, the cave began to shake violently. Boulder after boulder fell from above and smashed into the ground. A faint brilliance spread out from every crack. It was as heavy as a mountain, making it difficult for one to breathe. Falling Star's figure swayed a few times, and the sword in his hand stabbed into the ground. He steadied himself and looked at the brilliance that permeated the surroundings. He didn't stay any longer and rushed out with his severely injured and unconscious close friend. Just as he took a step, Falling Star's figure suddenly stopped. He looked back and saw that in the depths of the cave, there was a terrifying fire elemental aura overflowing from the huge crack. It was blazing and pure. Sick King Stone. Falling Star's expression shook. His figure turned back, and as he moved, he avoided the falling rocks and quickly rushed into the depths of the cave. In front of the huge crack, a heat wave surged, making it difficult for one to take even half a step closer. The cave behind him collapsed without any delay. Falling Star didn't hesitate and rushed into the crack in front of him. The dim light pressed down on his body, and the heat wave burned his eyes. Falling Star, who was already severely injured, had blood constantly evaporating from his body. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to maintain his cultivation. In front of him, in the crack, a strange black stone that had been buried for an unknown number of years appeared. Black flames shone, burning the surrounding laws of heaven and earth. Falling Star's figure rushed over. He raised his hand to grab the sick king's stone and quickly rushed out. The sword tip shook the huge rock and swept away the obstacles in his way. Falling Star's figure swept past and quickly escaped out of the netherworld cave. In the endless underground abyss, there was no exit. Falling Star summoned the star mark and drew his bow. The arrow light soared into the sky, opening a path of life and death. With the laws of heaven and earth on his body, it was as if his body was being pressed down by thousands of pounds. Falling Star's body was full of cracks. He endured the heavy injuries and didn't dare to stop for even a moment. Sky Moon Sacred City. The Sky Moon City Lord stood quietly in the small pavilion in the west courtyard. He looked into the distance and waited patiently. The cold moon hung high in the sky, and the night was bone-chilling. At this moment, a purple figure rushed over. Before he could say a word, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Seeing this, the Sky Moon City Lord's expression froze. His figure flashed and went forward to support the former. He frowned slightly. Outside the small pavilion, the 4th and 7th Divine Generals' expressions changed slightly. They immediately went forward to check the situation. Not good. The Sky Moon City Lord checked the two's situation. His gaze froze. How did they get so injured? Although the fallen soul abyss was dangerous, these two were not ordinary people. It shouldn't be difficult for them to survive. City Lord, the 7th Divine General said with a worried expression. Bring them to the sacred pond immediately. The Sky Moon City Lord said. Yes. The 4th and 7th Divine Generals accepted the order and brought the two to the back of the sacred city. Cold chi rose from the Sky Moon Sacred Pond. In a secret area of the sacred city, 3 figures arrived. 2 Divine Generals went forward and placed the 2 heavily injured people in the sacred pond. City Lord Xing Chen's injuries? The 4th Divine General looked at the City Lord and asked worriedly. His life is in danger, the Sky Moon City Lord said with a serious expression. Although his strength is not inferior to yours, his cultivation is only at the middle stage of the corporeal realm. In addition, his body is not at its peak. If he forcefully enters the fallen soul abyss, he will be severely injured. Now, most of his meridians are damaged and he only has half of his life left. But, speaking of this, the Sky Moon City Lord looked at the white-haired figure in the sacred pond. His expression darkened. Compared to Xingqian, this Mr. Ning's injuries are more worrying. A sword pierced through his body and severely damaged his heart meridians. He didn't even have a chance to resist. I can't believe that there is someone in this world who has such strength and can severely injure him in one move. 4th Realm. The 7th Divine General asked. Doesn't seem like it. The Skysource City Lord shook his head. If it was the 4th Realm, it would have been impossible for Starfall to save him. Let's stop guessing for now. What we need to do now is to wake these two up as soon as possible. Little 7, heal Starfall's wounds. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Moon City Lord stepped forward. He turned his palm and condensed energy, pouring it into the plain-clothed youth's body. The 7th Divine General also focused his mind and gathered his true chi to help Xingqian heal. Time passed little by little. In front of the sacred pond, the Sky Moon City Lord frowned more and more. What was going on? This boy's injuries were automatically healing? No longer interfering, the Sky Moon City Lord stopped and waited calmly. Behind them, the 4th Divine General, who was guarding the two, was puzzled. He asked, City Lord, what happened? I'm not sure. This boy's body is not right. It is automatically healing his heart meridians. the Sky Moon City Lord said. Hearing this, the fourth divine general was shocked. There was actually such a thing. Without the transcending mortality body, the physical body was shackled and the heart meridians were severely damaged. It was an almost irreversible injury. With the help of the sacred pond, frost gradually appeared around Ning Chen's body, floating on the surface of the water. In an instant, tiny ice crystals formed on the surface of the sacred pond. It was unusually beautiful and intoxicating. The fourth divine general looked at this shocking scene and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The sacred pond had never frozen. The current situation meant that the spiritual power of the sacred pond was rapidly fading. City Lord. The fourth divine general came back to his senses and hurriedly reminded. The Sky Moon City Lord raised his hand and interrupted the fourth divine general. He looked forward and said seriously, "This is a matter of life and death. Let's save him first." The fourth divine general had no choice but to swallow his words and wait anxiously. On the other side, after the seventh divine general stabilized Xing Chen's injuries, he withdrew his true qi. Only then did he notice the scene next to him and his face was filled with shock. Time passed and the night gradually passed. In the east, dawn was approaching. In the sacred pond, half of the water had already frozen and the spiritual qi had mostly dissipated. At this moment, in the sacred pond, the silhouette in plain clothes slowly opened his eyes. After a short moment of confusion, memories came flooding back. Ning Chen stood up and saw the three figures standing quietly beside the sacred pond. He did not say a word and bowed respectfully. His heart was deeply hurt and his memories were deeply buried. Ning Chen's sorrowful eyes regained their calmness and his broken heart was as firm as a rock again. Ha! With a light shout, the sky was filled with frost. Ning Chen turned his palm and condensed the life scroll. His true qi flowed continuously into his close friend's body to heal his injuries. The trip in front of the gate of hell was unforgettable. The road ahead was not over yet. He should not be so weak. His indulgence in the beautiful dream made him lose himself and unwilling to wake up. How naive and stupid he was. This time, if Luo Xingchen had not risked his life to save him, he might not have been able to come back. From now on, this kind of thing would never happen again. He was in the knowing destiny state. He did not have the right to be weak. Chapter 879. The sun rose from the east. In front of the sacred pond in Sky Moon Sacred City, a white-clothed figure stood in the air. Wind and snow swept across, and a strong life force continuously poured into Luo Xingchen's body to heal his injuries. Below the sacred pond, the frozen pond water gradually melted. The spiritual energy actually flowed in the opposite direction, restoring life force. Outside the sacred pond, the two Sky Moon Divine Generals saw this scene and their hearts were in turmoil. They couldn't believe it. A prodigy of a generation. The Sky Moon City Lord sighed softly. After seeing this kid's actions, he knew that the Qilin Pavilion's defeat wasn't unjust. This famous ninth disciple of the Mahist sect had already surpassed the third realm and was invincible. In just 100 years, he was able to reach such a level. He was the first person in thousands of years. In the east, the morning sun shone, dispelling the coldness of the night. Above the sacred pond, Ning Chen stopped and his body slowly descended to the side of the sacred pond. Junior Ning Chen, thanks the City Lord for saving me. Ning Chen respectfully bowed and said, "It's nothing. However, the person who saved you is Luo Xingchen." The Sky Moon City Lord said seriously. "I know." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Can you tell us what happened? With your strength, how did you get injured to such an extent?" The Sky Moon City Lord asked. "I was careless and was injured by the illusion array." "It's my carelessness," Ning Chen calmly replied. A trace of undetectable sadness flashed across the depths of his eyes, but it disappeared instantly. Illusion array? The Sky Moon City Lord was puzzled. He had personally entered the fallen soul abyss before and didn't see any illusion array. Ning Chen nodded and briefly explained what happened in the fallen soul abyss. The ruins of the underworld. Hearing the former's words, the Sky Moon City Lord was shocked. The ancient underworld was mysterious and no one knew where the underworld was. He didn't expect the underworld to be in the fallen soul abyss, which was not far from the Sky Moon City. At this moment, a painful groan came from the sacred pond. Around Luo Xingchen, the skin that was burned by the sick king's stone began to fall off, revealing new skin. Ning Chen turned around and looked at his close friend in the sacred pond. His eyes became more determined and his previous plan became more resolute. All along, they had been passively facing the storm. This time, he couldn't not prepare for it. Otherwise, once the storm came, they would once again fall into danger and struggle. We've finally survived that life and death crisis. The Skirich City Lord sighed with emotion. He waved his hand and a blood-red divine sword and a strange black stone appeared. He handed them to the person in front of him and said, "Mr. Ning, these are the things that falling star brought back. Now I will return them to their rightful owner." Ning Chen took Xing Hun and the sickly king's stone. After a moment of silence, he drew his sword and slashed at the king's stone. In the intense collision, the divine edge broke the wondrous stone, sparks flew in all directions, the sick king's wondrous stone was split into two. Ning Chen took half of the sick king's stone and handed it to the Sky Pass City Lord. He said seriously, "City Lord, this is the reward I promised." The Sky Pass City Lord looked at the king's stone in the former's hand and didn't reach out to take it. He said seriously, "I only need 30% of the size. This is much more than what you and I have discussed. City Lord, this Junior and Luo Xingchen are indebted to you for saving our lives. The extra king's stone is just a token of our appreciation. I hope that City Lord won't reject it." Ning Chen said softly. The Sky Pass City Lord was silent. After a moment, he reached out to take the king's stone and didn't reject it hypocritically. On the side, the fourth and seventh godly generals glanced at each other. The longer they interacted with Mr. Ning, the more different their impression of him was from the legends. He was approachable, knew how to repay kindness, and was willing to risk his life for his friends. If this kind of person was an unforgivable and heinous executioner like the legends described, then who could be called a good person in this world? The Sky Pass City Lord waved his hand. In a stream of light, a seven-colored divine iron appeared and slowly flew to the people in front of him. This is the sacred mark iron. It has the ability to refine all the treasures in the world. Luo Xingchen has always wanted to use it to reforge his star mark bow. Now, according to our agreement, I will temporarily lend it to you. The Sky Pass City Lord said seriously. "Thank you, City Lord." Ning Chen took the sacred mark iron and bowed respectfully again. "Mr. Ning's injuries have just healed and you need time to recuperate. Why don't you rest in the guest room?" The Sky Pass City Lord asked. "No need, I am fine now." Ning Chen gently shook his head and said, "Xing Chen hasn't woken up yet. I am worried. Let's just wait here." The Sky Pass City Lord didn't try to persuade him. He nodded and looked at the two godly generals beside him and said, "You two take turns to wait here. If Mr. Ning needs anything, report back immediately." Yes. The two godly generals respectfully accepted the order. The Sky Pass City Lord took one last look at the figure in the sacred pond. He didn't say anything else and left first. The fourth godly general followed and left together. "Sorry to trouble you." Ning Chen nodded to the seventh godly general who was quietly waiting at the side and said, "Mr. Ning, you are welcome." The seventh godly general also bowed back and said. Ning Chen looked at the sacred pond. After a while, he waved his right hand. Immediately, a light flashed on Luo Xingchen's body. The star mark bow rose and turned into a stream of light that flew over. "Ha!" With a light shout, the phoenix appeared. Flames rose in the air as the divine flame of Lili burned the sky. Inside the phoenix fire, Ning Chen raised both of his hands. All of a sudden, the divine mark iron and the star mark bow flew up. 7 colored light fell from the divine iron, covering the star mark. With the help of the phoenix fire, the sacred object was refined. On the star mark bow, layers of outer skin were slowly peeled off. Ha! With another shout, Ning Chen's right hand circulated the extreme cold chi. The sick king's stone flew out. Black flames rose, and in the snow, its shape gradually changed. Yin and Yang restrained each other. Ning Chen's hands circulated the extreme Yang phoenix fire and the extreme cold chi, turning them into 2 treasures. Not too far away, the 7th divine general watched all of this with a brilliant light in his eyes. Without a doubt, this Mr. Ning was helping Starfall temper his divine bow. As for what the sick king's stone was for, that was still unknown. In the sky, the sun rose from the east. Half a day passed. Below, the phoenix fire and the snow split the sky. The completely different yin and yang scenery shocked the people of the holy city. A miracle, a miracle! The people of the holy city looked at the shocking scene in the distance and knelt down. Thousands of miles away, the top warriors also felt this scene. They all woke up from their seclusion and looked in the direction of Heavenly Yu Holy City. When did such a powerful warrior come to Heavenly Yu Holy City? In front of the Heavenly Yu Holy Pond, Ning Chen's hands were refining the yin and yang. The star mark bow and the sick king's stone floated up and down, their shapes changing. Time flew. The sun continued to move west. 1 day passed. Day and night passed. The cold moon rose from the east and shone on the earth. Boom! In the 9 heavens, thunder and lightning suddenly flashed. It was a sign that the divine weapon was about to appear. The heaven and earth sensed it. The clouds of calamity gathered and rolled. The 7-colored star mark bow spread out. The water in the Heavenly Yu Holy Pond started to roll. The waves soared into the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound of thunder rang out. 10,000 zhang-long thunderbolts fell from the sky, striking at the godly bow that was about to appear. Piss off! Ning Chen raised his hand. His eyes were cold. He did not move. His sword intent soared into the sky. The invisible sword slashed the thunderbolts and resisted the heavenly might. At the same time as the heavenly might descended, the sick king's stone's form changed. 3 black godly arrows appeared. Black flames surged. The appearance of the sick king divine arrows made Xian Song angry. The clouds of calamity pressed down, covering the entire holy city. It's too early to be angry. With a sneer, the death immortal sword appeared in front of Ning Chen. The remaining sick king's stone flew over. The immortal sword continued to shine. Suddenly, the immortal sword shone brightly. Boundless sword light soared into the sky. Chapter 880. Heavenly Yu Sacred City. In front of the sacred pond, a divine weapon appeared. The immortal sword was renewed. Knowing destiny continued to defy the heavens. The sacred mark iron sprinkled down, mending the last crack. From today onwards, I bestow upon you the name, Sickly King. The sickly king appeared. The sword light soared into the sky. The darkness was boundless. The flames were burning the world. The heaven and earth sensed it. The tribulation clouds rumbled. Layers of blood-red light appeared. The black tribulation clouds turned blood-red. Its power suddenly increased by several folds. Leaping into the sky, Ning Chen waved the sickly king's sword. His body was surrounded by black flames. Amidst the coldness, there was a blazing aura. The sword slashed the sky. Instantly, a 10,000 zhang long black sword mark appeared in the sky. It sliced through the lightning and the night sky. The world was shocked by the sword strike. The citizens of the sacred city below looked at the silhouette in plain clothes. Their faces were filled with shock. Rumble! The blood-red tribulation clouds rumbled again. Thunder and lightning lit up the night sky. An unusually oppressive aura spread between heaven and earth. It made it hard for people to breathe. Under the tribulation clouds, the silhouette in plain clothes stood in the sky. The sickly king's sword in his hand was burning with black flames. The extreme yin and extreme yang divine sword shocked the universe. It surpassed the limit and angered the 9 heavens. Rumble! 10,000 layers of blood lightning descended. It was earth-shattering. It tore open the night sky and descended upon the world. Phoenix body! With a soft voice, the sky was filled with phoenix flames. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks. The wind and clouds on the sickly king's sword changed. The 3 suns appeared. The phoenix flames fused together. Sickly king's 3-sun sword. The new martial art appeared. The black divine sun soared into the sky. It was an unparalleled martial art. It shocked the world. The 3 suns rushed into the heavenly tribulation. The 10,000 layers of lightning collapsed. The black flames spread rapidly, burning the tribulation clouds. In just a few breaths, the tribulation clouds were burned by the black flames. The moonlight shone through the black flames and returned to the world. Ning Chen waved his sword. The black flames returned to the divine sword. His figure slowly landed on the ground. Dust flew without wind. The water in the sacred pond rippled. The moon was reflected in the sky, witnessing the shocking battle. Beside the sacred pond, the 7th divine general recovered from his shock. The way he looked at the white-haired man changed. Who in the world could be a match for such a genius? Could it be that birds of a feather flock together? Back then, he thought that Luo Xingqian's combat strength was already terrifying. Now that he had seen his best friend's performance, he realized that there was always someone better than him. In the small pavilion of the western courtyard, the Lord of Tianyue City was watching the whole process of knowing destiny's tribulation. His eyes flashed. This man would become the one who would dominate the world in the future. City Lord! Outside the pavilion, the 4th Immortal General suppressed the shock in his heart and reminded. The Sky Moon City Lord raised his hand and said calmly, I know what you mean. There is no need for that. Sky Moon City has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. There is no need for us to deliberately rope in others. Moreover, this person will not join us just because we want to rope him in. The friendship between gentlemen is as plain as water. The 4th Immortal General opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He just sighed and swallowed the rest of his words. The night gradually passed and dawn arrived once more. Within the sacred pond, the unconscious figure still hadn't woken up. However, his aura was gradually recovering and his injuries were stabilizing. Beside the sacred pond, a plain-clothed figure stood silently. His white hair draped behind his back. His gaze was fixed on his friend, waiting for him to wake up. Behind him, the 4th Immortal General appeared and came to replace the 7th Immortal General. 7th sister, go rest for a while, said the 4th Immortal General softly. Okay. The 7th Immortal General nodded and looked at the sacred pond. He sighed and turned to leave. Right at this moment, a brilliant light suddenly rose from the holy pond. Purple light dazzled the eyes as it surged out. This is... The 7th Immortal General's body shook. He looked back in shock. A breakthrough? Beside the sacred pond, Ning Chen looked at the phenomenon within the pond and revealed a faint smile. Friend, your talent is truly enviable. Within the sacred pond, the unconscious figure slowly opened his eyes. His aura rapidly rose and reached the peak of the corporeal realm in the blink of an eye. Friend, your bow and arrows. Ning Chen waved his hand and the star soul bow and the sickly king arrow flew out. Within the purple light, Luo Xingqian's figure stood up and grabbed the bow and arrow. Instantly, he and the bow became one and a sharp light pierced through the 9 heavens. It's great that I'm still alive to see your annoying smile. After a moment, Luo Xingqian withdrew his aura and walked towards the sacred pond. He looked at his friend and smiled. Same to you. Ning Chen smiled and replied. Luo Xingqian looked at the 2 people in front of him and bowed respectfully. 7th sister, 4th brother, thank you. The 4th Immortal General didn't say anything and patted the former's shoulder. On the side, the seventh immortal general's eyes flashed with tears, but he quickly regained his composure and said coldly, "Since you've woken up, go apologize to the city lord. Don't think that you can get away with stealing the sacred item just because you're injured." Hearing this, Luo Xingqian smiled and said, I remember. I'll go now." Ning Chen looked at this scene with a smile and felt gratified. He could see that these people in the holy city really treated their friends as family. He would let them settle the rest. "Ji Ming, I'll go settle the matter here and then I'll go with you," Luo Xingqian said. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Go." Luo Xingqian retracted his gaze and walked forward. The two divine generals nodded and saluted before following him. Looking at the three leaving figures, Ning Chen's body flashed with silver light and left the sacred pond in an instant. In the small pavilion in the west courtyard, the three people walked over. Luo Xingqian stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "City Lord." The Sky Mountain City Lord turned around and looked at Luo Xingqian in front of the three people. He nodded lightly and said, "It's good that you've recovered. From now on, don't do such a disgraceful thing again. You've disgraced the holy city. I'll settle the score with you personally." "Yes." Luo Xingqian lowered his head and replied respectfully, "If you have time, come back to the holy city. No matter when, the holy city's gate will always be open for you." The Sky Mountain City Lord said calmly, "Yes." Luo Xingqian replied again, "Okay, you can go." The Sky Mountain City Lord waved his hand and said. Luo Xingqian bowed again and silently got up and left. He used to be eloquent, but now he was speechless. In front of an elder who truly cared about him, Luo Xingqian could only remember every word he said and did not speak much. "You can leave as well." The Sky Mountain City Lord looked at the two immortal generals outside the pavilion and said, "Yes." The fourth and seventh immortal generals respectfully accepted the order and immediately left. "Mr. Ning, show yourself." After the three people left, the Sky Mountain City Lord said softly, "The City Lord's senses are indeed sharp. This junior admires you." As he spoke, outside the pavilion, the wind and snow lingered. A silhouette in plain clothes appeared and spoke. "You didn't come with Luo Xingqian, so I know you have something to say. Mr. Ning, please." The Sky Mountain City Lord said calmly. Ning Chen stepped into the pavilion. With a flip of his hand, the sacred mark iron appeared and flew to the Sky Mountain City Lord. The Sky Mountain City Lord took the sacred mark iron and put it away with a wave of his hand. He said with a sigh, "I heard that Mr. Ning has a phoenix essence. Now that I've seen it, I know that Mr. Ning doesn't just have a phoenix essence." Having a phoenix essence and obtaining the phoenix's inheritance were two completely different things. The phoenix was noble by nature and hated humans. It was almost impossible to obtain its inheritance. At least, before this Mr. Ning, he had never heard of a second person who could do it. "When I was young, I was lucky enough to obtain the phoenix's favor. However, this junior's aptitude is too low. These years, the power of the phoenix has been covered in dust, and it's hard for it to display its brilliance." Ning Chen sighed. Innate talent is indeed important, but tempering oneself is also indispensable. Mr. Ning has already surpassed all other proud sons of heaven. I believe that before long, the glory of the phoenix will reappear in this world. The Skirich City Lord said in a soft voice. "Thank you for your praise, City Lord." Ning Chen responded and continued, "City Lord, after this matter, this junior's whereabouts should have been known by others. I cannot stay any longer, otherwise I will bring a lot of trouble to the holy city. Later, this junior will leave with Luo Xingqian and will not appear in this world for a short time. If the City Lord has any matters to look for me, you can send someone to the Spirit Void Star region to look for Princess Qi Linyuzhen." The Sky Mountain City Lord heard this and a light flashed in his eyes. A moment later, he nodded. The rumors were true. Princess Qi had an unusual relationship with this Mr. Ning. "City Lord, it's getting late. This junior should also leave. See you later. Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed. See you later, the Sky Mountain City Lord replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the snowstorm in the small pavilion started again. The white-clothed figure slowly faded away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Outside the city lord's mansion, Luo Xingqian stood quietly. When he saw the white-clothed figure appear in front of him, he smiled and said, "You're really slow." I told him a few things. Ning Chen responded and immediately walked forward, saying, "Let's go." Luo Xingqian nodded and left together. Just as the matter of the Sky Mountain City was concluded, far away in the endless starry sky, in the majestic hall of the Demon Palace, the saint of the Demon Palace, dressed in a light blue brocade robe, raised his hand and pointed to the heavens, waiting for the right time to arrive. The saint of the Demon Palace, the saint who pushed the Demon Palace to return, had caused the 4 great inheritances to suffer heavy losses without moving a single soldier. His unparalleled wisdom had reappeared in the world. After 1,000 years of planning, the time had come. The name of the Demon Palace reappeared in the world. Men. The time had finally come. Jie Tiance waved his hand and dispersed the runes in the void. He looked forward and said, "Saint." Light flashed and 4 figures appeared in the hall. The 4 protectors of the Demon Palace had all appeared in the world. "Begin," Jie Tiance said indifferently. "Yes." The 4 protectors of the Demon Palace half knelt and accepted the order. Soon after, their figures faded away and disappeared from the hall. With the saint's order, tens of thousands of troops gathered above the demon domain. 100,000 punitive troops appeared out of thin air. Demonic chi filled the sky and reversed the sun and moon. The appearance of the demon army shocked the world. Everyone looked at the Demon Palace's territory in the distance with fear. In front of the demon army, the 4 protectors stood in the air. Their terrifying cultivation made them invincible. From today onwards, the Demon Palace will once again reign over the world. Everyone, let's go. With a single order, 100,000 troops set off. The sound of clanging resounded throughout the universe. In the rear of the Demon Palace, a pair of calm eyes quietly watched the army set off. There were no ripples. A blue brocade robe was holy and dazzling, untainted by a speck of dust. Chapter 881. In the Devil Palace, the Devil Army was mobilized, and the flames of war rose. 100,000 soldiers were sent out in all directions, and the 4 protectors of the Devil Palace moved out together. For the sake of the Devil Palace's great plan of 10,000 years, they were going to expand their territory. 10 days later, within 100,000 miles of the Demon Palace, the demon army had crushed all resistance. Everywhere the army went, scorched earth was everywhere. This was the true demonic calamity. The killing intent of the demonic armies surged to the sky, as if they were trying to avenge the humiliation they had suffered in the past. The heavens were shocked. All great sects fell into panic. Everyone felt danger. In the holy palace of the Devil Palace, Jie Tiance, who was wearing a blue brocade robe, looked at the sky in front of him quietly. His expression was calm and he didn't say a word. On the other side of the all-heaven starfield, in the Mount Meru Buddhist kingdom, the 3 Buddhist masters sensed something. They opened their eyes and looked into the distance. Saint Priest of the Devil Palace, do you really want to bring another catastrophe to this world? The human Buddha Lord couldn't help but ask. Why not? Jie Tiance said faintly in the sacred hall of the Devil Palace. Haven't you learned your lesson from the great calamity 30,000 years ago? The actions of the Devil Palace will only result in a lose-lose situation in the end. All living beings are innocent. Please reconsider. The Earth Buddha Lord said solemnly. All living beings? Jie Tiance smiled indifferently and said, Does the Buddhist kingdom still have the right to talk about all living beings? 3 Buddha Lords, I don't need to tell you where the source of the Buddhist kingdom's power comes from. When it comes to deceiving and enslaving all living beings, the Buddhist kingdom is the best in the world. Amitabha. Heavenly Buddha Lord chanted the name of Buddha and said calmly, "The Buddha nation does not dare to accept the words of the Saint Arbiter. All living beings give the power of faith to the Buddha nation, and the Buddha nation protects all living beings under the heavens. How is this deceit and slavery?" "Really?" Jia Tian said calmly, "since the Buddhist kingdom claims to protect all living beings in the world, then prove it to me." 3 days later, in Windless City, my Devil Palace awaits the arrival of all Buddhas from the Buddhist kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky canopy in the demonic palace disappeared. At the same time, in the Shumi Buddhist kingdom, the 3 Buddha lords' expressions turned solemn as they pondered in silence. Is this a trap or a show of strength? Earth Buddha Lord was the first to speak. The Devil Palace has just emerged. What it needs the most is to establish its dominance and not to scheme against others, analyzed the human Buddhist Lord calmly. The Devil Palace's Saint Secretary has always been sinister and cunning. Common sense doesn't apply to them, the Earth Buddha Lord said worriedly. Windless City is still quite a distance away from Buddha Mountain. Even if the Demon Palace's Saint Priest was planning something, he wouldn't have chosen this place. Let's discuss how we're going to reinforce them. The Demon Palace took the initiative to provoke us. The Buddha nation can't do nothing, the human Buddha Lord said calmly. Amitabha, the demonic calamity is here. From today onwards, the entire Buddha nation will officially enter a state of preparation for war. As for the matter of Windless City, human Buddha Lord, you should personally make a trip there, Heavenly Buddha Lord said. As you command. The human Buddha Lord nodded and acknowledged the order. In the demon area, Jia Tians walked step by step to the front of the divine palace that towered into the clouds. He looked at the demon area in front of him and said calmly, "Go and help the Moon Weaver." In the darkness, the blue-clothed woman with blood-red hair silently accepted the order and disappeared in an instant. Windless City, an ancient city in the west of the Buddha nation. There was no wind and little rain in all 4 seasons. The people in the city lived a hard life and were extremely poor. In the east, the sun rose from the east. The night's cold gradually subsided. Just as the people in the city were preparing for a day of work, dark clouds gathered in the direction where the sun shone, covering the east ascension sun once again. Countless people saw this and were puzzled. They didn't know what had happened. Rumble. In the next moment, thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Streaks of green lightning streaked across the sky. Under the dark clouds, thousands of figures slowly descended. The leader held a red umbrella and had picturesque features. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens that had descended to the mortal world. She was holy and unparalleled. Kill! The fairy had descended to the mortal world, but her words were filled with murderous intent. The Moon Weaver ordered coldly to kill for the sake of the Demon Palace. Behind her, 3,000 demon soldiers received the order. Their figures flashed and rushed towards Windless City. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, holy light descended from the sky above Windless City. Countless rays of holy light crisscrossed, forming a solemn and holy Buddha statue. Instantly, the Buddha's light covered Windless City below. In the Buddha statue, the human Buddha Lord, dressed in white, sat cross-legged. Golden light shone around him. He looked solemn and merciful. When the human Buddha Lord appeared, many white-clothed novice monks appeared in the void. They sat cross-legged in the sky and chanted Buddhist scriptures to support the array. The human Buddha Lord has come to this barren land personally. I really have a new level of respect for you. However, I don't know if you will be able to return alive. Seeing the Buddha in the Buddha statue, the Moon Weaver said lightly. Light shone in front of her, and an ancient divine weapon appeared. The Moon Demon divine weapon reversed the moon and water and appeared in the mortal world. Go and deal with those little monks. Hand over the human Buddha Lord to me. The Moon Weaver ordered. Yes. The 3,000 demon soldiers received the order again and rushed forward. Among the demons, the Moon Weaver walked forward. Her aura kept rising. The moon was unsheathed and divine light shone, shocking the world. "Let's go." As soon as she said that, a stream of light flashed past. She moved her sword, and in the blink of an eye, the sword light was about to take a life. Buddha's light illuminates all. The human Buddha Lord formed a seal. Instantly, Buddha's light illuminated the world. The moon overturned, which had always been undefeated, was blocked. Its divine power could not be displayed. Seeing this, the moon weaver frowned. She turned her sword, and the stream of light gathered and broke through the Buddha in front of her. "The Buddha will not tolerate treacherous and evil people. Your Excellency, please surrender." With a soft voice, golden Buddha chains spread around the human Buddha Lord. The supreme power shook off the divine sword light. Immediately, the Buddha chains surrounded the former, trying to seal off the demon path. "The human Buddha Lord of Buddha Mountain indeed lives up to your name," the moon weaver said coldly. The red umbrella in her hand disappeared, and the seal on her body was released. In an instant, demonic aura surged and thunder roared. In the dark silver demonic aura, a moon-shaped demonic seal appeared between the moon weaver's eyebrows. She gathered all her power, and her peak power appeared again. The sword broke the Buddha chains, and the golden light dissipated. The moon weaver's figure moved forward again. The moon shone, and her divine power was threatening. With a clang, the sword and palm collided. The unbreakable golden body took the divine sword head-on. The Buddha's unique Vajra body could not be touched by sharp weapons. "Back off!" the human Buddha Lord shouted. The divine light around him shone brightly. With a bang, the demonic woman in front of him was pushed back. The moon weaver slid back and stopped 100 feet away. She looked at the human Buddha Lord with a strange expression. For thousands of years, the three Buddha Lords of the Buddha Kingdom had been sitting quietly on Buddha Mountain. Very few people had seen them fight. Today they were not ordinary people. Extreme Tao, Moon Goddess command. Unwilling to fight for a long time, the moon weaver stepped forward. Her figure was like an illusion. After a few flashes, she soared into the sky. The divine sword danced. In the brilliant light, huge starlight appeared. It gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the moon. The command of the gods was received by all. The human Buddha Lord frowned. He twirled his hair and fingers again. The golden Buddha around him shone brightly. In an instant, it turned into a golden divine sword and slashed down. The two extremes collided. In an instant, the Buddha and demonic aura shook and devoured each other. At this moment there was a sudden groan. Behind the human Buddha Lord, a beautiful figure dressed in blue and with blood-red hair appeared. The black blade in her hand was surrounded by demonic aura. It pierced through the back of the Buddha Lord. Chapter 882. In the sky above Windless City, the blue-clothed, blood-haired lady appeared. Her blade pierced through the Buddha's body, bringing out a stream of blinding red. The human Buddha Lord grunted. Holy light erupted from his body, forcing the lady behind him to retreat. "Human Buddha Lord, you're done for!" Seizing the opportunity, Moon Weaver's figure flashed again. The inverted water moon in her hand shone brightly, slicing through the Buddha's light and arriving before the Buddha. The human Buddha Lord raised his hand to block the sword. With a loud clang, the golden light shook the blade. He felt his body sink and fell from the sky. Behind him, the blue-clothed, blood-haired lady's figure appeared instantly. Her pitch-black blade slashed across, bringing out another stream of blinding blood. Buddha is merciful, illuminating the world. Although his heart meridian was injured, the human Buddha Lord still refused to back down. He formed a Buddha seal with both hands. Instantly, the Buddhist swastika took shape and turned into a palace wall that crashed towards the two. Moon Weaver focused her gaze. She turned the water moon into a dark silver demonic aura and blocked the Buddha's attack with her sword. With a loud tremor, she retreated a few steps. On the other side, the blood-haired lady was also affected by the Buddhist mantra. Her figure flew out and stopped 3 feet away. Spots of red stained the corners of their mouths. Even though the powerful human Buddha lord of the Buddha nation was severely injured, his Buddhist aura was still shocking. Ancient Veil Buddhist Lotus. In order to help the evil demon, the human Buddha lord activated his supreme Buddhist cultivation. Shadows of lotuses appeared around him as he was infused with holy power. The golden revered Buddha statue also raised its hand and chanted sutras. Extreme Tao, chaotic upheaval. Seeing the Buddha's extreme move, Moon Weaver activated her demonic aura and waved her divine sword. Rays of light swirled out, overturning the heavens and earth and creating chaos. As the divine and demonic aura clashed, the heavens and earth sank. The Buddhist lotus had unparalleled power and shone brilliantly, instantly injuring the moon demon's body. At the same time, the remaining power of the inverted water moon divine sword broke through the protection of the Buddhist lotus and created another Buddha. As the Buddha's power ran out, long sleeves fluttered behind him, blocking his vision. In the embroidery, a black blade danced mercilessly. You've lost your heart. How sad. The human Buddha lord sighed mercifully and raised his hand to block the blade. Buddha's energy gathered on his fingertips as he forcefully counterattacked. With a loud rumble, the blue-clothed woman retreated several steps. Her long sleeves danced with the saber, and the saber radiance weaved in and out. Chi La, the monastic robe was torn apart and blood spilled out. Facing two of the most powerful people in the world, even the unbreakable diamond body would find it difficult to block the peerless blade. Reincarnation in vain. The Buddha body was injured, but it was difficult to stop the Buddha's heart of world cleansing. The human Buddha Lord raised his vital energy again, and holy light rose from his body. With a flip of his palm, a huge vision of reincarnation appeared and took shape majestically. Extreme Tao, heavenly rainbow. The moon weaver's eyes narrowed as she stepped into the air. Her divine sword streaked across the sky, and dark silver demonic waves converged. The sword tore through the heavens and the seas as it slashed towards the samsara phenomenon. Reincarnation was difficult to stop and the rainbow shattered. The moon weaver let out a muffled groan as blood sprayed out. On the other side, the human Buddha Lord was similarly shaken by the aftershocks. Cracks appeared on his Buddha body, and his entire body was dyed red. Although the human Buddhist Lord's Dharma was boundless, he was still in a perilous situation when faced with the pincer attack of the two devils. His Buddha blood flowed and his energy dissipated. Around the human Buddha Lord, the golden light of the revered Buddha statue dimmed. It symbolized that his future as a Buddha was about to be cut off. At the same time, in the sky above Windless City, the 3,000 devil army faced off against the Buddhist cultivators. Their cold-killing instincts caused the evenly matched situation to change. One after another, white-robed novice monks fell from the sky, their blood staining their Buddhist robes. Amitabha, the human Buddha Lord, couldn't bear to see this happen. He softly chanted the name of Buddha, and the Buddha seal in his hand shot into the sky. The Buddha nation's secret technique was suddenly revealed. 8 Truths of Salvation, heavenly mantra of the 12 Buddhas. The swastika appeared and spiraled into the sky. The power of the Buddhist sect's most shocking technique was revealed for the first time. Instantly, Sanskrit chants resounded between heaven and earth. Many Buddha figures appeared, forming 4 majestic holy walls. The power of the absolute saint dispelled the power of evil and cleansed the sins of the world. Not good. Seeing the Buddha's power, the moon weaver's expression turned serious. She turned her palm and condensed her essence energy. She pointed her finger at the sword, and demonic waves surged. Extreme Tao, Moon Devil. When the Extreme Tao appeared, the Moon Devil's apparition appeared. Its shocking demonic power shook heaven and earth. Everything in the world prostrated, and the universe was shocked. On the other side, the blue-robed lady's saber spun. With a soft shout, she circulated her martial arts to the extreme. Behind her, huge black butterfly wings appeared. When the two experts joined forces again, heaven and earth sensed it. Lightning flashed, as if they were angry at the arrival of the demonic calamity. In the next moment the extreme Tao collided. Heaven and earth instantly dimmed. Waves and undercurrents surged, and the rumbling reverberated in the sky above windless city. Heaven and earth surged, and dust billowed. The aftershock struck, and 3 groans sounded. Amidst the waves, the 3 figures retreated at the same time. The corners of their mouths were stained red, and they were severely injured. With injuries on top of injuries, the golden light of the revered Buddha statue around the human Buddha Lord could no longer hold on. It shattered, and specks of golden light scattered, dissipating between heaven and earth. A respectable expert. However, no one can change the fact that Buddha has fallen here today. The Moon Weaver lifted her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the Buddha in front of her and said coldly. The Buddha's blood dripped, and his Buddha energy dissipated. The injuries to his heart meridian were getting worse. However, the human Buddha Lord's eyes were still resolute. He looked at the people below with a calm and benevolent gaze. Buddha Lord, let's retreat. When a Buddhist expert saw this, he hurriedly spoke and begged for mercy. We can't retreat, the human Buddha Lord said calmly. He raised his palms again, and Buddha light shone. All of you must remember that protecting the people is the responsibility of the Buddha nation. Never forget it. His true essence was almost depleted, but the responsibility of protecting the people could not be forgotten. The human Buddha Lord circulated his meridians, and Buddha light shone brightly. After a while, it gradually turned red. Using his blood as the origin, he activated his Buddhist technique. The human Buddha Lord put his palms together again, and a bloody light shone on the world. With a loud bang, the sarira on his head shattered, and his cultivation of 1,000 years dissipated. Be careful. Seeing the former Buddha Lord going all out, the Moon Weaver's expression turned solemn. The lady in blue nodded silently. Her sleeves danced, and a saber appeared from her saber. The black and white ninjas flew out, and black butterflies filled the sky. 8 truths of salvation returned to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth overturned, and an earth-shattering Buddha aura lit up the sky. An unprecedented pressure descended, and a crack appeared between the brows of the human Buddha Lord. Buddha blood flowed out, cleansing the world of filth. A shocking move appeared for the first time in the world. In the sky above windless city, there was a violent storm. Dust and sand flew, and heaven and earth sank. Extreme Tao, chaos of the moon. The final move arrived. The demonic mark between the Moon Weaver's brows shone brightly. Sword light swayed, and the heavens descended. A scene of chaos appeared in the world. Ferocious beasts galloped, and divine birds whistled in the sky. On the other side, the black butterfly flew into the void. Divine light shone in the world, and the black and white saber radiance soared into the sky. The 3 experts exchanged blows, and the outcome was decided immediately. At this moment, a golden light shone down from the heavens. The Buddha aura was shocking, and it was unparalleled. Earth Buddha Lord. In the sky above windless city, many white-robed novice monks were delighted. Buddha, I have been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the top of the heavens. In the rolling clouds, a young man in white stood quietly. He raised his hand and pointed. Immediately, a violent wind howled, and the golden light dissipated. Second Guardian of the Demon Palace, by Wang Ran. The golden light shone again, and an illusory figure appeared. He sat cross-legged on the lotus, and looked at the young man in white in front of him. It's our first time meeting. Nice to meet you, Bai Wangran said lightly. He looked at the battle below and said, Earth Buddha Lord, I think we shouldn't interfere in the battle below. The Earth Buddha Lord's eyes narrowed. He twisted his Buddha seal, and Buddha light rose around him. A huge Buddha palm appeared and slammed down. Bai Wangran smiled indifferently. He didn't move. In the clouds below, a black heavenly net appeared. With a boom, it blocked the Buddha's palm. Demonic spider heavenly net, the Earth Buddha Lord said seriously. Earth Buddha Lord, since you know, don't waste your energy. With me here, Buddha Lord, what do you think is the possibility of passing this test with just one Buddha Lord's Dharma body? Bai Wangran smiled faintly. Just as the Earth Buddha Lord and the second guardian of the Demon Palace were exchanging blows, below, three powerful techniques collided. Suddenly, a violent sandstorm swept across the sky. It was so terrifying that words couldn't describe it. The Buddha and the demon clashed, and endless power of the holy demon exploded. Both inside and outside the battle, the heavens and the earth were destroyed. In the sky above Windless City, the array was also shattered. The novice monks all groaned, their mouths red. In the center of the battle, two figures flew out. Blood splattered everywhere, and they were severely injured. Ugh! The two figures froze. They vomited blood, and the aura around them surged violently. What a Buddha Lord! Moon Weaver looked at the waves of dust, and a trace of respect flashed in her eyes. If she had been alone, she wouldn't have been able to kill this Buddha Lord today. But now everything was over. In the void, the dust gradually dissipated, and the shaking heavens and earth returned to normal. The Buddha Lord, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes. Blood flowed silently from his forehead. The Buddha had passed away, and his soul returned to heaven and earth. Seeing this, the woman in blue remained silent. Her figure faded away, and she left the battle. Buddha Lord! In the sky above Windless City, the white-robed novice monks cried out in pain, their faces filled with sorrow. Amit Ba! In the 9 heavens, the Earth Buddha Lord's body trembled. He closed his eyes weakly and chanted. 1,000 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of companionship. Humans had feelings, and so did Buddhas. On the opposite side, Bai Wangran waved his hand and put away the demonic spider heavenly net. He said lightly, Weaver, let the Earth Buddha Lord take the Buddha Lord's body away. This is the last respect the Demon Palace has for the Buddha Lord. Moon Weaver nodded. She waved her hand to stop the demon soldiers who came forward and opened a path. I admire the Buddha Kingdom for sending a Buddha Lord to protect this city. Today, let's stop here. The 100,000 citizens of Windless City will be a gift from the Demon Palace. Bai Wangran said calmly. He looked at the woman below and said softly, Weaver, retreat. Moon Weaver heard this, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. She nodded and ordered the troops to retreat. The demon army retreated, and the demonic clouds in the 9 heavens dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the earth, dispelling the cold, but not the glaring smell of blood. The Earth Buddha Lord's figure landed in front of the Buddha Lord, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. He couldn't suppress the sadness in his eyes. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the Buddha Lord's forehead, restoring his solemn and benevolent face. Bai Wangran slowly descended from the sky. He looked at the Buddha before him and said calmly, Today's battle is just the beginning. Buddha Lord, I just want to tell you that the Buddha Kingdom's defeat is inevitable. Surrendering is your only choice. Chapter 883. In Windless City, the first battle between Buddha and demon had ended. Desolation filled the air. Sand swirled in the sky and waves surged. The demon army retreated, and so did the Buddha nation. The Earth Buddha Lord left with the mortal body of the human Buddha Lord. He couldn't hide his sadness. In the sky above Windless City, Bai Wangran's figure gradually dissipated. He returned to the East Army. The world bore witness to the beginning of the calamity. The figures far away from Windless City fell silent. In just the first battle, the Buddha Kingdom had lost a Buddha Lord. What was even more frightening was that the Demon Palace had not made any big move. They had only mobilized a protector and an unknown woman. It could be said that the second protector had not made a move from the beginning to the end. Schemes could be avoided, but overt schemes were hard to resist. The absolute power of the demon palace was terrifying. After the battle ended, Jietians, who was dressed in a blue brocade robe, stood quietly in the demon palace. In front of him, the entire process of the battle in Windless City was displayed. The human Buddha Lord had passed away, and the Buddhist experts had suffered heavy losses. This was the expected outcome of the battle. Jietian's expression did not change much. He flipped his right hand, and a jade slip with the words, "Human Buddha Lord," engraved on it appeared. With a loud bang, it shattered and dissipated. Saint Priest. At this moment, the void swirled in the hall. A young man in white appeared and bowed. "Continue with the plan," Jietian said calmly. "Yes." Bai Wangran accepted the order. His figure dissipated and disappeared. Half a day later, the Demon Palace's East Army suddenly increased their speed. They went deep into the vital stars alone, and the flames of war rose again. In an instant, the vital stars were shocked. They were terrified. Along with them, the other three armies also increased their speed. Wherever the demon flag passed, the land was scorched. In just 2 months, the flames of war burned everywhere. All resistance was suppressed by the powerful force. The names of the Demon Palace's 4 guardians shocked the universe. In 2 months, the Buddha nation sent reinforcements to the various sections. However, the difference in strength made all their efforts go to waste. The flames of war spread to the common people. They cried in sorrow. However, no one knew the voices of the common people. Even if they knew, no one cared. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. It had been like this since ancient times. A general success was built on thousands of bones. In the 3rd month, the Demon Palace's Eastern Army officially came into contact with the Buddha nation's territory. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air between the two great powers. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. Everyone knew that the only power in the all-heaven starfield capable of stopping the Demon Palace was the Buddha nation. If the Buddha nation were to be defeated, the all-heaven starfield would truly become the Demon Palace's domain. However, for the past 30,000 years, the Buddhist kingdom and Taoist sect had not been a match for the Devil Palace even when they joined forces. Now, after 30,000 years, the situation seemed to have tilted even more. The Devil Palace was so powerful that no one could see any hope of resisting it. On Mount Shumi, many powerful cultivators of the mortal realm gathered. On Mount Shumi, only 2 out of 3 Buddha lords were left. The fall of the human Buddha Lord was a pain that the Buddha nation could not hide. Buddhist masters, please think of something. If this continues, the entire all-heaven starfield will be devoured by the Demon Palace. One of the sect masters stepped forward and said with a grim expression. Earth Buddha Lord opened his eyes and said, "Benefactors, what do you think Buddha Mountain should do? Split up and attack." An ancient land's great exalted walked out and said, "Right now, the Demon Palace's 4 armies are attacking separately. Although this has increased the speed of the Demon Palace's invasion, it has also given us the opportunity to attack them one by one. Right now, only the Demon Palace's Eastern Army is rushing over here. The person leading this army is the Demon Palace's second protector, Bai Wangran. As long as we set up an ambush and destroy this demon army, the Demon Palace will definitely suffer a setback." "That makes sense." Another holy master from the aristocratic family agreed. "The Demon Palace's holy master has always been unparalleled in wisdom. It's impossible for him to not think of such an obvious flaw. Since the Demon Palace dares to split up their armies so brazenly, they must have something to rely on." Earth Buddha Lord said calmly. "That might not be the case." The ancient land's great exalted who spoke earlier shook his head and said, "The Demon Palace's 4 great protectors are indeed powerful. The Demon Palace only dares to go around like this because of the existence of these 4 people. As long as we think of a way to get rid of the East Army's leader, this crisis will be resolved." From the Demon Palace's ranking, Bai Wangran's strength is above the Moon Weaver. The Moon Weaver alone is comparable to a half-step fourth realm expert, let alone this mysterious second protector of the Demon Palace, Earth Buddha Lord replied. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a long while, the ancient land's great exalted who spoke earlier said, "As long as one is human, there will be flaws. The Demon Palace's second protector's cultivation is extraordinary, and he's especially good at controlling the elemental power of wind. He's indeed difficult to deal with. However, nothing is absolute. As long as we can control the wind of heaven and earth first, this person's strength will be reduced to less than 10%. That makes sense." Another expert from the great sects agreed. Earth Buddha Lord frowned slightly and said, "It's not difficult to control the wind of heaven and earth. However, Bai Wangran's strength can't be restricted just by controlling the wind of heaven and earth. Windless City lacks wind and rain all year round. When he appears, the wind and clouds will also surge. Then use the array to extract the chi of heaven and earth. In a complete vacuum, I think even Bai Wangran won't be able to cause any more waves," Ancient Land's Great Exalted said in a low voice. Earth Buddha Lord fell silent, unable to make a decision at the moment. "Buddha Lords, please don't hesitate any longer. The Demon Palace is coming aggressively. If we don't stop them, the all heavens will perish." Ancient Land's Great Exalted bowed and said. When one person bowed, the other great exalted and legendary figures bowed as well. Today they had no choice but to seize any chance. Earth Buddha Lord looked hesitant. At this moment, Heavenly Buddha Lord slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Let's do as you say. It's better to take a risk than to wait for death. However, everyone must be careful. Once the situation becomes unfavorable, retreat immediately." "We understand. Thank you, Buddha Lords, for your support." Everyone bowed again and expressed their gratitude. After receiving a reply, everyone retreated one after another. On Buddha Mountain, Earth Buddha Lord looked at Heavenly Buddha Lord beside him and said solemnly, "Heavenly Buddha Lord, do you really think this method will work?" Heavenly Buddha Lord shook his head and said, "Now, it's not a matter of whether it's useful or not. The Demon Palace's army is coming aggressively as if there's no one around. The great sects in the world are already scared out of their wit. If Buddha Mountain doesn't do anything, once we stop the demon army, when the demon army converges, there will be no more hope." Earth Buddha Lord wanted to say something but stopped. After a moment, he sighed softly. It was true. Now that the Demon Palace had divided their army in 4 directions, the world was already powerless to resist. If they converged their army, no one in the world would be able to fight them. The Demon Palace's saint's thoughts were not difficult to guess. He gave people a glimmer of hope and then completely destroyed it. It was not a conspiracy, but it was impossible to see through. "Did you find out the identity of the woman in blue? Other than the 4 great protectors, when did the Demon Palace have such a powerful extreme Tao warrior?" Heavenly Buddha Lord asked. "I found some information," Earth Buddha Lord said seriously. "This woman appeared once in front of the ancient battlefield. She seems to be related to the 9th son of the Mo clan. However, I don't know why she appeared in the camp of the Demon Palace. Someone who is familiar with the 9th son of the Mo clan?" Heavenly Buddha Lord's eyes flashed with surprise. Strange, the 9th son of the Mo clan should not be related to the Demon Palace. How could his friend be so deeply involved with the Demon Palace? Just as the flames of war were burning in all directions, far away in the Spirit Void Star region, at the old site of the Qilin Pavilion, several figures appeared and stood in the void. "Ji Ming, don't tell me that this is the place you want to pull." Luo Xingchen was dumbfounded as he looked at the continent below, which was comparable to a life planet. "I'm not asking you to pull it yourself. What's the fuss about? I've tried before. With a little bit of effort I can pull it," Ning Chen said unhappily. "A little bit of effort? Let me take a look." "Jian Er, let's work together to kill him so that he won't harm others," Luo Xingchen said unhappily. "Sure, Jian Er nodded. When Luo Xingqian heard that, he looked at Jian Er as if he was looking at a monster. Then, he looked at Ning Chen on his left and said, "Ji Ming, what did I just hear? When did Jian Er know how to be humorous? Could it be that you've been out training for too long and something has gone wrong with your brain?" Jian Er was speechless. He looked at the person in front of him, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Luo Xingqian shuddered and quickly smiled apologetically. "I'm just joking, just joking. Brother Ning, are you confident?" On the side, Lin Yuzhen ignored the two's quarrel and asked with a serious expression. 100%. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I've tried before. As long as the square tower is built, it can be pulled by the power of the earth veins here. The location of the Qilin Pavilion has already been known by others. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to waste this effort to move it." 1, 2, 3, 4. Luo Xingqian pointed and said, "All right, even if we listen to you and help you build that stupid tower, there are only 4 of us now. Even if it's built, who will pull it? Who knows where that brat Mu Qianshang has run off to? When it comes to putting in effort, that brat is the hardest to find." "We have enough manpower," Ning Chen said softly. The demonic aura around him surged and a black demonic figure appeared, standing in front of the 4 of them. "I forgot that you have the ability to create a living person." Luo Xingqian was speechless. The technique that the Eternal Night Cult Master gave to this brat was really strange. Until now, he had never seen anyone who could cultivate the doppelganger technique to such an extent. "I've already asked the Phoenix body to search for Mu Qianshang's whereabouts. There's also Zi Enluofei. Chaos has arrived and we have to be prepared to fight against the disaster that may befall us in the future." Ning Chen said seriously. "All right, I've heard you say this 100 times. Isn't it just putting in effort? This young master is useless in other aspects, but I have plenty of strength. Come on." Luo Xingqian said impatiently. "Brother Jian Er, your highness." Ning Chen looked at the 2 of them and said. Jian Er and Lin Yuzhen nodded together. Without saying anything else, their figures flashed and flew towards the north and south of the continent where the Qilin Pavilion was located. "Ji Ming, remember, you owe me a lot of wine," Luo Xingqian said and didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and flew towards the west. "Please." After the 3 of them left, Ning Chen looked at the demonic figure in front of him and said seriously, The demonic figure nodded and agreed. Chapter 884. At the ancient location of the Qilin Pavilion, the 4 powerhouses made their moves and built the 4 cardinal towers. Above the void, a white-haired silhouette stood in the air. After a long time, she took a step and left. The starry sky was endless. Bai Yi's silhouette swept past quickly and rushed towards the pre-selected location. After 3 days and 3 nights, Bai Yi appeared on a withered star outside the endless starry sky. She stopped and her vital energy rose to the extreme. At the same time, at the ancient location of the Qilin Pavilion, in the eastern divine tower, the demon sensed something. He stomped his feet and his vital energy soared into the sky. As for the other 3 parties, Lin Yuzhen, Luo Xingqian, and Jian Er saw this and gathered their vital energy at the same time. The 4 towers were activated at the same time. Heaven and earth changed. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder. It was shocking. Water, fire, wind, and thunder spread out. 4 pillars of light were in the sky. The towers that were rooted in the ground pulled the Qilin continent below, and slowly rose up. On the distant withered star, Ning Chen stood still. Wind and snow lingered around his body. He activated his shocking foundation and pulled the Qilin continent forward. The act of moving the star was abnormally shocking. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Above the starry sky, the Qilin continent was like a meteor that flashed past. Its speed was extremely fast. Within the 4 cardinal towers, the powerhouses of the 4 parties continued to increase their power. They used their own power to trigger the earth chi below. The towers shone brilliantly and pulled the continent below forward. It was unknown who created the star-shifting art. In the past, it pulled the 5 regions together. 100 years ago, it resolved the crisis of the Tianfu. Today, knowing destiny made a plan to shift the Qilin ruins. The continent traveled for 10 days. 10 days later, in front of a starry sky filled with meteorites, the 4 cardinal towers reversed their vital energy and stopped the Qilin continent from moving forward. Far away in the space, Ning Chen activated his vital energy to resist the inertia of the Qilin continent. After another day, the Qilin continent gradually stopped moving forward. Let's seal the towers. Knowing destiny said that the 4 cardinal towers will continuously consume the earth qi below. It's not a good thing to leave them behind. In the northern cardinal tower, Luo Xingchen spoke. Understood. The other 3 parties nodded at the same time. They activated their vital energy again, and their supreme cultivation turned into stars that forcefully sealed the 4 cardinal towers. On the distant withered star, Ning Chen took a step and his figure instantly disappeared as he rushed forward. Half a day later, in the starry skies filled with meteors, Bai Yi appeared. In front of her, Luo Xingchen and the others had already been waiting for her. Place these meteors according to the positions I've told you. I'll place the Yellow Springs restriction on these meteors and completely conceal this part of the starry sky, said Ning Chen as he looked at the 3 people before him. Lin Yuzhen and Jian Er nodded. Their figures flashed as they continued their preparations. What a hard life! Falling Star sighed unwillingly, shaking his head as he moved to the other side. Ning Chen looked at the Qilin continent that was floating in front of the meteorite. His eyes flashed with light. The first step was about to be completed. From today onwards, this would be their base of operations. Ning Chen's silhouette flickered as he appeared on top of a meteor. With a wave of his hand, Ning Chen's astral soul manifested. With a slash of his sword, he carved the meteor into a formation. This lunatic! Luo Xingchen shook his head and said when he saw this scene from far away. Why? Are you jealous? The sword light flashed and appeared on a nearby meteorite. The sword light transformed and sword too appeared. I envy him. Tui, my aptitude is 100 times, 1,000 times better than his. Luo Xingchen said with disdain. What's the use of having good aptitude? Can you defeat him now? Jian Er said indifferently. Fighting is such a boorish thing. Only boorish people like you care so much about winning or losing. I don't care. Luo Xingchen moved the meteorite while speaking with disdain. That's why you are constantly being chased around. Jian Er said without holding back. Jian Er, are you looking for a fight? With his sore spot being poked, Luo Xingchen was so angry that he stomped his feet. He pointed at the person on the meteorite and shouted angrily. Jian Er looked at Luo Xingchen with disdain and shook his head. Forget it. There is no sense of accomplishment even if I win against you. You. Luo Xingchen was furious. This was too much of a bully. On the other side, Lin Yuzhen pushed a meteorite forward. She glanced at the 2 people who were quarreling nonstop and said, Brother Ning, is it all right for your 2 friends to quarrel like this? It's fine. Ning Chen replied while drawing the formation pattern. Their personalities and temperaments are incompatible. Neither of them is pleasing to the eye. It is harder than ascending to the heavens for them to get along well. You can even become friends like this. I really don't understand what is going on between the 2 of you. Lin Yuzhen retracted her gaze and sighed. I actually don't fully understand it either. However, I trust them, just like how they trust me. These 2 people are the people I can truly entrust my back to. Vice versa, Ning Chen said with a smile. In that case, I can also completely trust them? Lin Yuzhen smiled. Heh! Ning Chen chuckled and said, Your Highness, you should be careful. It is not easy to deal with them. Sometimes, you won't even know what happened when you get cheated. Lin Yuzhen looked at the person in front of her with a strange expression. She then smiled and said, I can imagine. Your Highness, don't look at me like that. I am different from them. I have always treated my friends sincerely and have never cheated them, Ningchen replied. In the distance, Luo Xingchen, who was pushing a meteor over, almost coughed up blood when he heard that. He looked at Ningchen and said with a serious expression, "Fate-seeking? Tui." After saying that, Luo Xingchen kicked the meteor in front of him over and turned to walk to the other side. Out of sight, out of mind. Ningchen raised his hand and condensed his yuan. A wave of snow swept out and stopped the meteor flying over. Then he waved his hand and pushed it back to its original position before continuing with his own matters. I'm not careful with my friends. In the distance, Luo Xingchen sighed. Neither of these two fellows were pleasing to his eyes. Lin Yuzhen showed a smile. Birds of a feather flock together, and birds of a feather flock together. These friends of elder brother Ning were also quite eccentric. Without saying anything else, she flipped her hand and condensed her yuan. Meteors flew through the sky and landed in various important positions. In the starry sky, Ning Chen used his sword as a brush to carve a restriction formation on the stars. The yellow spring's brilliance gradually rose, resonating with the formation from a distance. The yellow springs, celestial slaying, and passage of time, the three great restrictions passed down from generation to generation. There were billions of changes. It was almost impossible to master all of them. As a person who had lived two lives, Fate-seeking's wisdom far exceeded that of ordinary people. He became the inheritor in the human world who was closest to mastering the restrictions perfectly. Today, he used the stars to set up restrictions and recreated the immemorial divine ruins. Just as Fate-seeking was setting up the restrictions, outside the endless starry sky, the Demon Palace's East Army moved faster and faster. All the sects along the way were destroyed. No one could stop them. The leader of the East Army, the second guardian of the Demon Palace, Bai Wangran, was a peerless powerhouse who could control the law of divine wind. His cultivation was half a step to the fourth realm, and he was so powerful that it was terrifying. Almost none of the powerhouses of the sects were his match. He was absolutely crushed without any suspense. In just a few months, the four guardians of the Demon Palace gave people an indescribable shock, causing all the sects to be terrified. In the Buddhist nation, powerhouses of all the sects gathered, nervously and secretly planning the demon-slaying plan. In the current situation, the main reason why the Demon Palace's army was so difficult to resist was because of the four guardians' terrifying combat power. As long as they could kill them, it would be a great encouragement to all the resistance forces. In the Demon Palace, an illusory figure appeared. A young man in white bowed and said, "Saint Priest, everything will proceed according to plan." In front of him, Jia Tiance nodded and said calmly, "There's no need to show mercy this time. Kill them all." Yes. Bai Wangran accepted the order respectfully. In an instant, his figure dissipated and disappeared from the palace. Jia Tiance stood quietly in the palace, looking at the scenery outside. His calm eyes didn't change much, as if none of this could arouse his interest. Chess needed people to play with to be fun. Now, the situation was proceeding according to plan. Although it was going smoothly, it was too peaceful. He couldn't get excited at all. At the western border of the Buddhist nation, the demon army arrived. After tens of thousands of years, the two forces fought again. Wherever the flames of war spread, people were plunged into misery and suffering. In the lead, Bai Wangran stood in the air. A hurricane whistled around him, and no one could get close. Amit Ba. At this moment, above the void, lotus light shone brightly. A figure in golden Buddhist robes appeared. The Earth Buddha Lord appeared on the battlefield. His solemn face was inviolable. "Earth Buddha Lord, I've been waiting for a long time." Bai Wangran looked at the person in front of him and said, "Benefactor, didn't you lead the army here to force me to show myself?" The Earth Buddha Lord said calmly. He raised his right palm and the ground below shook. Two pillars rose up and lifted the two of them up. Thank you. Bai Wangran's figure slowly landed on top of the sky pillar. He said, I do want to compete with the Earth Buddha Lord. I wonder if the Earth Buddha Lord can teach me. Benefactor, I dare not disobey your request. Please. The Earth Buddha Lord answered softly. He twisted his finger, and the ground shook again. In the rumbling, a solemn Buddha statue rose from the ground. Dust billowed and filled the sky. Legend has it that the Buddha Lord is the martial king of the Buddhist nation. It's an honor to compete with you today. Bai Wangran smiled. He flipped his right hand and the clouds in the sky rolled. The wind howled and sand swept up. The battle was about to begin. Outside the battlefield, many figures appeared. The strong cultivators from various sects hid in the sky, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Stupid people. They don't know that their plans have been seen clearly. On a distant mountain peak, a man in a dark silver cloak stood quietly. He smiled as he looked at the experts of the various sects who were hiding outside the battlefield. How many people in the world are as wise as the House Master and the Saint? House Master should understand them. As he spoke, a beautiful figure holding a red umbrella walked over and said softly, Miss you, why did you come all the way here instead of staying with your army? The Dawn Moon House Master asked calmly without turning back. The Buddha Lord is a strong cultivator that even the saint praises. I naturally came to watch the battle. Moon Weaver walked to the peak and answered. I thought that Miss you was ordered to help protect her by, the Dawn Moon House Master said with a smile. House Master, you think too much. Moon Weaver looked at the battle in the distance and said calmly, At least until today, there has been no one in this world that the two protectors of the Devil Palace need to work together to deal with. The Dawn Moon House Master smiled and didn't say anything else. She looked ahead and waited for the battle to begin. Chapter 885. At the western border of the Buddhist kingdom, the two armies faced each other. On top of the two sky pillars, the leaders of the Buddhist and demon armies faced each other. Their powerful auras became increasingly terrifying. The Earth Buddha Lord gently twirled his finger, and a Buddha statue rose from the ground behind him. His Dharma was dignified, and he looked merciful. On the other side, Bai Wangran raised his right hand. Between heaven and earth, wild winds howled and sand swirled. The first move was a Buddha's palm that shook the wind. With a loud tremor, the palm split the wind and stopped. They were evenly matched. The dual polarity of Buddha and demon shocked everyone present. Heaven and earth rumbled, and gods and ghosts were frightened. Extreme heaven wish return. For the second move, the Earth Buddha Lord's left hand flipped over. Tens of thousands of rays of light soared into the sky. The heavens rose and the earth fell. Countless rays of light crisscrossed. The holy light illuminated the world. The people prayed to the heavens, and the Buddhas fulfilled their wishes. On the opposite heavenly pillar, Bai Wangran took a step forward, and a gale swept out from his body. Sand waves filled the sky, and they turned into sharp swords that collided with the 10,000 rays of Buddhist light. As the two moves collided, endless sounds of collision rang out. The sandstorm tore apart the wish of all living beings, and the Buddhist power blocked the might of the divine wind. In this situation where both sides were evenly matched, the aftermath of the shock waves lingered for a long time. The Buddha nation's martial chief was at the peak of the Devil Palace. At that time, when the strongest experts were competing at the peak, their might shocked the world, causing all living things to tremble. On the heavenly pillar, the two of them looked at each other from a distance. Their expressions were grave. After exchanging two moves, both of them knew that both of them were extremely powerful. Both were shocking. Buddhist Lord, your probing is unnecessary. Bring out your true abilities, said Bai Wangran calmly. As you wish. The earthly Buddha Lord answered softly. He put his palms together, and an aurora of light illuminated the world. In an instant, the sound of Buddhist chanting rang out, and golden rain fell from the sky. 8 truths of salvation, 12 Buddha heavenly mantra. The ultimate move of the Buddhist path appeared. The swastika appeared in the air as the world-shaking ultimate art of the Buddhist path appeared once more. In an instant, in the air above the earthen Buddha Lord, numerous Buddhas appeared as a towering holy wall took shape. Holy might permeated the air as it pressed forward. Riding the wind, the saint wall fell from the sky with shocking power. Bai Wangran stopped in his tracks and gathered the spiritual primordial spirit around him. In the wind, thunderbolts surged and struck the Buddha shadow saint wall. The two extremes collided. The aura of Buddha and demon shook. The wind and thunder shook the might of Buddha, devouring each other. Below, the Buddhist and demonic armies were fighting. Amidst the panic, the ground trembled and cracks appeared, sinking hundreds of li into the ground. Instantly, miserable cries shook the heavens. Countless Buddhists and demons were swallowed by the cracks, suffering heavy casualties. Outside the battlefield, the experts from the various great sects were all shocked when they saw this scene. They were shocked by the profound cultivation of these two people. Watch the battle carefully. Once the time is right, attack immediately. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, spoke calmly. This protector of the Devil Palace is much stronger than we expected. Who would have thought that even with such terrifying strength, he would still be inferior to someone else? How terrifying is the strength of the first protector of the Devil Palace? Asked one of the secret realms with a solemn expression. There's no point in thinking too much. Right now, the most important thing is to obtain a breakthrough from this person. As long as we can get rid of this second protector of the Devil Palace, we will definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Devil Palace and slow down their progress, the middle-aged man replied. While the venerables were talking, the battle between the Buddha and the devil on the two pillars of heaven was getting more and more intense. After 3 exchanges, the aftermath of the battle didn't dissipate for a long time, and the sun lost its color. Buddha Lord, I'm really impressed. Are you ready? I'm going to start now. As he spoke, Bai Wangran, who was on one of the pillars of heaven on the devil army's side, rose into the sky with a gust of wind around him. A moment later, he swept out. On the pillar of heaven in front of the Buddha nation's army, the Earth Buddha Lord's expression turned serious. He flipped his hands, and the swastika rapidly expanded, blocking in front of him. I've already experienced the Buddha Lord's Dharma. Now let's exchange some pointers. As he got close, Bai Wangran raised his hand to disperse the swastika. His palm didn't decrease in power as it slammed toward the Buddha in front of him. The Earth Buddha Lord leaned to the side, avoiding the former's palm energy. The swastika coiled around his palm as he forcefully counterattacked. Bai Wangran smiled coldly, controlling his chi and condensing his chi to meet the attack head-on. When the two palms met, the air billowed, and the aftermath swept out in all directions. The pillar of heaven below them shook violently, and huge rocks cracked and fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang! The dust below was stirred up, spreading for thousands of feet. Eclipse wave breaking palm. After exchanging several blows, Bai Wangran circulated his chi again, and a gust of wind blew. His palm energy broke the waves and the sun as it slammed toward the Buddha in front of him. The Earth Buddha Lord leaned to the side, avoiding the palm energy. However, the palm energy swept up the wind and clouds as it pressed down again. With a boom, the swastika rose and blocked the sun-destroying palm. 8 Buddha Seal. The Earth Buddha Lord shouted in the aftermath. He twisted his Buddha fingers, and holy light flowed. The 8 Buddhas appeared above the 9 heavens. The next moment, the 8 Buddha palms slammed down. The energy gathered, and a huge Buddha palm slammed down from the sky, slaying demons and saving the world. Bai Wangran's eyes narrowed, and he retreated 100 feet to avoid the attack. Then, he waved his hand and condensed his chi. A gust of wind howled. The rumbling shook the sky. The wind swept the clouds, and the Buddha light dissipated. Buddha Lord, your martial arts are much weaker than your Dharma cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wangran's figure flashed. He condensed his chi and pressed it on the Buddha's chest. With a grunt, the Earth Buddha Lord's mouth was dyed red. He raised his hand and locked the former's arm. His Buddha finger condensed chi and broke toward the latter's chest. Bai Wangran sneered. He leaned to the side, and the wind chi on his palm swept out, pressing it on the Buddha's chest again. Buddha chain locks the sky. After taking the hit head-on, the Earth Buddha Lord activated his chi again. Golden Buddha chains spread out from his body and locked the demon palace guardian in front of him. Bai Wangran's eyes narrowed. Looking at the Buddha chains around him, he frowned slightly. Do it. At this moment, outside the battle, the experts of the various sects who had been waiting for a long time appeared. They flashed past and joined forces to open the restriction array. The blood origin restriction array was opened, and red light filled the sky. In an instant, the heaven and earth chi within 100 miles was constantly sucked away. The surrounding space turned into a vacuum world. With his power restrained, Bai Wangran's expression darkened. He activated the chi in his body and attacked the Buddha chains. With a bang, the Buddha chains could no longer withstand the powerful force and shattered. The golden light in the sky dissipated and returned to the world. Blood origin restriction array. Bai Wangran glanced at the rising red light around him and said coldly, "It seems like you have been preparing for a long time. Come, let me see what you are capable of." Kill. In the restriction array, the top 10 experts of the major sects dashed out together. With their divine weapons and palm power, they were ruthless. In close combat, flames filled the sky. The top 10 experts worked together to kill demons. Saber, sword, palm, finger, and all kinds of martial arts were derived. Every move was soul-destroying. Bai Wangran's figure moved in the sharp light. He raised his hand to block wave after wave of attacks. His movements were still unshakable. "Don't hold back. End this quickly." The leader of the top 10, the middle-aged man, shouted. His palm condensed a green flame, and the fire chi surged. "Is this all you have?" Bai Wangran raised his hand to block the attack. With a bang, he forced the former back. The other 9 experts arrived again. Their palm energies destroyed the sky and the sea. Waves of sand were rolled up and the world sank. "Where did you get the courage to face me? Back off." With a cold shout, the chi in Bai Wangran's body burst out. The sand turned into wind and he faced the 9 experts. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the 9 figures flew out. When they landed, they vomited blood. 3 lights purify the world. At this moment, in the void, the 3-colored holy light illuminated the horizon. A terrifying Buddha aura descended, frightening even gods and ghosts. In the void, the Earth Buddha Lord sat cross-legged. His aura kept rising. A move that could kill demons had descended to the mortal world. Bai Wangran's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and stood up. He raised his hands. The wind and sand whistled. Although it was difficult to activate the primordial chi of heaven and earth, his demonic aura still shook heaven and earth. It rolled up the sand into waves and crashed into the 3 lights of purification. With a boom, the wind and sand dissipated. The aftermath roared and surged. In the sand waves, a red drop fell from the sky. It was the first time he was injured in the battle. Bai Wangran raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the Buddhas in the sky and said, "Buddha Lord, how does it feel to bully someone with numbers?" And speaking of this, Bai Wangran looked at the peak in the distance and said calmly, "House Lord, after watching for so long, shouldn't you do something?" Chapter 886. The battle between Buddha and demon shook heaven and earth. The blood origin sealing formation sealed the path of demons, and the battle against demons became even more intense. The 3 lights of purification descended, and Bai Wangran was injured for the first time. His white robe was dyed red. On a distant peak, the Dawn Moon House Master, who had been watching the battle, smiled. She looked at the woman in front of her and said, "Lady Yu, it's my turn now. Please excuse me for a moment." House Master, please. The Moon Weaver nodded. The Dawn Moon House Master smiled again. She took a step forward and flew into the sky, heading toward the distant battlefield. A moment later, the Dawn Moon House Master waved her hand and the yellow spring appeared. The shocking divine artifact shone brightly. This is? In an instant, the strong cultivators in the Blood Origin Sealing Formation looked at the sky in shock. Not good. In the battlefield, the Earth Buddha Lord sensed something. His expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and condensed his essence. Boundless Buddhist light rushed into the sky. In this formation, not only am my strength restricted, but so is the Earth Buddha Lord. This palm has no power. In front, Bai Wangran smiled indifferently. He stood quietly in the void, ignoring the Buddha palm that rushed into the sky. In the sky, the Dawn Moon House Master gathered her essence. The yellow spring divine spear was surrounded by light. Endless spiritual chi gathered. She had been preparing for this for a long time. In the next moment, the dazzling spear light pierced through the sky and scattered the Buddha palm. Then it continued downward. Kaboom! In an earth-shattering vibration, the spear light poured into the Blood Origin Sealing Formation. Terrifying shockwaves spread out. The plan of the various sects was instantly destroyed. Formless. The Blood Origin Sealing Formation was broken, and spiritual chi rushed in wildly. In the battlefield, Bai Wangran took advantage of this moment and raised his palm to gather spiritual chi. In an instant, the wind surged and thunder roared. A black storm appeared in the world. Its destructive power shook everything. Once the killing move was used, all living beings were destroyed. The storm engulfed the battlefield. The figures of the top 10 collapsed and died. Earth Buddha Lord, it's your turn now. As he spoke, Bai Wangran's figure flashed and arrived in front of the Earth Buddha Lord. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he pushed back the Earth Buddha Lord and pressed his palm on the Earth Buddha's chest. Blood splattered everywhere as he was pushed back 100 feet. Before the Earth Buddha Lord could stop himself, a white robe flashed by from 100 feet away. He instantly appeared in the sky and gathered his vital energy. With a loud bang, he struck the Earth Buddha Lord's chest again. The Buddha fell to the ground, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. Dust and sand spread out, covering one's eyes for 100 zhang. Buddha Lord! The sudden change in the situation caused the Buddhist experts present to barely recover from their shock, and they revealed shocked expressions as they spoke anxiously. Second Guardian, my duty is done. I'll take my leave first. Above the 9 heavens, the Dawn Moon House Master waved her hand and put away the yellow spring divine armament. Tower Master, please go ahead. Thank you. Bai Wangran said with a smile as he looked at the sky. You're welcome. The waning Moon House Mistress responded. Her figure flashed and she left the battlefield. Bai Wangran retracted his gaze and looked down. He was not in a hurry to attack again. He was waiting for the situation to develop. At this moment, a vigorous Buddhist energy rose from the dust. An instant later, the ground rumbled as Buddhist light filled the sky. A golden Buddha statue rose from the ground. Before the Buddha statue, the Earth Buddha Lord sat cross-legged. The Buddha plate behind him shone brilliantly. His dignified Buddha appearance had abandoned his compassionate Buddha face and turned into a murderous Asura. With a bang, the golden Sarira above the Earth Buddha Lord's head shattered. His white hair danced wildly. The Asura demonic appearance was terrifying. Oh! Seeing this, Bai Wangran's expression changed. As expected of the Buddha kingdom's Wu Kuei, this Earth Buddha Lord had actually held back. 8 truths of salvation, Asura blood sea. The Buddha slaughtered, and blood flowed like a sea. The Earth Buddha Lord raised his hand, and instantly, the thousands of demonic soldiers below exploded. Blood spurted out and gathered in the void. Asura boundary, blood sea 10,000 feet. Behind the Earth Buddha Lord, the golden Buddha statue dissipated and turned into a Buddhist abstinence blade. It was a terrifying ability that had never been seen before. When the Buddhist abstinence blade appeared, endless blood light spread out. The azure blood sea 10,000 feet high, and the sky changed color. Abstinence slaughter. Below, the Buddhist experts were shocked. Looking at the Buddhist forbidden army that appeared in the sky, they couldn't help but tremble. In the void, Bai Wangran's expression was also serious. He looked at the weapon in the Buddha's hand. Without hesitation, he flipped his right hand, and many green pearls appeared around him. There were a total of 9 pearls, and they were extraordinary. The divine weapons appeared at the same time, and their power was shocking. Bai Wangran's figure flashed past, and he made the first move. The Earth Buddha Lord sat up cross-legged, and the abstinence slaughter in his hand slashed down. In an instant, the crimson blade light streaked across the void, and the sky and earth trembled. 100-foot-long blood mark appeared, crossing the sky. When the blade light arrived, the 9 wind pearls coiled up and crossed the sky, blocking the Buddhist forbidden army. With a rumble, the blood light and the green light crisscrossed, and the flames spread for thousands of miles. Terrifying aftershocks surged out. In the aftershocks, the two didn't retreat. Instead, they advanced. The blade light and the pearls kept colliding. Every move was to kill, and every move was fatal. At this level of cultivation, they could reach the divine realm. Every move of the two had the power to destroy the world. The terrifying aftershocks spread out wave after wave, causing the sky above the Buddhist demon army to be devastated. The Buddhists were powerful, and the demonic cultivators weren't inferior either. They competed in cultivation and divine weapons, each displaying their peerless abilities. The rumbling shook the sky. Dazzling light streaked past one after another. The peerless abilities shocked the 9 heavens. 9 wheels sky mist. With a step, the 9 wind pearls coiled up and a fierce wind blew. A huge wind disk appeared in the sky, and a terrifying pressure swept out. Yellow sand filled the air, and rocks flew into the sky. Seeing this, the Earth Buddha Lord activated his Buddhist abstinence blade at the same time. In the fierce wind, the waves of the blood sea rushed into the sky, increasing the power of the forbidden army. Just as the two's battle reached a critical point, the Dawn Moon House Master, who was watching from a distant peak, looked at the woman beside her and said, "Miss Moon, aren't you worried that the second protector will lose?" "There's no need." Moon Weaver looked at the battle in the distance and said indifferently, "The Earth Buddha Lord is indeed very strong, but that's all." The Dawn Moon House Master's eyes flashed. She said, "It seems that Miss Moon is very confident in the second protector." "I can't say that I'm confident. I trust the Saint Arbiter. Since the Saint Arbiter has made such arrangements, nothing will go wrong," said Moon Weaver calmly. "Heh." The Dawn Moon House Master laughed softly and didn't say anything more. As the two talked, the battle in the distance continued. Under the wind disk formed by the 9 wind pearls, Bai Wangran stood coldly. His aura became more and more terrifying. No matter how the blood-red waves hit him, he was as still as a mountain. Brahma Ghost Flame. Above the blood sea, the Earth Buddha Lord stood in the air with the forbidden army in his hand. With a shout, the abstinence blade silently left his hand and floated in front of him. Then, he raised his hands to the sky. Buddhist fire and ghost flames rose up, turning into a meteor shower that fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! The meteor shower hit the 9 wheels wind disk. Waves of fire surged, and smoke filled the air. Under the rain of fire, Bai Wangran's expression didn't change at all. The wind element around him kept attacking the power from heaven and earth. He didn't retreat half a step. "You are indeed an admirable strong cultivator. Unfortunately, you are already a chess piece that has been removed from the chessboard. It's time for you to go to the west and face the Buddha." "In the battle," Bai Wangran said coldly. He took a step forward, and the blood sea below parted. The wind disk rotated, and a majestic aura swept out. The aura that could kill gods and Buddhas pressed down. "Buddha is merciful," the Earth Buddha Lord chanted and waved his hand. The forbidden army in front of him soared into the sky. The blood-red light was dazzling and shocking. With a loud bang, the wind disc collapsed. The wind whistled, and the corner of the Buddha's mouth was dyed red again. On the other side, Bai Wangran took half a step back. Affected by the Buddhist power, he was also injured. Both sides were injured. Originally, it should have been a draw. However, with the heavy injuries in front of him, the Earth Buddha Lord's blood energy continuously flowed out. It was clear that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, the Earth Buddha Lord made up his mind. He shouted and released all of his vital essence. Golden light soared into the sky, and his white hair danced. He turned into a Buddha and gave up 100 years of cultivation. Endless Buddhist power gathered in the Buddhist commandment blade. Suddenly, the blood-red light pierced through the sky. Awaken the three bodies, cross the six paths, Bodhi immeasurable one heavenly Lord. The final move, Buddha light illuminated the sky. The blood sea turned into a golden holy light. In the sky, the Asura demon returned to his Buddha form. He used his body to purify the world. You are finally here. The final move came. Bai Wangran smiled. He waved his hand, and a palace the size of a fist appeared in the sky. It quickly grew bigger. This is... On a distant peak, the Dawn Moon Tower Master was shocked. It was the most valuable treasure of the underworld, the Avicii Hell Palace. This treasure that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years was actually obtained by the Demon Palace? In the battle between Buddha and Demon, Avicii appeared. Hell descended, and the supreme ghost weapon fell from the sky, killing gods and Buddhas. The Earth Buddha Lord was shocked. His eyes flashed with determination. He rushed his move, wanting to die together with the Demon Palace. In an instant, the forbidden weapon of the Buddhist sect and the Avicii Ghost Palace collided. The rumbling echoed for tens of thousands of miles. Terrifying shockwaves swept out. Mountains and rivers disappeared one after another, completely becoming history. In the distance, the Dawn Moon Tower Master and Moon Weaver moved instantly, retreating hundreds of miles. They waved their hands to disperse the shockwaves in front of them. They watched the battle closely. At the center of the battle, the sky and earth rumbled. Dust and sand gradually scattered. The battle that affected everyone finally had a result. Crack! With an ear-piercing sound, the commandment blade in the Earth Buddha Lord's hand cracked and broke in the middle. The forbidden weapon that fell from the sky was so dazzling. In the sky, blood spurted out from the Buddha's chest. Mist filled the sky and covered the eyes. Demons rose and Buddhas disappeared. The most extreme result was merciless and cruel. The second guardian of the Demon Palace, Bai Wangran, sends off the Buddha Kingdom's Earth Buddha Lord. Bai Wangran bowed. This was the last respect for the martial arts of the Buddhist sect. After bowing, Bai Wangran's eyes turned cold again. He ordered, "Kill, leave no one alive." Yes. The demon army below acknowledged the order. Their figures flashed quickly and gradually engulfed the Buddha Kingdom's army. The merciless sound of killing resounded through the sky. It was so cruel that people couldn't bear to watch. In the end, the Buddha couldn't defeat the demon, and the righteous couldn't defeat the evil. In the void, the Buddha with his eyes closed stood still. He was proud and unwilling to fall. He was also determined to fight to the death. In the sacred palace of the Demon Palace, Jia Tiance stood calmly. He waved his hand and a screen appeared in the sky. In Mount Shumi, the heavenly Buddha Lord opened his eyes and looked at the illusory figure in the sky. He was calm and silent. In 3 months, Mount Shumi will change hands. Whether you fight or surrender, it's up to you. Chapter 887. At the western border of the Buddhist kingdom, the war between the Buddha and the demon had ended. Corpses were piled up like mountains. It was an indescribably bitter battle. Blood dyed every inch of the earth, piercing one's heart. After the battle, the Earth Buddha Lord died and the Buddhist kingdom was defeated. After the Battle of Windless City, the human Buddha Lord died and the Buddhist kingdom lost another Buddha Lord. The situation was very dangerous. The strength of the demon palace was already known by everyone. However, such a cruel ending was still difficult to accept. The Buddhist kingdom, the two half-step fourth-stage Buddha Lords, were still defeated so miserably. The flames of war from the Eastern demon army burned every corner of the Buddhist kingdom. Smoke was everywhere and the people were in a terrible situation. The leader of the Eastern demon army held the 9 Wheels Wind Pearl and the Avicii Hell Palace. He destroyed all resistance from the Buddhist kingdom and no one could stop him. 10 days, 20 days. As time passed, the demon palace's army got closer and closer to Mount Meru. The battle between the Buddha and the demon palace was about to begin. The entire all-heavens starfield became nervous. Inheritances of the ancients could not be deceived. Originally, no one thought that a colossus like the Buddhist kingdom would be in danger of being exterminated. However, the heaven-mending pavilion was first heavily injured, then the Chilan pavilion was exterminated. The legend of the ancient inheritances being immortal was broken. Everyone realized that there were no immortal inheritances in the world, much less immortal sections. As the all-heaven changed, the purple myrtle, spirit void, sky mist and other starfields were also paying close attention to the battle between the Buddha and the demon palace. Everyone knew that the demon palace would not stop there. However, the hope of reaping the benefits made many great sects bide their time and wait for the Buddha and the demon palace to both be injured. It was autumn again on the Shinji Peak. Red maples were drifting in the wind, gorgeous like fire. Before the peak stood a purple-robed Shinji. He was looking into the distance with a cold and lonely expression. It was lonely at the top. After 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, he had reached the peak of the true realm and wholeheartedly comprehended the path to immortality. Now, before the path to immortality, he was worried. "A man, have you found him?" After a long time, Shinji let out a soft sigh. He turned his head to look at the red maples on the mountain peak and sighed. The path to immortality was long. Compared to the 9th disciple of Mahist clan, Wild's talent was undoubtedly much greater. As long as he focused on cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he reached the 4th level. For tens of thousands of years, only a few people with a flawless and exquisite heart had appeared in the human world. Once they were discovered and embarked on the path of cultivation, their future would be limitless. He was indeed surprised that the 9th disciple of Mo Gate had passed through the heavenly chasm of immortal treading. However, he still didn't wish for a man to be with him from the depths of his heart. A man's purity caused others to be unable to bear to harm her. However, the hands of the 9th disciple of the Ink clan were covered in blood, and his heart was extremely exhausted since a long time ago, causing him to be unable to hold any emotions of the world. If people from two different worlds forced themselves to be together, it would be difficult for them to get married. This had been the case since ancient times, and it was not something that could be changed with hard work. In this world, there were too few things that could be rewarded with hard work. Divine armament! At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the void and spoke softly. Seeing the visitor, Shinji calmed himself down and said calmly, "What's the matter? Has the day of the final battle between the Demon Palace and the Buddha Nation arrived?" 10 more days. Baiyu replied softly, "Should we go and help?" Shinji nodded and said, "Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Let's go." The Saint of the Demon Palace should appear in person for this battle. Even if we can't change the fact that the Buddha Nation is defeated, we still need to go and say hello. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures disappeared and left. Time flew by in the Buddha Nation, and the 3-month deadline arrived in the blink of an eye. The Buddha Nation's East Army arrived in front of Buddha Mountain. Demonic clouds billowed and covered the sky. In the void, a white-robed Bai Wangran stood in the void, holding the Avicii Hell Palace in one hand and the 9 Wheels Wind Pearl on top of his head. His powerful aura surged, forcing the gods and Buddhas to retreat. On Buddha Mountain, the white-robed novice monks who were sitting quietly were shocked. After a while, they calmed themselves down and began to chant sutras and chant Buddhist scriptures to protect the Buddha Mountain. In front of thousands of novice monks, only one of the three Buddha lords remained. Heavenly Buddha Lord opened his eyes and looked at the demon army that appeared in the sky. He chanted a Buddhist mantra and stood up. Buddha Lord took the initiative, and the entire Buddha Mountain was filled with Buddhist light. The strongest person in the Buddha nation for thousands of years finally revealed his true form. Heavenly Buddha Lord wore a sky-blue Buddhist robe that was untainted by a speck of dust. His aged appearance returned to his youthful appearance. His peak state of vitality shocked the demon army. The Buddha nation's Heavenly Buddha Lord is truly unfathomable. As he spoke, two figures descended from the sky. On the left was a woman holding a red umbrella. Her appearance was flawless, like a fairy that no one could bear to blaspheme. On the right was a tall and sturdy man holding a heavy halberd. His overbearing aura was overflowing. He was also extremely powerful. Moon Weaver Girl and Lu Wangu, the second and fourth protector of the Demon Palace, had appeared on the battlefield, adding fuel to the flames of war. With the arrival of the Demon Palace's three protectors, the pressure between heaven and earth immediately became heavy. Wind whistled, clouds soared, and thunder rumbled. The Buddha nation's doomsday had shaken the world. Countless gazes from both inside and outside the all-heaven starfield turned to watch this world-shaking battle. With the arrival of the three protectors, it would appear that the Demon Palace is determined to win. In a large sect, an aged voice sighed. The demon calamity had wreaked havoc in the world, and the common people were suffering. From today onwards, the all-heaven starfield would completely enter an age of darkness. On Buddha Mountain, demonic clouds loomed over the border. With the appearance of the three protectors, the entire Buddha Mountain seemed to be facing a great enemy. On the Buddha seat, Heavenly Buddha Lord stood up, reverted to his original appearance, and stepped forward. Benefactors, please. Soldier against soldier, general against general, this had never changed since ancient times. In the void, Heavenly Buddha Lord faced the three protectors of the Demon Palace alone. The golden Buddha wheel behind him was dazzling, and an unparalleled pressure rose. It gradually surpassed the Earth Buddha Lord, who was the martial king of the Buddha nation, and reached the peak before the fourth level. Please. Although they were opposing each other, the three protectors of the Demon Palace did not lose their manners. After the words were spoken, life and death were up to fate. The stagnant atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Before the Buddha nation's Lord of 1,000 years, even the three protectors of the Demon Palace did not dare to be careless. Kill. With an explosive roar, the fourth protector of the Demon Palace, Lu Wan's skeletal head appeared, and the heavy halberd shook the heavens and the earth. With a boom, the Buddha's palm struck the heavy halberd, and the force of the heavens and the earth rapidly spread out. The aftershock roared, and the two men's clothes fluttered wildly. The heavy halberd could not move the Buddha's face. Behind them, Moon Weaver saw the situation and waved her hand to summon a sword. The inverted moon appeared, and the divine sword was unsheathed, shining brilliantly. The sword whistled in the air, and the heavens and the earth were overturned. Heavenly Buddha Lord turned his palm to strike the divine sword again, and the moon appeared divine power, wanting to sink the Buddha's body. However, under the Buddha's body, the space collapsed, and the precepts rushed in reverse, forcibly stopping the falling momentum. The Buddha's body stood tall, unmoving like a mountain. For the first time, he showed his shocking Buddhist cultivation. Heavenly Buddha Lord's palms struck the halberd, and the Buddha's vitality surged, forcing the two men to retreat. The two men retreated. Outside the battle, Bai Wangran moved, and the tip of his finger condensed into a violent mist, aiming to kill. Heavenly Buddha Lord looked back, and the Buddha's finger moved gently, blocking the violent mist that filled the sky. It seems that we are not too late. The battle began, and above the horizon, Shunji and Baiyu descended from the sky, watching the battle on the peak of Buddha Mountain. My two friends are indeed not too late. Unfortunately, whether you come or not, it doesn't change anything. As they spoke, the void in front of the two men swirled, and a figure in a silver-gray cloak appeared, blocking their way. Waning Moon Tower Master. Baiyu the Venerable's expression darkened, and he said coldly. The road ahead was blocked, but Shenji's expression did not change. Instead, he looked at the peak in the distance, and a flash of light flashed across his eyes. He had come as well. But on the peak in the distance, a man in a light blue brocade coat stood quietly, watching the battle on Buddha Mountain with wise and indifferent eyes. From beginning to end, there was no change in his expression. Chapter 888. The Battle of Buddha Mountain was the final battle between Buddha and Demon. Heavenly Buddha Lord faced the three great protectors of the Demon Palace alone. Returning to his original form, Heavenly Buddha Lord's left hand twirled his fingers. His body was covered with Buddha's light, and his unbreakable Vajra body took on the joint attack of the three great protectors. Stepping to the side, Heavenly Buddha Lord flipped his palm and countered. The Buddha's palm shook the divine sword, reversing the moonlight. The Buddha's body became light and soared for a moment. Heavenly Buddha Lord calmed his vital essence and took in his chi. Once again, his body stabilized and did not move. So durable, I like it! Lu Wangu shouted, and the heavy halberd struck again. Heavens and earth shook. Heavenly Buddha Lord dodged, and his finger flicked up. It looked casual, but it was full of power. The sound of clashing was endless. Although Heavenly Buddha Lord was fighting against three, his expression was still calm, and his body was like a mountain, unshakable. After attacking for a long time, Bai Wangran opened the Avicii Hell Palace, and a supreme ghost weapon fell from the sky. Shocking power shook the world. Ghost fog lingered, and the heavens shook. Buddhism is boundless. Avicii appeared, and Heavenly Buddha Lord's body was covered with light. He flipped his palm, and the swastika broke through the sky and hit the ghost palace. With a violent tremor, the swastika broke, but the Avicii Hell Palace continued to fall from the sky. Hell Palace's treasure, it really lives up to its name. Heavenly Buddha Lord whispered, and his palms clasped together. In an instant, his body was covered with golden light, and the supreme martial arts of the Buddha kingdom appeared. Heaven and earth shook, and the shadows of Buddhas appeared above the void. 8 truths of salvation, 1,000 Buddhas greeting. 1,000 Buddhas appeared, and their palms rose to the sky. Suddenly, light shone, and the Avicii ghosts cried. With a bang, the Buddhas and ghosts collided, and the Hell Palace stopped falling, unable to fall any further. His unparalleled cultivation was shocking. Although he had not truly stepped into the fourth realm, on Buddha Mountain, Heavenly Buddha Lord, who was supported by the power of Buddha's psyche, displayed a strength that even gods and ghosts could not shake. Every move and style was beyond the limit. Outside the battle, Dawn Moon House Master blocked 2 of the strongest venerables. The situation was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. Baiyu Venerable's face was full of anger. Facing the betrayal of his old friend, he was angry and pained at the same time. My two friends, the main characters of this battle, are not us. As long as you two don't make a move, I will not make a move either. What do you two think? The Dawn Moon House Master looked at the two of them and said with a smile. Waning Moon Tower Master, you. Reverend Moon took a step forward and was about to attack when he was stopped. Baiwe, don't be rash. He looked at the people in front of him and said, Since you are willing to not fight, Baiyu and I are happy to be idle. Let's do as you say. Thank you for your understanding. The Dawn Moon Tower Mistress laughed softly and turned around to look at the battle behind her. She left her back to the two of them, but it was as if she didn't know. Behind him, Baiyu clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. After a long time, he suppressed the anger in his heart and did not attack. Shinji walked forward and stood next to Dawn Moon House Master. Looking at the battle on Buddha Mountain in the distance, he said, "House Master, I have always been curious. What sort of reward did the Demon Palace give you for you to choose to side with the Demon Palace despite becoming enemies with the entire world?" The Dawn Moon House Master smiled and said, "My friend, what sort of reward do you think is worthy of me doing this in this world? The opportunity to reach the 4th level." Shinji looked away and said calmly. The Dawn Moon House Master smiled again and did not say anything. Shinji also did not ask any more. He continued to look at the battle in the distance. This battle would determine the direction of the future war. If the Demon Palace were to win, the entire All-Heaven Starfield would become their territory. With that as their foundation, they would be able to obtain all the resources of the All-Heaven Starfield. At that time, no one would be able to stop them. On a mountain peak in the distance, a pair of indifferent eyes were calmly watching the battle. The Demon Palace's Saint Minister, who had planned the Demon Palace's grand plan for 10,000 years, was quietly waiting for the beginning of the end. On Buddha Mountain, the battle between the top 4 gradually reached its climax. The 3 protectors of the Demon Palace joined hands to attack. Their attacks were fierce and merciless. The Avicii Hell appeared in the human world. Fists and feet collided. The aura around the 4 shook as they fought in close combat. The battle became even more intense. The top experts of the Demon Palace were all famous in the human world. The 3 of them joined hands to kill gods and destroy Buddhas. On the other hand, the heavenly Buddha Lord was wearing a sky-blue Buddhist robe. His face was calm. His Buddhist fingers moved, and Buddhist laws formed like 10,000 blades and appeared in the sky. A moment later, the 10,000 blades turned into the demon-suppressing Buddha Palace and pressed down on the 3. "Come!" The Buddha Palace arrived. Lu Wangu shouted. His heavy halberd spun in the air and broke through the sky. Bai Wangran and Moon Weaver stopped. Their figures flashed and avoided the Buddha Palace. Their palms and swords attacked the Buddhas in front of them. The Buddha palms shook the 2 demons. With a bang, Starfire shook. The battle was in a stalemate. Boom! Behind them, the Buddha Palace suppressed the demons. Lu Wangu's hands were bleeding. He could not bear the power of the Buddha Palace. The heavenly Buddha Lord flipped his palms. Light shone brightly. The 2 demons were pushed back. They attacked at the same time. Sword chi and palm energy broke through the air. With 2 bangs, the protective Buddha light blocked the sword and palm energy. The energy dissipated and scattered between heaven and earth. 30 meters away, Bai Wangran and Moon Weaver attacked again. Sword chi and palm energy soared into the sky, crashing into the Buddha Palace. With a boom, the Buddha Palace was blocked. Lu Wangu's figure flew out and escaped danger. "Many thanks." Lu Wangu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Old bald donkey again?" With that, Lu Wangu stepped forward. His halberd swept forward again. The powerful and domineering halberd could split Mount Tai. The heavenly Buddha Lord shook the halberd. His figure stood tall and unmoving like a mountain. Behind him, Moon Weaver's eyes flashed coldly. She stepped forward and appeared behind Lu Wangu. Her sword fell and the halberd fell. The divine weapon's brilliance rose again. On the other side, Bai Wangran's figure also swept forward. The Avicii Hell Palace in his hand shone with a dim light. With a palm, the flames rose again. With the 3 of them working together, the heavenly Buddha Lord, who had been unmoving like a mountain, took half a step back. The void below him kept cracking, unable to bear the power of the 4. Extradite merciful travel. The situation changed. The heavenly Buddha Lord gathered his vitality and absorbed chi. The golden light in his right hand attracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the shadow of a Buddha appeared behind him. Drip. There was an almost inaudible sound of blood dripping. In the aftermath, the Buddha's figure gradually appeared. A trace of red slid down the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he had been injured since the battle started. "This is not good. Outside the battle, all the strong cultivators who were watching the battle looked solemn. The heavenly Buddha Lord was gradually at a disadvantage. The three guardians of the demon palace were too strong. The fact that the heavenly Buddha Lord could hold on until now with the three half-step fourth realms working together was already impressive. Extreme Tao, Moon Demon. Seeing that the Buddha was losing, Moon Weaver shouted softly. The moon reversal sword in her hand turned. Dark silver demonic chi surged like waves. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, a demonic shadow appeared. It had an unusually strong temperament that frightened even gods and ghosts. Long Wind Riding Chi. On the other side, Bai Wangran also condensed an extreme move. In the hand of the heavens, the wind raged and thunder rumbled. The shocking power made heaven and earth pale. Last move, send you to the west. Not far away, Lu Wangu shouted. He waved the heavy halberd in his hand. Demonic waves rolled. A huge demonic head ghost appeared in front of the heavy halberd. Its terrifying power increased. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. The three moves were about to end. The heavenly Buddha Lord's eyes flashed. He put his hands together and released all his Buddha power. In the sky, the Buddha's light penetrated the dark clouds and descended to the mortal world. Revered one of the world's teachings, extradite Tathagata. The extreme martial arts of Buddhism appeared. In the sky, the revered one of the world's Tathagata appeared. It was 100 feet tall and golden light shone. It was shocking. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Buddha and the demon collided. The shocking Buddha and demon waves roared and surged. Everyone was frightened. Heaven's will. Amidst the scattered shock waves, a helpless Buddhist chant was heard. On the dyed red Buddhist robe, a dazzling brilliance rose up. The forbidden technique of Buddha and demon was about to appear. The Buddha, who was not afraid of death, had the compassion of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. On the road to the west, he would also eliminate the demon scourge for the world. Are you going all out? On the peak in the distance, Jie Tiance, who had not made a move, had a flash of brilliance in his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a broken arrow appeared. Although it was only half an arrow, its aura was still terrifying. After a moment, the arrow light broke through the sky. The terrifying arrow light drew a glaring crack in the sky, shocking everyone inside and outside the battlefield. Outside the Buddha mountain, Shinji and Baiwei were shocked. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The time of the Buddha's destruction and the demon's rise had officially arrived. The last arrow was about to destroy all hope. At this moment, on the Buddha mountain, the sand was raging. The moment the arrow light was about to arrive, everything in the world suddenly stopped. The flowers stopped fragrant, the birds stopped chirping, and the world seemed to be dead. It seems that we are not too late. In the voice, a figure wearing a ferocious ghost mask appeared in the battlefield. He was wearing a black and white cloak. The sword light slashed and shattered the fatal arrow. In an instant, the world returned to normal. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at the figure in the battlefield. They were shocked. Who was this person? Indeed, we are not too late. On the other side, a woman's voice sounded. When the dust settled, a figure with a ferocious ghost mask appeared. His powerful aura overflowed, and the laws of the world kept flowing around him. Who are you? Seeing the two people who appeared in the battlefield, Moon Weaver's expression darkened. Yama of the underworld. At this moment, a third voice sounded in the distance. As he spoke, demonic chi surged. A white-haired figure in black slowly walked over. His face was covered by a ghost mask, and the demonic chi on the sword in his hand was as pure as the three demon palace protectors. The battle changed. On the peak in the distance, Jie Tiance's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly looked at the sky. Friend, since you are here, show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 heavens fire burned the world. In the flames, a red-clothed figure descended from the sky. His face was covered by evil ghosts, and the evil face of the king of hell was terrifying. When he landed on the peak, the mountain sank. The 1,000-foot peak could not bear the extreme power. It rumbled and trembled, falling hundreds of feet. "Saint Arbiter, please retreat." The red-clothed figure with blood-red hair walked over. His face was ferocious, and every step he took was heavy. He was like an evil ghost from hell, making one's hair stand on end. Yama of the underworld's 10 halls. Jiatian's eyes narrowed. Evil ghosts covered the evil face of the king of hell. After countless years, was there still a king of hell left? Chapter 889. The Battle of Buddha Mountain had changed forever. The Yama of the underworld had appeared, and the 4 palaces had arrived at the same time, shocking everyone present. The 3 demon palace protectors' expressions sank as they exchanged glances. The Moon Weaver took a step forward, and her figure flashed as she attacked. The Mountain River Ink realm opened, and the sword that could move mountains and seas was unprecedented. After 100 years, she had become one with the realm. The divine artifact shook the mountains and rivers. The water and moon could not be reversed. The water and moon were no longer magical. They were trapped in the mountains and rivers, unable to escape. The Moon Weaver frowned slightly as she looked at the constantly changing landscape. A cold look flashed in her eyes. Extreme Tao, chaotic reversal. The divine artifact swung, and the world turned upside down. Sword light tore through the air, wanting to break the mountain river sword realm with brute force. "Are you really just the 3rd protector of the demon palace?" Amidst the emotional voice, a figure wearing an ink-white cloak appeared from the mountains and rivers. He controlled the sword realm to disperse the divine artifact's sharpness. The snow sword slashed down, turning the ink into a blade. The divine artifact moved in reverse, and with a bang, the ink dissipated. The figure in the ink-white cloak disappeared from the mountains and rivers again, but the sword ink swept through like rain, sweeping towards the former. "What a troublesome sword!" The Moon Weaver waved her sword, scattering the sword ink one after another. She released her divine sense to search for the swordsman. As the battle began, not far away, the white-haired Yama blocked the 2nd protector of the demon palace by himself. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. 100 years had passed, and the group of people who had cultivated for a long time were no longer the same as before. They had all gained something from their trip to the ancient battlefield. Demon? Looking at the figure in front of him, Bai Wangran narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You're also a demon, but you're actually helping the Buddhists. Your sin is unforgivable. Yama of the underworld is waiting for you on your way," the white-haired figure said indifferently. The sword in his hand spun, and demonic chi surged out. The 2 demons clashed, and powerful waves of chi surged, shocking everyone. The battle between the 2 sides began. Not far away, Lu Wangu looked at the fierce-looking woman standing quietly by the side and said, "What, is it your turn to block me?" Under the Yama mask, the woman smiled indifferently and said, "Protector, you're worrying too much. I'm not your opponent." Amitba, Heavenly Buddha Lord, whose robes were dyed red, stepped forward and bowed to the woman in front of him. "Thank you, benefactors, for your help. There's no need for that. I've been entrusted with the task. Buddha Lord, is it all right to hand this person over to you?" the woman asked calmly. Heavenly Buddha Lord nodded and said, "Although I am injured, it is enough to deal with this person." Shameless boasting. It turns out that Buddhist monks like to boast so much. Lu Wangu sneered coldly. His Zhen Yuan surged and poured into the halberd. Under the Yama mask, the woman ignored the demon palace protector. She glanced at the battle on the other side and nodded. "Then I won't delay Buddha Lord from slaying the demons." After saying that, the woman's figure flashed and flew toward the other side of the battlefield. In the landscape Inky realm, there was a great battle between Bai Ri and Bai Ri. In the realm, 2 swords clashed. The sword light was erratic, flickering. When the woman arrived, she raised her hand and condensed her yuan, causing an invisible shockwave to spread out. Xuanluan, the one you should help is not me, but King Pingdeng. Mo Bai's cloaked figure appeared in the mountains and rivers. He looked at the woman not far away and asked, "No need. He can deal with it alone." The woman replied softly, "King Xuanluan, King Pingdeng?" Moon Weaver's eyes flashed coldly. She looked at the man in front of her and said coldly, "What about you? Which one of the 10 Yama kings are you?" "Me? Ha, protector, you can guess for yourself," Mo Bai's cloaked man replied. His figure flashed, and his snow sword split the yellow springs. With a bang, the two swords collided again. The ink-colored sword chi disappeared. Between heaven and earth, the mountains and rivers shook. Splashes of ink formed into swords, crisscrossing and falling rapidly. "No matter who you are, you will be buried here today," Moon Weaver replied coldly. She pointed her finger at the sword. In an instant, the moonlight reversed the water and rose into the sky. The sword radiance spread, and a divine moon appeared in the sword realm. "Xuanluan, since you are here, is it time to help?" The man's voice came from the mountains and rivers. "That's what I was thinking," the woman replied softly. She raised her delicate hand, and a second moon appeared in the sky. The moonlight shone, and the world seemed to be frozen. It was difficult to move. "Thank you," the man replied softly. His figure flashed, and he walked on the ink. Moon Weaver condensed her essence to return the sword, but she felt her body become sluggish, and her move was blocked. With a bang, the ink sword fell. The rumbling sound echoed through the sword realm, and sand waves filled the sky. On the other side of the battle, Bai Wangran glanced at the battle in the distance. His expression changed slightly, and he stepped out, wanting to help. "If you want to go, you have to defeat me first." The black-robed, white-haired king flashed past, and his sword forced Bai Wangran back. Evil spirits covered his face, and the king was emotionless. He was the king of equality, one of the 10 Yama kings of the underworld. He was merciful by nature, but he had no choice but to kill ruthlessly. "You are courting death." Bai Wangran's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, 9 wind pearls spiraled into the sky. In an instant, wind and thunder roared, and the wind howled. In the next moment, a black storm descended on the world, destroying everything within 100 miles. "Help!" Below, the young novice monks were terrified and panicked. In the void, Heavenly Buddha Lord, who was fighting with the 4th guardian of the demon palace, saw this and called out a Buddhist mantra. He turned his palm and condensed essence, using the Dharma to protect all living beings. Golden light descended, crisscrossing and forming a heavenly net above Buddha Mountain, resisting the black storm from the sky. In the battle not far away, the black-robed king's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The sword in his hand surged with demonic waves, and the blade changed accordingly. The madness of the apocalypse reappeared, and the 6-foot-long sword was horrifying. The demonic sword slashed down, and the void cracked. The black sword light cut through heaven and earth, and with a bang, it landed on the storm. In the terrifying vibration, the storm collapsed, and the demonic chi was eliminated. In the whistling wind and waves, the two stood facing each other, their clothes fluttering, and their murderous intent intensified. Just as the battle between the 3 sides began, on a distant peak, the red-robed, red-haired Yama went to the saint of the demon palace alone. The blood-red sword in his hand swallowed starlight, and it was shocking. "Saint, please retreat." He spoke again calmly. The red-robed figure stopped 10 feet away from the former. "What if I say no?" Jia Tian said lightly. "Then I'll offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, starlight shone down from the sky, reflecting the sword. The red-robed figure moved instantly, and the sword cut through life and death. Jia Tian blocked the sword with his finger, and then flicked it out. With a clang, the sword was shaken away. Soul-devouring palm. The battle was separated. Jia Tian flipped his palm, and a dim light spread out. He forcefully counterattacked, testing the opponent's strength. The red-robed figure took a step forward, and his body moved like an illusion. In the wind, he dodged layer after layer of dim light. In the blink of an eye, the sword passed through the gap, and the cold light was fatal. Rip! The sound of clothes being torn was heard. On Jia Tian's arm, the brocade coat was split open, and the sword light passed by, missing by a hair's breadth. Jia Tian looked back at the figure behind him, and he didn't attack again. He said calmly, "I'm very curious. The underworld has been destroyed for many years. Who exactly are you?" The red-robed figure waved his hand and put away his sword. He said lightly, "The underworld has never been destroyed. It just reappeared today." "I see." Jia Tian nodded and didn't ask more. He looked at the battle in the distance and said calmly, "Retreat." Chapter 890. On Buddha Mountain, Buddha and demons stopped fighting. The demon army retreated from Buddha Mountain. The 3 demon palace protectors also left the battle. Moonweaver looked at the man in the white cloak in front of her and said calmly, "Tell me your name." "Emperor Song." The man in the black mask replied calmly, "I will remember this. See you in the future." With that, Moonweaver's figure faded away. In an instant, she left Buddha Mountain. On the other side of the battle, the 2 demon palms collided. With a boom, the 2 retreated 30 meters each, separating from the battle. Today's battle ends here. I look forward to the moment of life and death in the future. As he spoke, a gust of wind swept through the area. Bai Wangran's figure disappeared into it. In the third battle, Lu Wangran's bone-revolving halberd shook off the battle. He also did not stay and stepped away. On a distant peak, the red-clothed and blood-haired Yama Evil Face looked at the battle below and said calmly, "Thank you, Saint Arbiter." Jia Tian waved his left arm. With a flash of light, the torn robe was restored to its original state. "You should be the current leader of the underworld. How should I address you?" Jia Tian asked. "Yama Evil Face." The red-clothed figure said calmly. "See you in the future." Jia Tian nodded and did not say anything else. His figure faded away and he left the peak. The demon army retreated. On Buddha Mountain, the dark clouds also disappeared. Under the radiance of the sun, the cold aura between heaven and earth gradually dispersed. "My 2 friends, I will also leave. See you in the future." The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled and stepped forward. She left Buddha Mountain with the wind. Beside her, less than a meter away, Shen-ji did not stop her. He let her leave. "Shen-ji, what are you thinking?" Reverend Moon said solemnly. "Nothing." Shen-ji replied calmly. He looked into the distance. A light flashed in his eyes and he said, "Reverend Moon, the Dawn Moon Tower Master's strength is unfathomable. In the future, if you meet her alone, don't act rashly. As long as you don't attack first, I think she will not attack you." Reverend Bayu's face hardened as he stared at the man before him. After a long while, he asked, "Have you noticed something?" Shen-ji shook his head and said, "No, it's just a judgment. The Dawn Moon Tower Master is a businessman. As long as there are not enough benefits, he will not do something that requires a lot of effort. No matter how his stance changes, this matter will not change." Reverend Bayu sighed and nodded. "Don't worry. I won't act on impulse. All right, this matter is over. It's time to go back." Shen-ji glanced at the 4 Yamakings of the underworld, and a thought flashed through his mind. Moments later, he turned around and left. Reverend Bayu nodded and followed him. On Buddha Mountain, the devil army left, and heavenly Buddha Lord's figure descended from the sky. At the same time, in different directions, 3 figures of Yama also descended from the sky and gathered together. "Are you all right?" the woman in a moon-white dress with the mask of a demon asked. "N." The black-robed king nodded and looked at the peak in the distance. "He is the most crucial one. However, since the devil army has retreated, it means that he has succeeded. The saint of the devil palace is extraordinarily intelligent. He should be able to see that the devil army has lost today. It is impossible to take down Buddha Mountain. Retreating is the best choice. The man in a moon-white cloak stepped forward and said. The black-robed king nodded and said, I just don't know if he has tested the strength of the saint of the Devil Palace. I hope this person is not the second Fan Lingyue. The man in a moon-white cloak was silent. Back then, the divine prefecture was severely limited. It was difficult for even an innate expert to appear, let alone an immortal. Although Fan Lingyue was only at the peak of the post-liminary realm, he could even kill an innate expert. His combat strength was terrifying and rare. Coupled with his unparalleled wisdom, it was really terrifying to the point of despair. Knowing Destiny's strength and wisdom were already the most outstanding people he had ever seen. However, back then, he was still suppressed by Fan Lingyue to the point that he couldn't catch his breath and suffered defeat after defeat. If it were not for the restriction of time, the divine prefecture might really have been the world of the Northern Ming imperial court. In this world, it was enough for one Fan Lingyue to appear. If another one appeared, it would really be a disaster. As the two were talking, a red brilliance swept over from afar. After landing, a red-robed figure appeared and stepped in front of the three people. How are you? Are you hurt? The red-robed Yama asked. No, how are you? The black-robed king asked seriously. The saint of the Devil Palace was holding back. I can't see his true strength. However, my intuition tells me that this person's strength is not below any of the guardians of the Devil Palace. The red-robed Yama said. If that's the case, this person is really troublesome. The man in a moon-white cloak said seriously. Yes. The red-robed Yama nodded and said, a wise man with unfathomable cultivation is indeed troublesome. Amitba. At this time, the heavenly Buddha Lord walked to the four people and bowed. Benefactors, thank you for saving Buddha Mountain. I thank you on behalf of the thousands of disciples of Buddha Mountain. The red-robed Yama stepped forward and helped the Buddha Lord up. He said calmly, Buddha Lord, you don't have to be so polite. We were just entrusted by others. The Devil Palace is powerful and will definitely make a comeback. I hope Buddha Lord can prepare early. The heavenly Buddha Lord nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for your reminder. The red-robed Yama nodded slightly. After reminding him, he didn't say anything more. He looked at the three people behind him and said, Let's go. The three people responded softly and stepped forward. Their figures disappeared instantly as they left with the heavenly Buddha Lord. The heavenly Buddha Lord looked at the backs of the four people and sighed in his heart. His youthful face became old again. He walked step by step to the Buddha platform and sat down cross-legged. The calamity of Buddha Mountain was not over yet. It seemed that he had to make a choice. The Buddhist sect's purification technique, the Buddhist sect's thousand-year-old forbidden technique, was the only way to reverse the situation of the Buddhist nation. At the border of the spirit void, celestial, and crepe myrtle, thousands of meteorites floated up and down. Formation patterns flickered, supporting a small world. Among the thousands of meteorites, a continent floated. It was an inheritance that had been broken and rebuilt. The underworld was reopened. At this moment it was no longer in the dark underground, but in the starry sky, overlooking the world. Half a day later, outside the meteorites, four figures appeared. The leader was the red-robed Yama. He waved his hand and condensed chi, opening the stars. The meteorites shifted, and after the four figures walked in, the meteorites returned to their original state. The seal of the netherworld. In front of the 10 halls, figures stood quietly. In front, a man in plain clothes looked at the four people descending from the sky and said calmly, Welcome back. On the faces of the four, the evil face masks dissipated, revealing their original faces. The familiar faces from the divine prefecture looked so friendly now. The phoenix body returned and merged into the main body. Memories came flooding back, replaying the Battle of Buddha Mountain. Long time no see. It had been 100 years since the old friends met. Everyone present smiled. No one thought that the next time they met would be 100 years later. Luo Xingqian, I heard that you are being hunted again? Mu Qianshang stepped forward and mocked. Get lost. Luo Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, It must be that bitch Ji Ming who told you. You have already done it. Why are you afraid of others knowing? Mu Qianshang laughed. Stay away from me. I don't want to see your face. Luo Xingqian gritted his teeth and said. Mu Qianshang laughed again and looked at the man in white. He said, Jian Er, do you have time for a spar? Jian Er nodded. His answer was as simple as usual. Ji Ming, what about you? Mu Qianshang continued to ask. I am busy. You guys go ahead. Ning Chen rejected without hesitation. Mu Qianshang looked at him with disdain. How did the legend of the great Xia teach such a thick-skinned and black-hearted guy? At the side, Lin Yuzhen looked at the few of them exchanging greetings, and did not find it strange. At this time, Mu Qianshang also saw Princess Qi, who was dressed as a man. He looked at his good friend with a strange gaze and said, Ji Ming, aren't you going to introduce her? Ning Chen nodded and said, Princess Qi Lin Yuzhen, the Lord of Phoenix Cry City on the White Emperor Star. Princess Qi? I have heard of her for a long time. Mu Qianshang chuckled. So you are young Master Mu. Brother Ning has mentioned young Master many times. This prince has also admired you for a long time. Lin Yuzhen smiled. He must have mentioned me for no good reason. Mu Qianshang glanced at his good friend and said, Since your highness is Ji Ming's friend, you must not be unfamiliar with my identity. Your highness, do you know what is the most terrifying thing about this guy? May I hear the details? Lin Yuzhen smiled. It is his king of Hellmouth. Mu Qianshang said with a look of disdain, From the time I met him until now, those who he has called senior are all dead. Those who he has called friends have all been duped by him at least once. Therefore, your highness must be extremely cautious when dealing with him. Lin Yuzhen chuckled and said, This prince will remember. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Mu. All right, don't speak ill of me the moment you arrive. Ning Chen said with a smile. He looked at the few of them and said, Qianshang, Zi, Luofei, you have just fought a great battle with the Devil Palace. You need time to recover your true essence. Once you have rested, we will discuss the Devil Palace again. The three of them nodded and walked towards their respective palaces. Ji Ming, are you really planning to officially go against the Devil Palace? On the side, Jian Er asked calmly. Ning Chen nodded and said, As long as the Devil Palace's ambitions are not extinguished, we will definitely fight them. Instead of passively defending, it is better to take the initiative to attack. You should have planned this from the start. Luo Xingqian said in a bad mood. I know that you do not like killing and war, but this is a world where the losers are always in the wrong. If you want to protect the people around you, you must be strong enough, whether it is yourself or the power you can control. Now that the Devil Palace is in chaos, everyone knows of their ambitions. If we continue to be passive, not only the realm beyond heaven, even the inner realm may be affected. Don't forget, the Devil Palace already knows your identity. Whether it is what Hua Zhongde said or other reasons, the inner realm is no longer absolutely safe. If we do not become strong, who will protect those we cherish? Good friend, you are right. Ning Chen nodded lightly and said, Next, I will arrange a plan to fight against the Devil Palace. I hope that my friends can cooperate with me. Chapter 891. In the starry sky, at the intersection of the three major galaxies, Ziwei, Lingshu, and Celestial, among thousands of meteorites, there was a floating continent. On it sat 10 majestic and extraordinary palaces. Among the palaces, in the King of Hell's palace, the elites gathered to discuss the great cause of fighting demons. There were 7 seats. Ning Chen, Xiazi, Luofei, Mu Qianshang, Jian Er, Lin Yuzhen, and Luo Xingqian sat around a long table. On the table in front of them, there was an evil mask, symbolizing their new identities. Everyone is here. Ji Ming, let's begin, Xia Zi said. Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the 6 people seated before he calmly said, "Everyone, I'm sure everyone knows the reason why I've gathered everyone here. The appearance of the Devil Palace means that chaos has arrived. We can no longer passively defend like before. Taking the initiative to attack is the best choice. Does anyone have any objections?" The 6 of them pondered for a moment and shook their heads gently. When Ji Ming summoned them, they were already mentally prepared. The Demon Palace was powerful and could not be compared to any other forces. They all had people they wanted to protect and could not allow the Demon Palace to act recklessly. Ning Chen looked at Prince Qi, the only one who was not from the inner world. He said calmly, "Your Highness, I've already told you about our origins. Now, the Demon Palace probably knows about the situation in the inner world. Therefore, Your Highness need not doubt our determination to fight against the Demon Palace. Just like how Your Highness wants to protect the Baiki dynasty, we have things we want to protect. The Demon Palace's expansion is not something we want to see." Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, "Brother Ning, don't worry. I've never doubted your determination. However, I don't understand why Brother Ning wants to reopen the underworld and choose to fight against the Demon Palace in this way." "Because we need to turn the light into the dark," Ning Chen said calmly. "In the current situation, the Demon Palace's strength is not something any force can fight against. We can't do that either. If we fight them head-on, it will be disadvantageous for us. Therefore, turning the light into the dark is our only choice." "What's your plan?" Xia Zi asked. "It's simple. Before the Demon Palace knows about our strength, we'll defeat them one by one and inflict the greatest damage to the Demon Palace." Ning Chen said seriously. "You mean to kill the 4 guardians of the Demon Palace?" Mu Qianshang asked. Ning Chen nodded and continued, "After the battle on Buddha Mountain this time, I'm sure everyone already knows the strength of the Devil Palace's guardians. Other than the first guardian who hasn't made a move yet, the strength of the other 3 guardians is basically clear. They're half a step into the 4th realm and extremely powerful. Even if each of us here were to face these 3 guardians alone, it would be very difficult for us to win. It's not just difficult, it's almost impossible." Mu Qianshang opened his mouth and said helplessly, "In the Battle of Buddha Mountain, I was up against the 3rd guardian of the Devil Palace. If it was a true one-on-one battle, my chances of winning are less than 30%. At the side, Xia Zi was silent. After a moment, he said, "In the previous battle, the 2nd guardian's strength has yet to be revealed. I don't know how much he's holding back for now. However, there's no doubt that this person's strength surpasses that of an ordinary half-step 4th realm cultivator. If I don't fight with my life on the line, I won't be able to do anything to him." The expressions of the crowd turned heavy. The 4 protectors of the Devil Palace were simply too powerful. It wouldn't be easy to kill them. "Then let's start with the weakest, the 4th guardian," Ning Chen calmly said. "From the situation of this battle, although the 4th guardian of the Devil Palace is powerful, he is not as terrifying as the Moon Weaver girl and Bai Wangran. As long as the trap is set, it is not impossible to kill him. This person—" Light flashed across Mu Qianshang's eyes as he said, "From what I can see, his strength is frightening, but his speed is ordinary. Such an opponent should be the most suitable for you and Mu Qingxue. After all, the 2 of you have the experience of working together in the battle against the Nether King. It will be easy for you to deal with such an opponent." The atmosphere gradually turned heavy after he spoke. Only then did Mu Qianshang realize that he had said something wrong. He smiled apologetically and stopped the topic. Ning Chen smiled softly and did not avoid the topic. "Mu Qingxue has already left for 100 years. I don't know where she is now. Besides, there's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with this person. Don't you agree, Zi?" Xia Zi nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. Leave this person to me. Luofei, you and Z should go together. At a critical moment, your scroll of the moon can play a big role. Ning Chen said. Luofei nodded and said, Okay. Z, Luofei and Qian Shang have already made a move once. Won't the Saint Arbiter of the Devil Palace be vigilant? If there's really no other way, we can go instead. Sitting down, Jian Er said with a worried expression. No need. Ning Chen shook his head and said, If there's no need, I don't want you to expose yourselves so early. Now, the less we expose our strength, the harder it will be for the Saint Arbiter to guard against us. This will be more advantageous for our future operations. Since that's the case, I'll go with you just in case. Mu Qianshang said. Ning Chen nodded and said, You indeed have to go. Remember, if there's any change, immediately withdraw and retreat. Understood. Mu Qianshang nodded and replied. What can we do? Luo Xingchen asked. Stay put for now. Ning Chen said softly. This place cannot be left unguarded. You and Jian Er stay here. Also, Your Highness Prince Qi, you need to come with me. What's the matter? Lin Yuzhen asked. Go and test the Devil Palace's first protector. Ning Chen said calmly. Since the Phoenix body has already made a move once, it won't be considered exposing myself if I make a move again. The Devil Palace's first protector has yet to display his true strength. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Lin Yuzhen's expression turned serious and said, There's one thing I must tell you in advance. The Phoenix Cry sword in my hand is too conspicuous and cannot be used for the time being. However, if I don't use this sword, this prince's strength will be somewhat restricted and cannot be fully displayed. That's why Your Highness is coming with me. If we work together, even if Your Highness cannot display his full strength, it should be enough for the first protector to display his true strength. Ning Chen said seriously. Lin Yuzhen's eyes narrowed and said, Is it us or me and the Phoenix body? Ning Chen said calmly, The Devil Palace's first protector's strength is unknown. If the Phoenix body goes alone, I will not be at ease. Lin Yuzhen nodded and did not ask any more questions. Besides the first and fourth protector, won't you send someone to deal with by Wangran and Moonweaver? Mu Qianshang asked, puzzled. There's no need. Ning Chen nodded and said, It's difficult to deal with those two for the time being. With their strength, defeating them will not be easy and killing them will be even more difficult. Let's find another opportunity. We can launch a sneak attack. Luo Xingchen suggested. As his words fell, everyone looked towards the former. Under the solemn atmosphere, no one dared to mock him. Although sneak attacks sounded dishonorable, all is fair in war. Many times it was unavoidable. I've thought about it, but it won't work. Ning Chen did not avoid the topic and said, The divine artifact in Moonweaver's hands, Moon Reversing Water, has the power to reverse any material object. As for Bai Wangran, he has profound attainments in the laws of heaven and earth, and has wind element protecting him at all times. Even if you launch a sneak attack in battle, it will be very difficult for your arrows to heavily injure the two of them. Actually, the most crucial problem is that we do not have enough manpower to divide our forces. If we can kill two protectors at once, we can only temporarily deal with the fourth protector, who we have the most confidence in. Luo Xingchen looked helpless and said, Where did the Demon Palace find so many monsters? Forget about one, there are at least 4 of them. The Demon Palace's strength was originally at the top of the 11 great inheritances. During the demon-slaying war 30,000 years ago, it was only with the combined forces of all the sects in the world that they were barely able to severely injure them. Even so, the Tao sect completely disappeared in this war. The Buddhist kingdom was heavily injured and went into seclusion. The various sects in the world also suffered heavy losses. Now that the Demon Palace has appeared again, they must be fully prepared. It is not strange for them to have such strength. Lin Yuzhen said. Although the Demon Palace is strong, there is no need to be discouraged. This is just the beginning. It is enough to eliminate one protector. As long as we can defeat the demon palace once, the fear in the world will lessen. The situation will gradually change in the future. Ning Chen said calmly. Ji Ming, I'm worried that the saint of the demon palace has already prepared for our plan. After all, the fourth protector is the weakest of the four protectors. This is no secret. Mu Qianshang said. Ning Chen smiled and said, Brother Mu's worries are reasonable. However, in the Battle of Buddha Mountain, did we display superior strength? Mu Qianshang thought for a moment and said, No. Based on the strength we displayed, we are not as good as the three protectors. That's it. Ning Chen said softly, Defense. The saint of the demon palace will definitely be on guard. Even before we appeared, the saint of the demon palace must have been guarding against the possibility of the four great protectors being defeated separately. We know this, and so do the people of the world. However, until now, no one has been able to do so. The fourth protector's strength is indeed not as terrifying as the Moon Weaver girl and Bai Wangran, but that is only in comparison. To anyone else, the fourth protector of the demon palace is undoubtedly an existence that is very difficult to shake. At this point, Ning Chen paused for a moment before continuing. No matter how strong the demon palace is, there is a limit to their energy. The saint of the demon palace will not ambush an overly powerful backup for a protector who is already half a step into the fourth realm. There is no need, and they do not have the energy to do so. Of course, there is always a possibility. The reason I asked Brother Mu to go is to prevent this possibility. In addition, before you make your move, His Highness Prince Qi and I will deal with the first protector first to attract the attention of the demon palace and create a better opportunity for you. Mu Qianshang nodded lightly and said, I understand. You and His Highness Prince Qi should be careful. Ning Chen responded softly. Looking at the masks in front of him, he said calmly, Everyone, time is of the essence. Let's go. Everyone nodded, and one by one, they picked up the masks in front of them and put them on. A moment later, outside the thousands of meteorites, the divine restriction was activated. The underworld appeared and the King of Hell moved out. The flames of war rose again. Chapter 892. In the northern part of the myriad heavens, the sky was filled with stars. On a planet with life, demonic flames were burning every inch of the land. At the head of the demonic army, a man stood there quietly. His lonely and calm eyes were as deep as a valley, making it hard for people to look away from him. The first protector of the Devil Palace, the head of the four protectors who didn't participate in the Battle of Buddha Mountain, had the most special position in the Devil Palace. Even if he didn't listen to orders, no one dared to have any objections. Protector, all the resistance forces on this planet have been eliminated. Should we continue to conquer the other planets? A general of the Devil Army stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Yes. Jun Wentian nodded. Just as he was about to turn around, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked at the sky and said slowly, Who is it? As soon as he said that, the clouds in the sky scattered and flames burned the world. 2 Yama descended from the sky. Their powerful auras shocked the demonic army. Yama of the underworld. Jun Wentian's eyes flashed. He had already heard about the Battle of Buddha Mountain. 4 Yama of the underworld appeared and stopped the Devil Palace's plan to destroy Buddha Mountain. The first protector of the Devil Palace, I've heard of your name for a long time. The red-clothed Yama spoke between the two. Why have the 2 Yama come here? Jun Wentian asked calmly. I've heard that the first protector of the Devil Palace has a shocking cultivation. Today we're here to ask for your advice, the red-clothed Yama replied. Just the 2 of you? Jun Wentian asked indifferently. We're just asking for advice. 2 people are enough, the red-clothed Yama replied. When I attack, it's hard to determine the severity of the situation. I'm not in a good mood today. Let me give you a word of advice. Leave as soon as possible. Jun Wentian said indifferently. Since we're here, we won't regret returning. Since Protector is not in a good mood, we'll accompany you to fight. As soon as he said that, the sky darkened. The red-clothed Yama flashed past and unsheathed her blood-red divine sword. Starlight filled the sky. With a clang, 2 fingers shook the divine weapon. Jun Wentian's eyes gradually turned cold. He flicked his finger and shook the sword away. Your swordsmanship is not bad. Unfortunately, your skills are not good enough. Jun Wentian commented indifferently. Then, he flipped his palm and took in the chi. Waves of dust surged beneath him as he slapped out with his palm. That might not be the case. Hong Yi unsheathed his sword and moved both his hands. His strong foundation activated his peerless martial art. The Kylan's famous move, the 9 Heavens star-picking hand, reappeared in the world. With a loud bang, the 2 palms collided. Great waves and undercurrents rapidly surged outwards. Beneath the 2 of them, the ground split open and sank down several feet. Behind him, Yama Chu Jiang made his move. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as the astral souls that flew out flew into his hands. With a single slash of his sword, Jun Wentian stood between life and death. Jun Wentian's body trembled violently as he flipped his palm to block the divine weapon's attack again. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, the contempt in his eyes disappeared as he pushed his palm to break free from the battle. I take back my words. You guys are good opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wentian raised his hand and conjured up raging waves of clouds that were shockingly majestic. With just a casual move, the might was already world-shaking. The Devil Palace's #1 protector, whose depths were difficult to see through, revealed his strength for the first time. A single palm shook heaven and earth, toppling mountains and overturning seas. As the torrential waves approached, the red-robed Yama did not attempt to evade. Instead, he flipped his palm and condensed his origin energy. Starlight spread out as he used the first stage of the 9 Heavens star-plucking hand. With a loud bang, he blocked the heavenly might with his palm. This was a world-shaking martial art. Both sides were shocked. The depth of his cultivation and the thickness of his foundation were unprecedented. At the instant when the 2 palms collided, the astral soul soared in the hands of the purple-robed Yama moved. The scattered starlight in the sky gathered once again, and the sword light shone brightly as it pierced towards the chest of the Devil Palace's protector. Too slow. Jun Wentian raised his hand to block the divine weapon. On his palm, a black vortex appeared. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was sucked back, and soon after, the spiritual energy gushed out. The purple-robed Yama's eyes narrowed. She turned around and retreated rapidly, avoiding the former's palm. 9 Heavens star-picking hand, shaking the sea. Divine might appeared once again. The purple-robed Yama's body was surrounded by frost. She pushed her palm energy, splitting the sea apart. The tyrannical palm energy was unprecedentedly vigorous. Jun Wentian didn't move. He raised his hand to block the shaking the sea palm. With a loud bang, the waves surged. The clothes of the 2 fluttered wildly as the ground before them split apart. Seems like you guys still held back in the Battle of Buddha Mountain. I admire your foundation, Jun Wentian said. His left hand gathered chi. Instantly, thousands of waves fell from the sky. He raised his right hand at the same time. Blue flames surged and spread. The combination of fire and water was shocking. Seeing this, the red-robed Yama waved her hands. Frost spread out in the sky. She gathered chi in her body and used her ultimate move again. 9 Heavens star-picking hand, breaking the moon. With the palm energy, the moon broke. The shocking power appeared again in the mortal world. The red-robed Yama used all his strength to destroy the star-picking hand with his supreme foundation. Fire and water fell from the sky, plucking the stars and breaking the moon, the most extreme collision. With a boom, a dazzling brilliance rapidly spread out, and the aftershock howled in a radius of 10,000 li. Tens of thousands of devil soldiers were swept away by the aftershock of the battle between the two, and the weaker ones exploded with a bang. Just as the three of them were fighting and attracting everyone's attention, far away in the boundless starry sky, in front of the Devil Palace's army, the three Yama kings of the underworld descended from the sky. "It's you guys." Seeing the newcomers, Lu Wangu's face sank. Killing intent overflowed from his body as he said coldly, "Finish the battle quickly to prevent any unexpected changes." The white-robed Yama reminded and walked away. He didn't join the battle and chose to be on guard outside. "Understood," the black-robed Yama king calmly replied. Without saying anything else, he waved his hand. Demonic chi surged and the devil sword appeared. Then, he revealed his true form, the mad doomsday state. In the sky filled with black feathers, the 12 wings of sin unfolded behind the king. In an instant, an extremely terrifying demonic wave rolled out. The king used his full strength. In an instant, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Devil Palace's fourth protector. Before the fourth protector could react, the mad doomsday sword slashed down. Lu Wangu was shocked. His heavy halberd appeared in his hand and faced the devil sword. With a loud bang, a huge force came. Lu Wangu's legs sank into the ground. He couldn't bear the king's demonic might. Blood flowed out of his hands, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn. In just one move, the winner was decided. This guy. Outside the battle, the white-robed Yama king's eyes flashed. Among them, knowing destiny had said more than once that Xia Zi had the best talent. However, Xia Zi was kind and kept a low profile. He didn't like to show off, so he hadn't been conspicuous all this time. However, after Xia Zi joined the devil, his terrifying talent was revealed to everyone. Even the knowing destiny state, who knew him best, suffered a great loss at that time. The two started fighting. Behind them, the devil army recovered from their shock. Several devil generals wanted to help, but a sword chi pierced through the air, cutting the boundary. "I don't want to kill people easily. It's best if you don't go forward," Yama King said coldly. Several devil generals trembled. They looked at the Yama King of Hell in front of them with fear. On the other side, the white-robed woman stood quietly. The evil face mask on her face was abnormally fierce. Although she hadn't made a move yet, she already brought endless pressure to the devil army. The two of them guarded the array. The king was killing the devil. Heaven-burning demonic flame. In the battle, the doomsday force suppressed the heavy halberd. The black-robed king's left palm ignited the devil flame. Then, he slammed his palm toward the former's chest. Lu Wangu's pupils constricted. He quickly dodged to the side. The devil flame attacked, and the ground behind him collapsed. Boom! In that moment of distraction, the king's devil sword increased its strength by 30%. Lu Wangu's body sank another foot. A devil who betrays his heart. How infuriating! Lu Wangu roared. He formed a heavy fist and punched toward the former's body. The king was fearless. He turned his palm into a fist and met the attack head-on. The two fists collided. With a boom, the battle was split into two. Lu Wangu used his bone body technique. His body rose from the ground and fell from the sky. It was the simplest move, but it was extremely domineering. It slashed down with an ear-piercing sound. Pieces of the void collapsed, unable to withstand this terrifying force. The black-robed king didn't dodge. He held the 6-foot-long devil sword and met the heavy halberd head-on. In the earth-shattering collision, the king's knees sank into the ground. His arms were dyed red. The injured devil duo's wild nature was stimulated. The king punched, and the devil flame moved the world. Lu Wangu also punched. Fist against fist, soldier against soldier. They didn't dodge and faced each other head-on. They exchanged several moves. The two's fists crossed each other. With a boom, their fists landed on each other's body. With a violent tremor, their fists were dyed red. Outside the battle, the two Yama kings looked at the battle with different expressions. One was worried and the other was speechless. The woman in the white dress had a faint glow in her hand. She was ready to help at any time. On the other side, Yama King Mabai blocked the devil army. He looked at the battle from the corner of his eyes, and his eyelids twitched. Knowing destiny once said that every devil was a lunatic. Today, he saw that it was true. He couldn't learn such a suicidal fighting style. Autumn water flows through the two sides. Heavenly light appears in the sea of clouds. Under the devil cloud, the king used the Confucian sect's ultimate technique. The violent light of doomsday soared into the sky. In an instant, devil chi pierced through the devil cloud, and heavenly light descended. Lunatic! Lu Wangu's expression changed as he hurriedly retreated, wanting to avoid the attack. However, it was already too late for him to avoid the attack. The heavenly light shone on the two. Devil chi and righteous chi clashed. Lu Wangu groaned and his mouth turned red. On the other side, the king's mouth was also red. However, he was prepared. He endured his injuries and stepped forward, punching out. With another groan, Lu Wangu's body flew back and crashed into a mountain. Countless rocks flew in all directions, smashing into the devil army not far away. Bang! 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 For a moment, miserable cries filled the sky. Cough, cough! Lu Wangu rushed out of the collapsed mountain and coughed violently. His armor was torn in several places, and he was in a sorry state. In front, the black-robed king walked over step by step. His devil chi was becoming more and more terrifying. At this moment, an eye suddenly opened on Lu Wangu's forehead. Without any warning, a dim light pierced through the air and silently pierced through the king's chest. With a groan, the black-robed king steadied himself and raised his hand to press down on the wound on his chest. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the mountain. Devil chi surged, and he punched the devil in front of him into the ground. With a miserable groan, Lu Wangu's body sank into the ground. Blood splattered, dyeing the mountain red. Under the ground, the previously opened eye on the devil's forehead had already disappeared. Only his face was covered in blood. Chapter 893. In the north of the myriad heavens, the cold wind was blowing. Amidst the wind, the battle between the Yama and the devil cultivator was getting more and more intense. The 9 heavens star-plucking hand reappeared in the mortal realm. It was forceful and domineering. The red-cloved Yama displayed his first shocking divine skill. The two exchanged powerful moves and palms. Their foundation, cultivation base, experience, and reaction speed were competing. Neither of them showed any mercy. Again, facing his first opponent, Jun Wentian shouted. His hands moved and summoned the heavenly waves. Between the heavens and the earth, clouds rolled and rolled crazily. His palms pressed down and sank 100 feet into the ground. The red-cloved Yama condensed his chi and attacked. With a loud bang, the two palms collided and the aftershock spread for thousands of miles. It was a shocking battle. The Yama shook the heavens. The two pinnacle experts of the world were fighting. Their palms collided with each other. In order to hide his identity, the red-cloved Yama abandoned his sword and formed a palm. His every move was powerful enough to overturn the heavens and the seas. After exchanging a few moves, Jun Wentian's palms became stronger. Jun Wentian successfully channeled his chi and soared into the clouds. The red-cloved Yama dodged the palm and punched out mercilessly. As the palms and fists collided, the void was split into two with a loud bang. Again. This was the first time in 100 years that they had such a hearty battle. Jun Wentian raised his hand and split the sky. The red-cloved Yama didn't dodge. With a flip of his palm, frost surged and he attacked with his palm. With a loud bang, the two experts clashed once again. The powerful aftershock spread out endlessly. Sand was rolled into waves and stones were thrown into the air. Countless hands and limbs clashed. Rumbling sounds could be heard as sand and stones were thrown into the air. The two unshakable experts were evenly matched. They fought in close combat and punched each other with heavy blows. Outside the battle, the purple-clothed Yama stopped and looked at the devil army behind her. She raised her sword and gave a warning. Rumble! As the two fists clashed again, the battle was split apart. Jun Wentian looked at the few devil generals who were about to attack and ordered, "All of you back off." After saying that, Jun Wentian looked at the purple-clothed Yama and said, "You back off too." Under the Yama mask, Lin Yuzhen's eyes narrowed. After a while, she stepped out of the battle. On the other side of the battle, the red-robed Yama didn't stop Jun Wentian. From the start of the battle until now, he could sense that this #1 protector of the Devil Palace was different from the other 3 protectors. He also wanted to see how much more capable this person was. "Come on, there's no one to disturb us now, so there's no need to hold back." Jun Wentian retracted his gaze and looked at the red-clothed Yama. "As you wish." The red-robed Yama nodded. With a flip of his palm, he condensed his origin energy, causing waves of snow to surge. His unparalleled foundation shook the heavens and earth as he once again displayed his supreme technique. 9 heavens star-plucking hand, burning sun. Wind and snow swept across, reaching thousands of feet into the sky. A huge wind and snow vortex condensed into the horizon, shaking the stars and burning the sun. Jun Wentian steadied his footsteps and channeled his qi into his yuan. With a single step, he soared into the sky, shaking the heavenly might with his strength. With a rumbling sound, the wind and snow scattered, and a figure descended from the sky. With the momentum of falling from the sky, a heavy palm landed. Jun Wentian's palm landed on the ground, causing dust to rise up in the air as the shock waves swept across the area. The red-robed Yama immediately turned around and clenched his fist as he punched towards the center of Qin Ye's back. Without any delay, Jun Wentian pierced through the heavens and stepped on the ground. Demonic might filled the sky as the yellow springs opened a path for him. As the fist and palm collided, the shock waves howled. However, the two figures did not retreat. Instead, they advanced. They were very close to each other, and their killing moves were deadly. The earth trembled, and it was a shocking sight. As the heavy palms collided, every move was shocking. The two were not afraid of the heavens and earth. Their killing palms were majestic and shocking, and in an instant, the sky and the mountains were split. After exchanging another 100 moves, their fists interlocked, and they were drenched in sweat. The battle intent of the two was fully unleashed, and their killing moves were frequent. With a loud rumble, the two retreated half a step. The corners of their mouths were dyed red, and they were injured for the first time since the start of the battle. Satisfying. Jun Wentian raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "Again?" The red-robed Yama did not reply. Instead, he looked at the purple-dressed woman outside the battle. Under the Yama mask, Lin Yuzhen shook her head lightly, indicating for them to retreat. The red-robed Yama retracted his gaze and looked at the first protector of the Devil Palace in front of him. He said calmly, "The battle ends here. It is not a life-and-death battle. Your Excellency also did not put in any effort. There is no need to continue fighting." Hearing this, Jun Wentian gradually retracted his aura. He said, "It is rare for us to have such a good battle. I did not expect it to end so quickly. You two should leave. The next time we meet, I might not be able to show mercy." The red-robed Yama nodded and did not say anything. He turned around and left. The purple-dressed woman followed, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night sky. "Protector!" Several demon generals went up and said anxiously. Jun Wentian raised his hand and stopped them from speaking any further. Then, he turned to look in the direction that the two of them had left. A flash of light flickered in his eyes. The Yama King of Hell. He hoped that their appearance would bring some joy to this boring invasion. "Have you tested the strength of the first protector of the Devil Palace?" In the starry sky, Lin Yuzhen asked. "We have tested a little, but it is not complete. Ningchen said calmly, "This person is indeed very strong. The strength he has shown so far is not inferior to Bai Wangran and Moon Weaver. We do not know how many trump cards he has hidden." Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed. The 4 protectors of the Demon Palace were each more terrifying than the last. In addition, there was also the Saint Arbiter. In addition, what about the Demon Lord who had never appeared? What kind of strength would he have? The waters of the Devil Palace were so deep that one could not see the end. "I wonder how young Master Mu is doing?" Lin Yuzhen came back to her senses and said softly, "Don't worry. With Z they will be fine." Ningchen said calmly, "You seem to have a different feeling and confidence in Xia Zi." Lin Yuzhen was puzzled. Ningchen was silent. After a moment, he said, "In our generation, the one with the best talent is Z. He is also the one with the fastest cultivation speed. However, when he entered the Xiantian realm, he was delayed by several years because of me. Now, in terms of cultivation speed, he has once again surpassed all of us. He is the first to enter the true realm. I have never doubted him." So many extreme Dao experts appearing in the inner realm. How terrifying! It is hard to imagine what you have all experienced. Lin Yuzhen sighed. The laws of the inner realm are restricted and cultivation is extremely difficult. Therefore, if you want to increase your strength, you have to find other methods. The people Your Highness has seen are the most outstanding experts in the inner realm. They have experienced the sharpening of the battle of the gods. Those who have survived are all battle maniacs, Ningchen said calmly. Hearing Ningchen's description, Lin Yuzhen sighed. That description was indeed appropriate. Although those people from the inner realm did not have the strongest cultivations, their true battle power was extremely terrifying. Perhaps it was truly a great wave washing away the sand. Those who could survive were all experts among experts. While the 2 of them were returning, in the southern part of the All-Heaven Starfield, the demon-slaying battle was coming to an end. The king's dignity could not be blasphemed. He used his strength to suppress the Demon Palace's 4th protector. Within the collapsed mountain, the Demon Palace's 4th protector was in a sorry state. After using the 3rd eye on his forehead, his blood was rapidly dissipating. It seemed that he could not bear the power of the divine eye. Unwilling to be defeated, Lu Wangu's palms trembled. His body left the ground and soared into the sky. Useless struggle. On the ground, the black-clothed king coldly snorted. He took a step forward and his body rose from the ground. The apocalyptic berserk demonic wave swept forth, and a sword fell from the sky. Lu Wangu's spinning halberd met the attack. With a loud explosion, demonic aura surged between the 2 of them. An enormous backlash spread out, splitting the space for 1,000 miles. With injuries on top of injuries, Lu Wangu's mouth overflowed with blood. His body was sent flying, crashing into mountain after mountain. Outside the battle, the 2 Yama Kings looked on from afar, and their expressions didn't relax at all. Instead, they became even more vigilant. Even though nothing out of the ordinary had taken place so far, this was still the biggest anomaly. Demon sword buried the heavens. In the sky, the black-clothed king took a step forward and rushed forward. He used the apocalyptic berserk demonic move again. The 12 sin wings on his back spread open to increase his demonic might. Several thousand feet away, Lu Wangu roared. He gathered all his true yuan with his heavy halberd and condensed the last of his power into one move. Demonic aura coiled around the heavy halberd. Surging demonic aura rose to the peak. Its terrifying might turned the surrounding 300 meters into a black hell. The 2 moves were about to clash. At this moment, outside the battle, the white-clothed Azura moved. She gathered true yuan with her slender hand, and the surrounding world immediately changed. When the heavenly book descended, space froze and time stopped. In an instant, flowers stopped blooming and birds stopped chirping. It was as if the world had died. Lu Wangu's pupils constricted. However, His body was restrained, and it was too late. In an instant, the demonic sword pierced through the demonic beast and pierced through its body, bringing out a waterfall of blood. Lu Wangu groaned as the demonic sword pierced through his body. He looked at the demonic sword in his chest, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. His mouth opened and closed as he stuttered, Save me." Hearing this, the black-clothed demonic cultivator frowned slightly. He released his divine sense, and was on guard against the surrounding situation. "I already said that with your strength, even if you leave my body, it will be difficult for you to become a great weapon. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place." As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory figure walked out. An extremely terrifying pressure swept out, shocking everyone. "Greetings, Protector." Outside the battle, the demonic army generals immediately knelt down and saluted the newcomer. Save me." Unwilling to disappear from the world, Lu Wangu looked at the figure that appeared in the sky and begged for help again. "Come back. I have already given you a chance. Now is the time to come back." As he spoke, the illusory figure in the sky raised his hand. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth surged, and a powerful devouring force spread out. Lu Wangu's face was filled with fear and struggle. A moment later, his figure exploded, and his blood, chi, and soul were all devoured by the former. In the sky, the solid figure clenched his hand, and a heavy halberd flew out. Light flashed, and the halberd's shape changed. It had 3 points and 2 blades, and its demonic might was shocking. "You are." The black-clothed demonic cultivator looked at the person in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "The first protector of the demonic palace." In the sky, Jun Wentian smiled and said indifferently, "Your friend has already greeted me. Let's stop here today. When we meet again in the future, it will be the time of life and death." As soon as he finished speaking, the space swirled, and Jun Wentian's figure gradually faded. In an instant, he disappeared. Chapter 894. In the all-heaven starfield, in the endless demon domain, numerous majestic and magnificent demon palaces stood. Among the numerous palaces, there was a towering sacred palace that was so eye-catching that all demons prostrated themselves before it. Inside the sacred palace, a handsome man stood there quietly. His powerful aura was so heavy that it made it difficult for others to breathe. "How is it? Are you finally willing to cooperate with my plan?" Jia Tiance looked at the man before him and asked. Jun Wentian said with a smile, "At least, I'm interested. It would appear that the strength of those Yama kings of the underworld is very satisfactory," Jia Tiance said indifferently. "Without an opponent to invade, it's meaningless. With them, wouldn't the sage arbiter's wisdom be better displayed?" Jun Wentian smiled. "I'm not interested in that. The Devil Palace's grand plan does not tolerate any variables. However, since you're willing to help, my plan will proceed more smoothly," Jia Tiance said calmly. "You can leave the matter of dealing with the underworld to me. Especially that red-clothed Yama King, I'm very interested," Jun Wentian said. "That swordsman?" Jia Tiance asked. "Sword and palm dual mastery," Jun Wentian said calmly. "Oh." Jia Tiance narrowed his eyes and said, "It would appear that this person concealed quite a bit during the Battle of Buddha Mountain. Can the sage arbiter divine the location of the underworld? I'm already somewhat impatient to face this opponent," Jun Wentian said. Jia Tiance shook his head and said, "I can't yet." "What a pity." Jun Wentian revealed a look of regret. He was not interested in the Devil Palace's invasion. However, finding such an outstanding opponent had piqued his interest. "You don't have to worry about that. The 10 Yama Kings of the underworld have already made their stance very clear. As long as our Devil Palace continues, they will definitely appear again," Jia Tiance said indifferently. "That would be for the best." Jun Wentian nodded. In the starry sky, among the countless meteorites, the continent of the underworld bobbed up and down. 10 palaces stood on the continent. Among them, The Yama King's palace was where everyone had returned and gathered for a discussion. The 7 Yama Kings each had an evil mask placed on the table before them. The leader was a young man with a delicate and pretty face. However, his eyes seemed to have gone through hundreds of years of hardship. Ze, tell me about your trip, Ningchen said calmly. Xia Zi nodded and said, that 4th guardian of the Devil Palace is indeed half a step into the 4th realm. I had already killed him, but I didn't expect that the 1st guardian of the Devil Palace would appear at the last moment. Lin Yuzhen's expression froze when she heard this. Who is it? The Devil Palace's number 1 protector, Jun Wentian, Xia Zi said. Impossible. Lin Yuzhen's expression darkened as she said, before you made your move, this king and brother Ning had already clashed with the Devil Palace's 1st protector. The distance between the Devil Palace's northern and southern armies is more than 1,000,000 kilometers. It's impossible for them to arrive in time. Your Highness, please don't be impatient. Let Zi finish first, said Ningchen from his seat at the head of the table. Sorry, Lin Yuzhen said apologetically. She suppressed the waves in her heart and continued to listen. On the opposite side, Xia Zi said with a serious expression, it's indeed that person. Even if someone can impersonate his appearance, that powerful pressure can't fool anyone. After Jun Wentian appeared, he immediately devoured the 4th guardian, increasing his cultivation by several times. Ning Chen, who was seated at the head of the table, fell silent. After a while, he said, what Zi said is indeed a little strange. That Jun Wentian didn't help and instead chose to devour the 4th guardian. No matter how you look at it, it's not right. Before and after Jun Wentian appeared, that 4th protector kept shouting for help. Afterwards, Jun Wentian also seemed to say something, but we couldn't understand what he said. It doesn't seem to be a human language. Luofei added. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. He said, then the 4th guardian's cultivation was devoured by Jun Wentian? Yes. Luofei nodded. There's one more thing. Mu Qianshang said, after Lu Wangu was devoured, his weapon was also taken away by the Devil Palace's 1st guardian. Its appearance changed a lot. It has 3 points and 2 blades. It looks more like a spear now. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed again. After thinking for a while, he said, let's make a hypothesis. The 4th guardian was originally a clone of Jun Wentian. When something happened to the clone, Jun Wentian appeared and took back his body. Does that make sense? There's something wrong. Mu Qianshang's expression turned serious. He said, in the doppelganger technique, the main body is supreme. The doppelganger is just a consciousness of the main body. It's impossible for it to resist the main body. However, when the 1st guardian attacked, Lu Wangu was clearly resisting. It doesn't make sense. This is indeed a doubt. Ning Chen nodded. Such a situation might really exist. Lin Yuzhen said. In the doppelganger technique, the main body is supreme. However, there are exceptions to everything. If the 2 bodies are separated for too long, and the doppelganger's cultivation is sufficiently powerful, it's not impossible for it to develop an independent consciousness. After a long time, even an ordinary tree would be able to develop its own consciousness, much less a powerful demon. Even if that's the case, how did that Jun Wentian travel tens of millions of miles to arrive at the southern region of the All-Heaven Starfield? Luofei asked. Ning Chen pondered for a long time. Then, he said, the Jun Wentian you all saw might not be his main body. Instead, it might be a consciousness, or perhaps it could be another clone. After all, you all did not truly fight him. Thus, you cannot be certain whether or not Jun Wentian came with his main body. We were careless. Xia Zi's expression turned serious. He said, what you said is reasonable. Now that I think about it carefully, the Jun Wentian that appeared at our place might not be his main body. Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry to leave? Everyone grew silent. If that was truly the case, then it would truly be troublesome. Before his clone had returned, Jun Wentian was already the Devil Palace's #1 protector. Now that his clone had returned, how powerful would he become? You're most familiar with the dual transformation technique of the knowing destiny state. How much of an increase in strength could the dual transformation technique increase? Mu Qianshang asked with a stern voice. We cannot generalize, Ning Chen said seriously. My main body is of the cold attribute. Back then, for the sake of inheriting the Phoenix's inheritance, I had no choice but to cultivate this technique. Now that my Phoenix body has returned, if I want to use the power of the Phoenix, my main body will have to endure the backlash of the mutual suppression of Yin and Yang. I might be able to endure it for a short period of time. However, after a long period of time, I will definitely be seriously injured. You mean to say that if the two bodies' attributes were to mutually suppress one another, even if it could increase one's battle power in a short period of time, it would instead become a hidden danger in a long period of time? Mu Qianshang asked. Ning Chen nodded. He said, that is indeed the case. However, my situation is special. I believe that the Devil Palace's #1 protector should not have cultivated a clone with mutually suppressing attribute. Now that his clone has returned to his main body, his strength would at least double or even more. This is really not good news. Below the seat, Luo Xingqian said with a sigh. This matter is already a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. Now, there is one more thing that I need your help with. Ning Chen said. Speak your mind. Jian Er replied. Previously, during the Battle of Buddha Mountain, the Dawn Moon House Master appeared. Her position is very clear. This person will be a big problem. Ning Chen said seriously. I've heard of this person. Why? Is his strength so terrifying? Luo Xingqian asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, the most terrifying thing about this person is not his battle power, but his mysterious and unfathomable divination technique. At this point, Ning Chen sighed and said, Everyone, there's bad news that I have to tell everyone. Right now, the Book of Light is in the hands of the Dawn Moon Tower's master. I'm sure everyone is very clear about the power of this book. It can be said that the current master of the Dawn Moon Tower is the second saint of the Devil Palace. Why is the light scroll in his hands? Below the seat, Luo Fei's expression sank. It's a long story. The Dawn Moon House Master once went to the inner realm. As for the specifics, I will tell everyone in detail in the future. This person is now standing on the side of the Devil Palace. He is a huge threat to us and the inner realm. We can't let him go, Ning Chen said seriously. Kill him? Mu Qianshang asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, the Dawn Moon House Master's true strength has always been a mystery. We can't act rashly. If we fail, it will lead to a crazy counterattack. The price is too great. I will go and deal with this person. Whether we fight or make peace, we'll talk about it later. What I need everyone to do is to inform the various sects of the inner realm to be careful in dealing with the possible war in the future. In addition, find some old friends that we haven't seen in a long time to increase our strength. As for informing the various sects of the inner realm, let me do it. Luo Fei expressed her position. As for finding old friends, Luo Xingqian and I will go, said Mu Qianshang. Luo Xingqian nodded. There was no joking around before proper business. He seriously agreed. All right, then it's decided. Ning Chen nodded. He looked at everyone and continued, Zi has just experienced a great battle and will stay behind to recuperate. Jian Er will still be responsible for guarding. His Highness Prince Qi has not appeared for a long time. In order to prevent anyone from being suspicious, he will return to Phoenix Cry City first. After that, we will gather here again. The three of them nodded and said. After the assignment of tasks was completed, Ning Chen stood up and said calmly, There's no time to lose. Everyone, let's go. Everyone stood up and picked up the evil mask in front of them. They put it on one by one and left. Ji Ming, you haven't appeared in front of the world for a long time. As they were leaving, Luo Fei's footsteps paused slightly as she reminded him. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Ning Chen nodded and said. Luo Fei gently nodded. She did not say anything else and walked away. Brother Ning, what are you planning to do? Lin Yuzhen stepped forward and asked. The 9th son of Mo clan has been silent for so long. It doesn't make sense. I have to do something to dispel some people's suspicions. Ning Chen nodded and said. Be careful. Lin Yuzhen did not ask again and said with concern. Your Highness, don't worry. I will not easily put myself in danger. Ning Chen calmly replied. He looked at the evil mask on the table in front of him and waved his hand to put it away. He then walked out of the hall. In the starry sky, outside the thousands of meteorites, the divine restriction opened. 5 figures flew out. After looking at each other, they did not say anything and separated, heading in different directions. Chapter 895. The cold moon hung high in the sky, and the night was as cold as water. On Mount Shumi, thousands of young Buddhist monks in white sat cross-legged, chanting sutras. On the Buddha platform, heavenly Buddha Lord sat quietly, cultivating day after day. The appearance of the demon palace, 3 consecutive battles, and the Buddha nation suffered heavy losses. 2 Buddha lords died in battle, and the Buddha nation was in a precarious situation. After 30,000 years, heavenly Buddha Lord opened the Buddha mountain again, cultivating day and night to reverse the decline of the war between the Buddha and the demon palace. For 10 days and 10 nights, the Buddha mountain was unusually quiet. In the distance, 3,000 miles away, the demon palace's army was stationed, and no one knew when they would attack again. At this moment, above the void, a white-clothed figure descended from the sky, his white hair fluttering in the wind. It was dazzling. Seeing the newcomer, the Buddhist cultivators on the Buddha mountain were surprised. The 9th son of the Mo clan, why was he here at this time? You're here. On the Buddha platform, heavenly Buddha Lord opened his eyes and said. Sorry, I'm late. Ning Chen stepped forward and bowed respectfully. It's good that you're here, it's never too late. Heavenly Buddha Lord smiled benevolently and said. I am indebted to the Buddha mountain. Now that the Buddha mountain is in trouble, I will not stand by and do nothing, Ning Chen said respectfully. Benefactor, it's good that you have such intentions. The demon palace is too powerful, and the situation is difficult to reverse. Benefactor, you should leave the heavens to avoid the demon palace, heavenly Buddha Lord said softly. Thank you for your kindness, Buddha Lord, but no matter what, I cannot sit by and watch the Buddha mountain in trouble. Please wait for a moment, I will be back soon. After saying that, Ning Chen did not delay any longer and turned to walk out of the Buddha mountain. After a few steps, the white-clothed figure disappeared from the Buddha mountain. Heavenly Buddha Lord looked at the direction where Ning Chen left. A strange light flashed in his eyes. What was he going to do? Was he going to fight against the demon palace's army alone? 3,000 miles to the west of the Buddha mountain, a cold wind blew and dust flew. In front of the demon palace's army stationed 100 miles away, Sword Chi suddenly rose and fell from the sky without warning. Who is it? Bai Wangran was the first to feel it, and his expression froze. The one who will kill you. As he spoke, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over from afar. The sword in his hand flickered, and he did not hide his killing intent at all. The 9th son of Mo Gate. It was a familiar figure and a familiar blade. Bai Wangran's expression turned cold. He waved his hand and 9 wind pearls appeared around him. Immediately, the wind howled and the sand was swept up. Demonic body, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, demonic chi surged. A black figure appeared behind Ning Chen, holding scarlet drill in his hand. 2 figures appeared, and in an instant, 2 figures flashed past at high speed. Black and white streams of light flowed, and the sword light opened up the road to hell again. With a thump, Genesis Supreme and the 9 wheels wind pearl collided. Sword, light, and wind devoured each other, and the book of life pushed them even further. At the same time, the demonic body passed by. It didn't participate in the battle. The crimson drill weapon's baleful aura flourished, using a demon to kill a demon. Before they could react, the sword light flashed by and the heads of the demon army flew into the air. Blood gushed out and dyed the cold night red. Bai Wangran's expression darkened when he sensed the former's intention. He turned his palm around and slapped out, intending to get rid of the person before him as soon as possible. Ning Chen's figure was like an illusion as he evaded wave after wave of palm strikes. The Taisher sword qi in his hand continued to condense, accumulating power for an ultimate move. The ninth son of Mahis sect, do you only know such little tricks? Bai Wangran said with a mocking expression after several moves missed. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He still focused on dragging out the battle, ignoring him. The sword and palm collided. Once they touched, they immediately retreated. Once they focused again, the wind and clouds on the sword changed. Nirvana was born and thousands of sword qi surged. Bai Wangran focused and dodged instantly. 100 feet away, vital energy gathered, and the wind blocked the sword qi. With a few rumbles, the sword qi and the wind dissipated, devouring each other. The second guardian of the demon palace, do you only know such little tricks? Returning the original words, Ning Chen didn't hide his sarcasm at all. His figure flashed out again, and the famous sword of Taoism shone dazzlingly. Bai Wangran's expression was cold. He turned his palm to block the sword, and his other hand secretly condensed vital energy. The wind pearl coiled, and its power became more and more terrifying. The ninth son of Mahis sect, you will pay the cruelest price for your words and actions. Bai Wangran had gathered enough vital energy, and his famous move appeared again. Bai Wangran shouted, and the wind and thunder shocked the world. Long wind riding qi. Extreme power descended, and his words became law. In the wind, his white robe fluttered and his palm fell into the sea. Sky breaking. When the sword collided, Ning Chen's figure quickly retreated. With a rumble, the wind destroyed the sword light, and the sword light continued to sweep over. 100 feet, 100 feet, and the wind followed. The palm power was hidden, and it wanted to destroy the body of the martial artist. Ning Chen turned his palm, and the dark yellow light became extremely bright. The ground within 100 miles shook, and the mountain peak was uprooted. With a loud rumble, the wind shook the mountain peak. In the violent shaking, the mountain peak collapsed, and the wind gradually weakened. Scroll of Earth, 1,000 turns of Earth. With a soft shout, the heavenly book martial art appeared again. Ning Chen stepped on the ground, and cracks appeared on the ground. They folded up from the middle and then closed up. Bai Wangran's figure dodged, but it was 100 miles wide, and he couldn't avoid it. With a rumble, he sank into the mountain. A powerful swordsman, you make me want to destroy you even more. In the folded ground, Bai Wangran shouted, and the 9-wheel wind pearls around him revealed their demonic power. Black clouds overflowed, and the yin and yang shook the world. Thunder roared from the 9 heavens, and a black wind descended from the sky. The shocking power shook the world. Under the wind, Ning Chen stared, and he already felt the pressure before the attack arrived. Scroll of Earth, Earth destruction and mountain destruction. The Scroll of Earth was activated again. In Ning Chen's hand, Taisher entered the ground. Suddenly, thousands of sword lights soared into the sky, rumbling and shaking, and rushed into the wind. The extreme collision sunk thousands of miles, and the mountain rocks flew and fell from the sky. Ah! For a moment, the demonic army behind screamed, and there were many casualties. Demonic prairie fire. In the army of tens of thousands, the demonic body was burning with flames. The sword light slashed, and broken limbs flew everywhere. It was a naked massacre like the god of death. The demonic cultivator was merciless, and he didn't hold back at all. Every time he waved his sword, a large number of demonic soldiers fell. In the 2 battles, knowing destiny used all his strength to return the favor of Buddha Mountain, and to confuse the demonic palace. After a few minutes, blood stained the ground 3,000 miles away from Buddha Mountain. Thousands of demonic soldiers had fallen, and as far as the eye could see, there were corpses. In front of the demonic army, the battle between the two experts was even more intense. Bai Wangran's killing intent soared. Although he knew the former's goal, he couldn't get away. The light of the Taoist sword became brighter and brighter. Ning Chen turned into his battle intent, and with a sword in his hand, he stopped the demonic cultivator from helping the army behind. Ninth son of Mahist sect, the demonic palace has no grudge against you. Today, what you did will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Bai Wangran raised his palm to control the wind, and the wind swept and the sand rushed. The top experts of the demonic palace were all shown. Repay kindness with kindness and pay grudges with grudges. Knowing destiny I never regret. With a palm, the ground shook. Taisher in Ning Chen's hand used his vital energy again, and ice froze thousands of miles. Bai Wangran turned his palm to block the attack. With a tremor, he took a step forward, and his palm condensed into a gust of wind, pressing toward Ning Chen's chest. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally, and with a bang, his body slid 1,000 feet away. Then, he stood still and slashed with his sword, counterattacking strongly. Move for move, move for move. The two figures continued to exchange powerful moves, and it was very intense. Behind them, the demonic cultivators were killing. Flames filled the sky, and red drill was dyed red. Blood splattered, and broken limbs danced. On Buddha Mountain, Heavenly Buddha Lord looked at the battle in the distance, and his old eyes flashed with a complicated expression. This man had enough karma, and after this battle, it would be even harder to wash it away. In this world, people were always helpless. In his opinion, this child's heart still retained its initial benevolence. However, his hands were already stained with blood. 100,000, 1,000,000, countless. Perhaps it would continue to increase. 6 paths fall together, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang forbidden sword. Among the tens of thousands of demonic soldiers, the demonic cultivators suddenly stopped. Red drill in their hands flew across the sky, and an indescribable sword pressure swept out. In an instant, endless sword light intersected and rushed into the 9 heavens. In an instant, the phoenix fire burned around the demonic cultivators. The phoenix demon appeared at the same time, and a forbidden move was born. Demonic phoenix's catastrophe. The demonic phoenix appeared, and the world was shocked. The black phoenix appeared in the world, and in an instant, a strong wind blew, and dark clouds surged. Oh no! In front of the demonic army, Bai Wangran felt it, and his expression changed. He turned his palm and pushed away the opponent in front of him. He took a step and rushed to the sky, trying to stop the forbidden sword from being born. You can't save them! As soon as she finished speaking, the white-clothed figure rose from the ground, and a snow-white long blade appeared in her hand. She slashed with the blade, and blue light shone. With a bang, she put her palms together and blocked the blade. Bai Wangran's forward momentum was blocked, and it was too late for him to help. But above the 9 heavens, the demonic phoenix flapped its wings. In an instant, endless black sword light broke through the sky, and with the power to destroy the world, it fell 1,000 miles. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The black sword light fell, and wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the space. On the ground, the sword light penetrated the bodies, and the destructive power continued to move forward, silently sinking into the ground. In an instant, a waterfall of blood did not have time to explode, and the tens of thousands of demonic soldiers were turned into ashes. You're courting death. Bai Wangran dodged the black sword light, and looked at the demonic army that was half dead. His face was filled with murderous intent. He turned his palm and condensed chi, and the Avicii Hell Palace appeared again, turning into a huge palace that suppressed the person in front of him. That's it for today, goodbye. The plan was completed, and Ning Chen did not want to fight for a long time. He waved his sword and blade and made 2 moves in a row. Then he took a step and left. Not far away, the demonic cultivator's figure also flashed and disappeared into the night. In the void, the brilliance of the sword and blade approached. Bai Wangran turned his palm to block it. He looked at the figure that disappeared into the distance. It was too late to give chase. With a wave of his hand, the Avicii Hell Palace returned to its 3-inch size and fell into his hand. Bai Wangran's figure descended from the sky, and his gaze swept across the army that had suffered heavy casualties. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more difficult to suppress. 3,000 miles away, on top of Buddha Mountain, a white-clothed figure descended from the sky, and the smell of blood still lingered. It was so clear in this pure land of Buddhism. Buddha Lord, I have done my best. After this battle, the army of the East Demon Palace will not attack Buddha Mountain in a short time. Buddha Lord, you can rest assured for the time being. In the void, Ning Chen looked tired. Thank you for your help. Heavenly Buddha Lord said seriously. Buddha Lord, you are welcome. This is what I should do. I still have other things to do, so I will not disturb you. See you again. As soon as he finished speaking, in the void, Ning Chen's figure faded, and a moment later, he disappeared. Chapter 896. Devil Palace. Jie Tian's stood in the majestic palace. In front of him, a white-clothed figure was half-kneeling as he reported the losses of the battle. Moazim's 9th son. Jie Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. If this child was not eliminated, he would become a disaster. You may leave. Rest for now and wait for my orders, said Jie Tian's. Yes. Bai Wangran respectfully accepted the order, and his figure dispersed, disappearing without a trace. After Bai Wangran left, Jie Tian's pondered for a moment. He looked at the darkness of the palace and said calmly, Did you hear that? Go and take care of him. I will have Moonweaver help you. In the darkness, a beautiful figure silently accepted the order and disappeared in an instant. In the starry sky, a white-clothed figure flew past. After traveling for half a day, she stopped. With a wave of her hand, a dim light filled the sky. The heavenly book appeared and the chaos scroll appeared. It distorted space and devoured starlight. With a shout, Ning Chen fully activated the chaos scroll. He relied on the connection between the heavenly books to find the whereabouts of the light scroll. The 2 scrolls restrained each other. One was bright and the other was chaotic. They were born to oppose each other and could not coexist. The moment the chaos scroll appeared, the Dawn Moon House's master stopped and looked back at the starry sky on a large star far away in the boundless space. The knowledge Marquis. She took a step forward and her figure disappeared. She rushed towards the distant starry sky. In the All-Heaven Starfield's northern army, the Moon Weaver, who had just stopped fighting for several days, suddenly stopped and bowed respectfully. Saint Arbiter. A blue-clothed figure appeared in the sky. Looking at the person before her, she said, Moazim's 9th son has appeared. It's time for you to act. As she spoke, a black pearl surrounded by demonic aura flew out and silently landed before her. Take it. Before Moazim's 9th son leaves the Buddha kingdom, it will help you find his whereabouts, said Jie Tian's calmly. Yes, said Moonweaver respectfully. Remember, you cannot fail this time. After saying that, Jie Tian's figure dissipated. In an instant, he disappeared. In the boundless starry sky, the white-clothed figure waited for an entire day without leaving. The sky was filled with stars, adorning the starry sky. It was so beautiful. However, the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Every place that couldn't be seen, collapsed stars erupted with dazzling radiance, swallowing everything in the surroundings, including light. Jiming Marquis. A day later, a figure in a silver-gray cloak appeared in the distance and walked over. Tower Master. When they met again, there was no coldness like when enemies met, nor was there any warmth like when friends met. The The two of them only nodded and greeted each other, just like before. The friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. They weren't friends in the first place. If they had to talk about it, they were at most business partners who had made a few deals. Jiming Marquis, what brings you here? The Dawn Moon House Master smiled. Let's make a deal, Ningchen said calmly. What deal? The Dawn Moon Brothel Master asked. I know that the Tower Master is now standing on the side of the Devil Palace. I have no right to interfere in this matter. I only wish to discuss with the Tower Master about the Underworld King's boundary being broken. I hope that the Tower Master will not leak this news, said Ningchen seriously. If you want to get information from me, you have to pay a corresponding price. This has nothing to do with which side I am on. Don't worry, Jiming Marquis. The Dawn Moon Brothel Master nodded. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that no matter what price the Devil Palace or others offer, House Master cannot tell anyone about this, Ningchen said again. Oh! The smile on the Dawn Moon Brothel Master's face became even wider. Jiming Marquis wants to buy this information? If so, the price will not be cheap. Tower Master, please speak, said Ningchen calmly. The Dawn Moon Tower Master thought for a while and said with a smile, I've always had a question. Back then when I calculated your fate, the heavenly secrets showed that when the immortal tree bore fruit, it would be the day of your death. How did you avoid this calamity? Ningchen was silent. After a while, he said, My original body is indeed dead. The Immortal Corpse Patrol used the Undying God Tree as the foundation to rebuild my body. The Immortal Corpse Patrol. A strange light flashed in the Dawn Moon Brothel Master's eyes. She nodded slightly. So that's how it is. In this world, only the mysterious Immortal Corpse Patrol could change one's fate. Tower Master, I have answered your question. Can I fulfill my promise? Ningchen said seriously. Jiming Marquis, don't worry. The Dawn Moon Brothel Master nodded. I will not mention any news about the inner world to anyone. Thank you. Ningchen cupped his fists. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze as he looked into the distance. Someone was coming. The Dawn Moon Brothel Master also felt the powerful aura coming from behind. Her eyes flashed. It was them. They were really fast. Jiming Marquis, Moon Weaver and a friend of yours have come. I need to avoid suspicion. See you later. With that, the Dawn Moon Brothel Master took a step and disappeared. After the former left, Ningchen's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not want to trouble himself and prepared to leave as well. Suddenly, Ningchen paused and turned around to look at the two people rushing over from the distance. Beside the woman holding the red umbrella was a woman in a blue dress with blood-red hair. Her familiar beautiful face made one unable to look away. Senior Sister Dai. Her appearance had not changed, but her aura was completely unrecognizable. Ningchen was shocked and did not understand why it had become like this. The red umbrella was put away and the seal was released. The demonic mark appeared on Moon Weaver's forehead. Facing an opponent who was no longer the same as before, she no longer held back and used all her strength. The two people attacking from the front and back did not say a word as they blocked the person in front of them from retreating. Ningchen ignored Moon Weaver behind him and looked at the woman in the blue dress in front of him. Senior Sister Dai, I am Jiming. Don't you recognize me? There was still no response from her cold and emotionless eyes. Butterfly in the flower clenched her right hand. Black light flowed and a long, black blade appeared. A terrifying aura rose and covered the eyes of the wielder. Now, she is the fourth guardian of the Devil Palace. She is no longer Butterfly in the flower. Behind them, Moon Weaver waved her hand and a sword appeared. Demonic chi surged in all directions. This killing situation was different from the previous ones. The Saint of the Devil Palace had set up a trap and attacked Jiming's weakness as much as possible. It was difficult to tell the butterfly in the demon from the sword god. In an instant, Flower Burial's tears streaked across the sky. Ning Chen took half a step back and leaned back to avoid the sword light. Before he could recover, the moon reversal had already arrived. It was ruthless and filled with endless killing intent. With a clang, Taisher appeared and blocked the sword light. However, he felt his body sink and fall. Falling hundreds of feet, the black sword light rushed into the sky and cut through the starry sky, shocking the world. Ning Chen leaned to one side and avoided the sword light. However, he was forced to dodge and reacted a moment too late. With a tearing sound, the cloth on his left arm was torn and blood splattered. Fang Qi's battle hadn't started yet and Jiming was already injured. Humans weren't plants and their hearts weren't stone. How could they be emotionless? In the Battle of Jiming, they didn't leave any way out for Jiming. The Saint Arbiter is right. You are different from us. Your heart will become your greatest constraint. The sword spun and the moon and demonic waves surged. The moon reversal in the Moon Weaver's hand was full of demonic power. She poured all her cultivation into it. Instantly, the moon demon appeared in the starry sky. Its huge body was hundreds of feet tall and ferocious. The demon figure appeared and the divine sword slashed through the sky. The sword filled with demonic power split the stars and broke through the sky. Ning Chen focused his mind and Taisher condensed his essence. Wind and snow swept up to meet the sword. When they collided, the sword light flashed. The aftershock roared in all directions and created cracks in the space. With a tearing sound, the sword energy cut through Ning Chen's clothes again and brought out a waterfall of blood. Coldness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Frost gathered on his sword and pushed the former away. Butterfly dance, sky net. After one move, another came. Behind him, the water sleeves intertwined and the sky net appeared. The blade light was cold. Ning Chen turned his feet and avoided the water sleeves. In danger, he clenched his left hand and Yan Qing appeared. The pure white blade blocked the black blade light. Your blade technique was taught by me. How dare you use it in front of me? It was the first time she spoke, but her voice was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. Among the intertwining water sleeves, Butterfly and the flower stepped on the water sleeves and slid forward. She held the blade and spun it. In an instant, she suppressed Ning Chen with her blade technique and hit his chest with her palm. Ugh! Blood splashed out and he retreated a few steps. Just as he came back to his senses, the divine sword behind him came again. The murderous intent flowed and took his life. Back off! Unable to suppress his anger, Ning Chen turned around and waved his sword. Snow filled the sky and forced the person in front of him back. With the backlash of the divine weapon, Ning Chen's body became light and he rose up. Behind him, the water sleeves swept past and a blade appeared in the sleeves. Killing intent rose again. Ning Chen leaped and avoided the blade. Heaven's scroll was activated again. The blue light on Yan Qing shone brightly. With a backhand slash, he cut open the water sleeves that continued to extend. The blade and sword killing trap, the battle of the heart. There was no heaven above and no earth below. Heaven and earth were controlled. Ice and fire did not exist. The Demon Palace's saint had carefully designed this trap to eliminate the Demon Palace's future potential trouble. Where is the immortal slaying sword? Why don't you use it? There is no earth vein here for you to use. Immortal slaying is useless. If you don't use immortal slaying, wait for someone to collect your corpse. Moon Weaver stepped forward and said coldly as she looked at the figure in plain clothes dodging the blade light. Against you, why would I need immortal slaying? With a cold voice, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. His brows furrowed and Taisher turned. Thousands of sword lights crisscrossed and dazzled the starry sky. Nirvana! Nirvana reappeared. Sword intent boundless. Sword lights tore through the air and swept forward. Extreme Tao, Moon God command. As the sword lights arrived, Moon Weaver retreated 300 meters. She turned her sword around and a huge 5-pointed star appeared behind her. An instant later, thousands of starlights swept out and met the sword lights. The clash of extreme martial arts created a scene of misery. Amidst the chaotic sword lights, Moonweaver's figure flashed past. Her slender hand gathered energy and slapped toward the former's chest. The cruel killing trap left no path of life. Behind her, black butterflies flew through the sky. Flower burial has tears, demonic butterflies are merciless, and the blade also swept past. In the middle of the two streaks of light, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood in the air. The sword in his hand constantly hummed, one sound, one sound. Chapter 897. In the starry sky, blades and swords ignited the flames of war. The two demons killed knowing destiny. This was an irreversible killing situation. There was no land below, no sky above, no ice or fire. This was the most extreme killing situation. Knowing destiny's body and mind were completely restrained. The situation was precarious. In the distance, the master of the Dawn Moon Tavern stood quietly in a silver-gray cloak. She looked at the battle in front of her with admiration. The saint of the Demon Palace was indeed extraordinary. This situation was clearly set up to target Marquis knowing destiny. With the butterfly in the flower, knowing destiny had already lost 30% of his power. Coupled with the lack of geographical advantage, no matter how brave and skilled he was in battle, he would not be able to escape death. In the heart-killing situation, blades and swords clashed. The sky and sea were overturned. The inverted water moon showed its divine power, suppressing Tysher's blade. On the other side, the flower burial tier was no longer the same as before. In the 10 moves, danger was everywhere. Blades and swords were both restrained. This unprecedented situation made the already unequal situation even more tilted. Ha! In a situation of life and death, how could there be a moment of hesitation? Ning Chun suppressed the grief in his heart and shouted. His true essence surged. Instantly, his white hair danced wildly like a demon. 12 swords. The 12 swords reappeared with earth-shattering power. A dazzling sword radiance coiled up. The sword was limitless, only complete sword intent. The shocking sword surpassed the limits of the mortal world. The entire starry sky shook. Wherever the sword intent passed, meteors disintegrated and were completely wiped out. Are you angry? Are you sad? Unfortunately, you can't change all of this. The Moon Weaver took a step and retreated 100 feet, avoiding the radiance of the 12 swords. The inverted water moon crossed and pointed at the sword. Immediately, a dark silver demonic wave rolled out. The brilliance of the stars and moon converged. The water moon illuminated the world. This was the ultimate move. The sword moon soared into the sky and an unprecedented pressure swept out. The forbidden move of the Moon Demon clan appeared for the first time. Void Burial of the Moon. The moon burial technique was majestic and unparalleled. It collided with the sword that surpassed the limit. In the rumbling, a sword radiance flashed past. The Moon Weaver grunted and was injured for the first time. On the other side, the white-clothed figure retreated several steps. Vermilion blood spilled out from her mouth. She brandished her sword to the other side, showing mercy in the end. In front of Hua Zhongjie, the sword will dissipated. How could the sword in his hand be merciless when facing the family that had once protected him with life and death? Another palm landed on his chest, and blood splattered across the starry sky. He was right in front of her, but her emotionless eyes no longer had the gentleness of the past. You can't do it? Jiming Marquis, what a tragedy! Behind him, Moonweaver's figure arrived once more. She reversed the moon and water, her killing light glaring as her swift sword threatened to kill. With killing intent approaching, Ning Chun endured his injuries and used his sword to block the attack. The sound of the sword humming could be heard. Sparks flew between the two of them. The light from the swords illuminated the starry sky. Kill! Kill! In the distance, a pair of calm eyes watched the battle. No one helped. Regardless of their position, there was no room for him to intervene in this battle. As long as he was willing to kill, Marquis Jiming had the ability to break out of the encirclement. However, could he kill Butterfly in the flower? This calamity was not so much a calamity as a calamity of the heart. If he could not overcome this calamity, Jiming would forever be under the control of the demonic palace. The battle shook violently. Sword and blade clashed, two against one. The calamity of the heart was a demonic test. His fluttering white hair was dyed red, but not a single drop belonged to Butterfly. His sword retracted and his blade showed mercy. Even if he had killed millions of people, facing the little warmth left in his heart, the sword in his hand was not willing to face each other for a moment. With a bang, his palm shook the heart meridian. Blood splashed out. At such a close distance, the gentleness in his eyes never wavered. Ningchen raised his hand and condensed his yuan. The sword light was dazzling and pointed at Butterfly's chest. There was no blood as expected. The sword chi entered Butterfly's body and disappeared without a trace. Behind him, the killing light of the moon and water overturned swept over. Unable to dodge in time, the sword pierced his left shoulder. Blood sprayed out like rain. Get lost! The moment he turned around, the gentleness in his eyes turned into killing intent. The Taisher sword in Ning Chen's hand shone brightly. The moon appeared and the sun shone brightly. The famous sword technique was ferocious and shocking. Exchanging injury for injury. The sword light fell, the moon collapsed and the sun scattered. Ugh! With a muffled groan, blood splashed across the starry sky. Moonweaver took several steps back, blood splashing out of the hand holding the sword. The battle had reached its climax, and there was no room for mercy. Behind him, demonic chi surged like a wave. Butterfly in the flower's blood-red hair danced wildly. Her battle power was at its peak. The ultimate martial light shone brightly. The god of the blade and the butterfly of the demonic appeared for the first time. The flower burial tear shone brightly with black light and a terrifying saber light soared into the sky. Above the sky, the void was torn apart and black butterflies flew out. There were tens of thousands of them, and their terrifying aura made people feel a bone-piercing pressure. Butterfly dance, Nether King. Behind demonic butterfly, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings spread open. At this moment the entire starry sky shook. The next moment, the blade light fell and the starry sky collapsed. When the blade light arrived, Ningchen turned around and waved his blade to block flower burial tears. Amidst the rumbling, cracks appeared on Nianqing. It had accompanied her for 100 years, but today, it would be difficult for her to move forward. Nianqing trembled in grief. Ning Chen's body shook at the same time. He pulled out his blade and pointed at Butterfly's chest. Behind him, sword chi passed through his body. Ning Chen staggered and waved his sword to counter. With a bang, the divine artifact shook the sword light. The killing intent in Moonweaver's eyes grew stronger and stronger. She reversed the water and moon and fought with force. With the intent of cherishing his blade, Ning Chen's blade turned from offense to defense. Taisher helped him block the divine artifact. After exchanging a few moves, the disadvantage was obvious. Nianqing cried out again and again. It seemed like she was bidding farewell and praying. The cracks spread and became clearer. The cries from the blade also became more ear-piercing. Hearing the cries from the blade, Ning Chen's expression became more and more solemn. After exchanging a few moves, he pushed away the person in front of him. The blade and sword merged and heaven and earth opened. If you want to leave no regrets in the last move, then knowing destiny will fulfill your wish. With a soft shout, the two blades hummed together. In an instant, the light from the blade and sword soared. Their aura surged and shook the stars. Heaven and earth cry, life and death defying fate. The blade and sword left his hands. Two intersecting lights broke through the sky and shot forward. Extreme Tao, Moon Sky. With the arrival of the killing move, Moonweaver's expression turned serious. Her sword gathered extreme power, and one sword shook the two rainbows. The divine artifact slashed down and Taisher flew up. Nianqing's blade broke. In an instant, purple energy filled the sky. It was so familiar, as if Nianqing had left behind the last memory of killing a god. In an instant, the fate of the dynasty scattered and disappeared into the starry sky. With a wave of his hand, Ning Chen put away Nianqing's broken blade. His eyes turned cold. He clenched his left hand, and a bloody mist filled the sky. His life weapon reappeared. Knowing Destiny's sword, don't ask about life and death. With a cold snort, the 4 extreme origins appeared on the broken sword. Immediately, the wind blew and the sun and moon shone. 4 symbols heavenly beckoning, extreme chaos. The 4 origins moved the 4 symbols. The 2 swords raised chaos. Behind Ning Chen, a vision appeared. Chaos evolved and a black vortex swirled. Sword technique Tai. The sword was one, forming its own Tao. It was built on the everlasting nothing, and its master was Tai. The supreme Tao sword appeared from the chaos, illuminating the entire starry sky. Behind him, Butterfly in the flower wanted to help. Suddenly she staggered. A strange light rose around her as the divine seal appeared and sealed her body. The sword light broke through the stars and moved the world. With yin and yang, the dazzling sword gradually returned to its original state. It tore through the air and sank thousands of miles. Seeing this, Moonweaver's eyes turned serious. Her divine artifact shone brightly as she slashed with the sword. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the sword light penetrated her body. Moonweaver retreated, blood spurting from her chest. She was heavily injured. Butterfly dance, Heaven's Inquisition. Behind him, Butterfly in the flower forcefully shook open the divine seal in her body, ignoring the backlash. Flower Burial's tears split into 2, and a black and white blade appeared. Heaven's Inquisition appeared, and the demonic Butterfly Inquisition appeared. Ning Chen turned around and blocked with his sword. He did not have enough energy left. With a loud rumble, blood dyed the starry sky. A situation where both sides are heavily injured? Outside the battle, the Dawn Moon brothel master saw this scene and narrowed her eyes. The situation was so favorable, but these 2 still could not kill him. One had to admit that this Marquis Jiming's combat power was already at a level where people could only look up to him. In the distance, the battle was intense. Injuries were constantly exchanged. The knowing destiny sword appeared, and killing intent filled the sky. 2 swords against 2 strong opponents. As the battle progressed, cracks spread on the sword. The broken sword could not withstand the aftermath of the battle. It also showed signs of collapse. Sighing softly, it was difficult to escape. Ning Chen's eyes focused. He waved his hand and a black light surrounded him. The moment he pulled out the sickly king's divine sword, in the distance, demonic waves and Buddhist power surged. 2 completely different auras filled the air, shocking everyone. Moonweaver and Butterfly in the flower felt it and looked in the direction of the auras. In the midst of the holy light and demonic aura, a charming figure in a light pink dress stepped through the air. Every step was steady. Lotuses bloomed in the starry sky, and the Buddhist and demonic aura surged. Demonic Buddha 6 realms, Brahma ghost life and death. Without saying anything, she attacked with her extreme heaven technique. Aaron Ming King raised her palm, and the Buddhist and demonic waves surged. Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook, and the starry sky within 1,000 miles collapsed. It was a terrifying scene, as if the end of the world had arrived. The Buddhist and demonic aura appeared on the hell path, and the underworld ferryman showed signs of life. While the 2 were shocked, the Buddhist and demonic aura broke through the air, shocking the world. With the change, the black light around Ning Chen quickly retracted. The sickly king's sword that had not yet appeared disappeared. He took a step and teleported, and the 2 swords stirred up the sky. Moonweaver and Butterfly in the flower focused their attention and blocked the attack. The 4 top experts of the world clashed, sword against sword, palm against blade. With a loud bang, the battle was decided. Knowing destiny, let's go! The aftermath roared. Aaron Ming King's figure flashed and carried the heavily injured knowing destiny away. In the rolling waves, Moon Weaver wanted to give chase. Suddenly, she staggered, and the heavy injuries in her body erupted, causing her to suffer a backlash. On the other side, Butterfly in the Flower waved her blade to disperse the surging waves. She looked coldly in the direction where the two had left, and then she stepped forward and chased after them. Butterfly in the Flower, no! Moon Weaver's expression changed, and she stopped her. 100 feet away, Butterfly in the Flower stopped and looked coldly at the woman behind her. Why not? There's a change in the plan, and there's no point in tangling with him. That Marquis Jiming is very scheming. You might be in danger if you chase after him alone. Let's call it a day and report back to the demon region, Moon Weaver said in a deep voice.